It was perpetually the same ice stone, as Luo Feng flew out of the outermost cave. With a glance he saw the endless space. Within he felt comfortable and free. I'm finally out. My trip here in Demon Note Mountain has come to an end. Luo Feng turned to look at the huge endless demon mountain. He exclaimed. Within, his reward from his trip to this mountain had indeed been shocking. The demon note inheritance had made his spirit energy amplitude rise up to over 3,200. Many spirit readers, under normal circumstances, only reach up to a 100. Making progress in deities of the world only at most increased one's strength up to 27 times. This inheritance was a priceless treasure. It's a pity I was too weak. My soul could only take so much of it if I were at the Sector Lord Pinnacle level, and I used the gold soul fruit. I probably could have made it into the second part, and once I step on the second part's stairs, I would probably be able to see the end of it, the shrine of the second part. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation within. Back then, when Luo Feng stood at about 10 of the first part, he could already see the shrine of the first part. According to his guess, he had to reach about 10 of the second part for the shrine to appear. Once it showed itself, only then would he be able to acquire the treasure within. It's a pity I only made it to the late portion of the first part. If I can make it to 10 of the second part, I'll be able to use the Masha clansman to retrieve the treasure in the second shrine, and after using it, I'll once again be able to go much further. As Luo Feng looked at Demon Note Mountain and exclaimed, from the distance, a team of silver-clothed staff swiftly flew over. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. The team of silver-clothed staff flew over and bowed respectfully, of which there were some that kept saying, congratulations on leaving Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng nodded. Please follow us. The team didn't seem to dare to hesitate. There were two royalties within Demon Note Mountain at the time. One was Luo Feng and the other a member of the last phase region. In terms of status, Luo Feng was naturally much higher. The staff respectfully led Luo Feng towards the palace at the foot of Demon Mountain. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. A white-clothed silhouette swiftly flew over. Ah, it's you, Yicheng. Luo Feng immediately recognized the white-clothed youth. It was the one that led him 12 years ago when he arrived. Your Majesty still remembers my name. The white-clothed youth seemed very moved. Simultaneously, he said, for Your Majesty to stay a total of 12 years in Demon Note Mountain and come out safely, it's really impressive. Even though he said so, the white-clothed youth was shocked within. If official Pa you found out Luo Feng came out, she probably wouldn't be too happy. Within the cold palace, Pu sat on her throne. Her undying energy swept past Luo Feng and the white-clothed Yicheng without them even realizing. With her ability, even Babada's scanning device couldn't detect it. After all, in terms of strength, Pu was slightly stronger than Hu Yanbo back then. What's more, she focused on soul techniques. This Luo Feng is actually still alive, staying 12 years in Demon Note Mountain. He really has some ability, Pu said softly. Her eyes gleamed coldly. Kacha, her right hand that was like an exquisite jade stone, immediately crushed the right arm support and reduced it to dust. However, there will be a day, Pu said softly. What? Pu's expression changed greatly. 10,000 black tags. That Luo Feng actually collected 10,000 black tags. Pu wasn't as sure as before. All she was left with was shock and rage. Luo Feng was chatting while walking with the youth Yicheng. 10,000 black tags. The white-clothed Ichang was filled with shock as he looked at Luo Feng. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, collecting these 10,000 black tags is even harder than the survival mission. It's been a long time since anyone collected the 10,000 black tags. Only Imo Luo from before completed it. Imo Luo Feng frowned. He completed it too. To collect 10,000 black tags, the quickest way was to kill Sector Lord warriors, and for a universe level 9 to kill Sector Lords, how impossible was that? Simply relying on strength was impossible. They would have to rely on assisting life forms, technological weapons, etc. He relied on the Masha clansman body and the E9 laser, the combination of both. What did Imo Luo use? Right, the white-clothed youth nodded. His Majesty Imo Luo did indeed complete it. However, he only stayed over 3 years in Demon Note Mountain before leaving. His speed sure was fast. Luo Feng laughed indifferently. To collect 10,000 black tags alone is extremely hard. I took up to 12 years to actually complete it. This Imo Luo did indeed collect the black tags a lot faster than I did. The white-clothed youth said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, to persevere 12 years to collect the black tags, your willpower is shocking. Even though he spoke the words, he was uneasy within. This absolute genius Luo Feng was too suicidal to collect enough black tags. He actually stayed in Demon Note Mountain for 12 years, that was an impossible level mission place. Staying 12 years, even if one's luck was good, he would still ultimately meet Sector Lord Aboriginals and Sector Lord Beasts. I really don't know how he managed to survive. The white-clothed youth Chang muttered to himself. After a while, Chang brought Luo Feng to a palace. Your Majesty Luo Feng, as you acquired 10,000 black tags, you are naturally able to receive the huge reward. This huge reward will be personally presented to you by Skyfeather Emperor, who's stationed here by the virtual universe company. Chang smiled. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform them. Please wait for Skyfeather Emperor to come see you. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. As he watched Chang leave, Luo Feng was shocked within. Skyfeather Emperor. After following his teacher for so long, Luo Feng had heard of a few absolute beings, the difference in levels between the Emperor level Undyings, and of which the beings that were extremely close to the level of universe country leaders. Just like his teacher, True Yen Emperor. And Skyfeather Emperor was one that his teacher had mentioned before. He even specially complimented this name. Among the Emperor level Undyings there were very few that True Yen could not deal with, and Skyfeather Emperor was one of them. According to what teacher said, this Skyfeather Emperor is proficient in space and time laws. He is an absolute being that practices the universe primal chaos tablet. Even my teacher cannot deal with him. He has an extremely high position in the virtual universe company. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation within. He really wanted to meet such a legendary person. Like True Yen Emperor, Skyfeather Emperor was another legendary level being. Mist Emperor was far below. After a while, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Lord Skyfeather Emperor, is currently in his feather palace waiting. The white-clothed change smiled and said, Please follow me. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately followed the white-clothed Chang and flew into the many palaces at the foot of the mountain. After flying for about 2 minutes, they arrived at a majestic 100 kilometers tall enormous palace. The entire outer walls of this palace had strange bird-like creatures engraved all over. These bird creatures had 3 wings and 3 eyes. At the top of their heads, they had feathers that were like a crown. What was special was one of their vertical eyes, even though these were only huge engravings. That one eye of the bird still gave off a bone-chilling feeling, like it could see through space and time. "Your Majesty, please enter. I'm not allowed to follow you in here." The white cloaked Chong stood outside the palace. The gold-armored guards standing in an orderly fashion outside opened a path for Luo Feng to walk through. There were over 1,000 guards there, of which there were 10 undyings. Undying standing as guards. Luo Feng felt like this was unbelievable. His teacher Tru Yen Emperor wasn't as extravagant, and the undyings were normally proud warriors, even if they submitted to a strong being. To be ordered to watch the door, they wouldn't normally agree unless it was for some special reason. Luo Feng immediately took a big stride into Feather Palace. Feather Palace's first level was the main hall. It was incredibly majestic, a dazzling sight. The entire hall was gold and black, 2 colors matching each other. So Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew into the hall. After a while, he saw a glaring silhouette in the throne above, and below at the 2 sides sat many other silhouettes. "Greetings, Skyfeather Emperor." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "Tru Yen has collected a good disciple in the throne above." A voice resounded from the glaring silhouette. His voice boomed throughout the entire hall. This hall alone was close to 100 kilometers long and wide. In theory, the amount of time needed for his voice to travel was very long. However, the moment he opened his mouth, it resounded throughout. Luo Feng only looked up then. He saw the glaring silhouette in the throne. He had golden yellow long hair, or which his eyes had a hint of jade blue. At his forehead, his vertical eye was the only golden one. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips. However, as he gazed down below, it made Luo Feng feel, as he looked up, there was a sense of an endless space before him. That natural power, it unconsciously made others submit. What a terrifying being, indeed a being on par with my teacher. Luo Feng was shocked within. When one reaches the level of Tru Yen and Skyfeather Emperor, the beings closest to becoming universe country leaders, even in the virtual universe, they wouldn't be underlings of any country leader or knight anymore. They were already extremely close to that level. They no longer needed to rely on such other beings. Beside Luo Feng's gaze turned. On the 2 sides below the throne sat a total of 24 people. They all had different appearances, some tall and sturdy, some beautiful, others cold. However, according to Luo Feng's long time in primal chaos experience with his seniors, he could deduce that these 24 before him were probably all undying level. "Take out your 10,000 black tags," the glaring silhouette in the throne said. "Yes." Luo Feng waved, and immediately a bunch of black tags appeared. According to the Demon Mountain rules, you've collected 10,000 black tags, hence you are eligible to receive a huge reward. Skyfeather Emperor gazed below at the tiny silhouette. He said indifferently, "I'll now give you 3 prizes to choose from. You can only pick one." The moment he said that, the 24 undyings below seemed to change their expression slightly. However, they all didn't dare make a sound. Of the 24, official Pu thought within, "What's going on with Lord Skyfeather? Doesn't he normally just give one treasure? Why is he giving this punk a chance to choose?" Pu was extremely unsatisfied within, yet she didn't dare make single sound. Skyfeather Emperor's word was law. the moment one defied him, the result was very possibly death. Luo Feng didn't know himself that normally only one reward was given to him. Being able to pick from 3 different prizes was normal. 3 rewards. Luo Feng looked with anticipation at Skyfeather Emperor up in the throne. The first treasure is the chrysalis armor, Skyfeather Emperor said slowly. High in the throne, the chrysalis armor is one of the more favored armors. Amongst the Undyings, its defensive abilities are not bad. If a sector lord level 1 or 2 uses it, it can completely defend against any attack under Undying level. Unless it's a soul attack, you are a spirit reader, all the more. You should focus on defense. This armor will suit you well. Luo Feng was shocked within as he heard, if a sector lord level 1 wore that armor, it was akin to having complete defense against anything under Undying level. Unless it was a soul attack, it was indeed a favored armor amongst the Undyings. Babata too shouted within his consciousness, chrysalis armor. Luo Feng, your teacher only didn't need all these armors back then after he evolved his cloud contact vine to Undying level. Otherwise, even for you teacher, this chrysalis armor is not bad. Its auction price usually reaches 800,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard 800,000 to 1 million mixed elements. The entire price of the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field was only about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements, and an armor was actually worth more than the vast starfield. The second reward is a palm-size flame void gold. Its weight is about 3.1 tons. Skyfeather Emperor continued, the flame void gold is an extremely valuable weapon material. Before you reach Undying level, you may purchase some spirit weapons, etc. However, after you become Undying, you'll need to build weapons that fit the techniques you create. The flame void gold belongs to an extremely rare class of materials for building weapons. Luo Feng blinked. Palm size of material. The third is cash. Skyfeather Emperor said in his throne, that chrysalis armor and flame void gold are both worth about 500,000 mixed elements, hence the third prize is 500,000 mixed elements cash. If you are dissatisfied with the previous 2 choices, you can pick cash, and you can buy whatever you need. After you can only pick one of the 3. Skyfeather Emperor gazed at Luo Feng. Choose. The other 24 official level Undyings under him all changed their expressions. They were all shocked within. They had followed Skyfeather Emperor for extremely long. It had been very long since they saw him speak so much. The huge reward was actually simply something fixed within the virtual universe company's choices. Usually they would casually pick a prize that was close to the amount just to satisfy those that collected the 10,000 black tags. However, this time, firstly, Skyfeather Emperor took out 3 prizes. That was shocking enough. The chrysalis armor, even the Undyings would all vie and fight for it. If Luo Feng used it, he could use it all the way till he reached Undying level. The flame void gold, that was even more rare and valuable. Even Skyfeather Emperor himself said it was rare and very valuable. Just a palm size of it alone was that valuable. Finally, the cash. Actually, in comparison, the cash was the lousiest of the 3. However, Skyfeather Emperor had said if Luo Feng was dissatisfied with the 2 choices, he could use the cash to buy what he truly needed. This was completely all for Luo Feng's sake. They had rarely ever seen Skyfeather Emperor treat someone so courteously. Babada, which should I choose? Luo Feng asked within. Even though he had some idea within, his experience and perspective was indeed weaker. Babada had seen and experienced a lot more. The chrysalis armor is not needed at this time, as we can quickly nurture the Cloud Contact Vine to Sector Lord level, nurturing it to Sector Lord level 9. Isn't hard. As for becoming undying, once it becomes undying, with your background and the level of favor from the virtual universe company, it'll probably be even better than the chrysalis armor, and the moment you find a way to evolve your Cloud Contact Vine to undying, there'll be no more need of the chrysalis armor. As for cash, you don't need it anyway, because your teacher's entire account is in the bank, as long as you go there at Domain Lord level, to any of the universe galaxy banks in any star field. You can retrieve his inheritance, hence you don't lack cash. Right now, the most important thing to you is the Flame Void Gold. Even though that Sky Feather Emperor said that both the chrysalis armor and the Flame Void Gold are worth 500,000 mixed elements, I have to say Sky Feather Emperor's position is extremely revered, hence he can acquire those items at 500,000 mixed elements. In truth, like I mentioned earlier, the chrysalis armor auctions at 800,000 to 1 million mixed elements, and the Flame Void Gold auctions at 1.5 million to 2 million mixed elements, Babada said. Why is the Flame Void Gold so much more expensive than the chrysalis armor? And Sky Feather Emperor, why can he buy them at only 500,000 mixed elements? Luo Feng was curious. Because the Flame Void Gold is extremely rare and few, almost all of it has been taken by the absolute beings, Babada said. The rarer a material is, the more expensive it gets. Maybe Sky Feather Emperor may be able to buy it, but other undyings, even if they are willing to fork out twice the amount, they wouldn't be able to buy it. In comparison, there's a lot more of that chrysalis armor around. Also, Luo Feng, you'll eventually need to create your own suitable techniques. This is a path any strong warrior will have to walk, and normally at the pinnacle of Sector Lord level, you'll begin to create your own techniques. During that time, you'll begin to search for materials to build your own weapons, Babada said. The 3 rewards that Sky Feather Emperor displayed had indeed made the 24 official level undying suspicious. Just what background did this Luo Feng have to make him that way? True Yan Emperor's disciple. It couldn't be just that. After all, in terms of status, Sky Feather Emperor was almost equal to True Yan. There was no need to be on good terms with him, and Sky Feather's character was extremely prideful. He didn't even really care too much about some of the universe country leaders, even if they were stronger than him. When Sky Feather Emperor unleashed his greatest technique, if he truly wished to flee, even the universe country leaders would find it hard to kill him. Actually, in the vast universe, the group that were deemed extremely close to becoming universe country leaders, the Emperor-level undyings, they may not be a match for the universe country leaders in an all-out fight. However, they all had their own great abilities that allowed them to rule over the universe. They still definitely had the ability to survive the fight. This was also the reason why they didn't need to rely on the universe country leaders. Lord Skyfeather, I'll pick the second reward, Flam Void Gold, Luo Feng said respectfully. Humph. Below the throne, official Pu frowned. She snorted coldly within. This universe level 9 punk actually knows that the Flame Void Gold is the best choice of the 3. Humph. He must just be extremely lucky. Pu seemed to completely dislike Luo Feng. Haha. In the throne above, Skyfeather Emperor laughed out loudly. Very well, this piece of flame void gold is yours. With a toss, the completely transparent piece of crystal with a hint of gold glowing within passed through space instantly and appeared before Luo Feng. My god, teleportation! Luo Feng was shocked. He saw it very clearly, that crystal vanished from Skyfeather Emperor's hand and appeared right before him even though he could resonate with the universe. Space, he could only faintly feel its ripples. After completing the Demon Mountain mission, you should be returning to the Primal region, Skyfeather Emperor said. Luo Feng couldn't care about observing this piece of flame void gold. He immediately kept it in his space ring and replied respectfully, yes, even though I've entered the Primal region for a few years, I've spent all these years in Demon Mountain, hence I haven't once entered the Primal region. I'll arrange for a universe ship to send you directly there. After he finished, Skyfeather Emperor vanished from the throne. After a while, Luo Feng sat in the universe ship that Skyfeather Emperor had specially arranged for him as he left Demon Mountain, not too far away in a space region specially cleared. It began to accelerate and enter universe transfer. This Skyfeather Emperor, sure, is courteous. Luo Feng sat in the cabin and flipped his hand, revealing the 3 one-ton palm-sized transparent metal. The entire metal was like a clear crystal, even more transparent than a crystal. If one didn't take notice, it was almost like air itself, only it had very fine hints of gold within. He rubbed the flame void gold, even then he could feel the space about it slightly ripple. What a peculiar metal! Luo Feng was shocked within. He immediately sent a piece of his consciousness into the virtual universe network, sending a letter to his teacher, True Yen Emperor, telling him everything about him acquiring the flame void gold and the rewards choices, etc. Naturally he explained the entire process, because he felt that Skyfeather Emperor was incredibly friendly. After a while, he received a reply from his teacher. Luo Feng opened it to look. Your teacher had once saved Skyfeather's life, however very few in the universe know about this. Don't spread it. Reputation is very important to Skyfeather Emperor. If you respect him, he will return it tenfold. Teacher, you are vicious. Luo Feng starred. So it was that way. Normally the more proud a person was, the more he couldn't owe debts, what's more, the debt of having his life saved by another. This teacher of mine is explosive and straightforward. I heard he's offended he even told me to be careful and prudent when I become domain lord level and become a governor of a territory. However, from the looks of it now, even though he indeed has enemies, he also has friends all around, and very powerful friends. Luo Feng sighed and smiled. Time passed. After 3 months, the universe ship finally entered the Primal region. After the ship went through universe transfer and re-entered the actual universe, it flew for half a day before reaching the core living area of the Primal region. Geniuses. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, ahead lies the 113 villas where the geniuses live. A tall and sturdy man with 3 pairs of silver wings pointed ahead. The external simulation also allowed Luo Feng to see the distant 136 stars. The enormous 136 stars revolved constantly in the space. It was incredibly mysterious. Luo Feng watched on. Suddenly the image of the leader of Tianshi Palace, demonstrating the 9 black flame planets and the space laws, appeared in his mind. It's quite similar. Luo Feng felt the movement of the 136 stars revolving feeling them resonate with the wonders of the space laws. These 136 stars naturally form their own space. The geniuses that live here are incredibly safe. Even universe country leader level warriors have no way to barge into this space. The silver-winged man laughed and explained, "This is also something the virtual universe company has spent a countless amount of energy and resources to prepare for its later generation." Luo Feng was shocked. Within 136 planets, forming their own space. The 136 planets in space revolved ever so mysteriously about it, weaved through the two greatest laws of the universe, time and space, allowing just these 136 planets to exist in their own time and space altogether, even though they were visible to the naked eye. In truth, what the eye could see was simply an illusion. Rumble the space rippled. A beautiful gold 1000 m long universe ship appeared in mid-air. "Thank you all, and help me thank Lord Sky Feather Emperor too." At the cabin door of another universe ship, Luo Feng bid goodbye to the silver-winged man and the others, after which he became a beam of light and flew towards the completely gold universe ship. The two ships were over 10,000 kilometers apart. With a breath, Luo Feng had already reached that beautiful golden ship's entrance. There stood three powerful warriors, giving off amazing energies. Luo Feng only recognized one of them, the bald man Dylan. "Your Majesty," Dylan shouted. Dylan. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty." Luo Feng, welcome to the primal region's ninth space. One of the other two undyings, with silver long hair and silver eyes, the beautiful barefoot lady smiled. "The ninth space is also named the Black Period space. It's the place where all the geniuses stay. Please enter the ship. We'll send you to your living quarters." Luo Feng smiled and nodded, entering the ship. This ship was specially used just for welcoming and sending, hence the design and interior were all extravagant and luxurious. The level of luxury was something that couldn't be seen amongst the normal wealthy in the universe. And people like Luo Feng, who've had seen the inheritance memories, seen the treasure trove, only they could understand how luxurious the design and interior of the ship was. Within the welcoming hall of the ship, Luo Feng and the others stood there, looking at the external simulation. Rumble. The ship activated and quickly flew through the ninth space. All Luo Feng was shocked to realize, before, he could only see the constantly moving 136 planets. However, when the ship began to enter this space, Luo Feng could clearly see these 136 planets were revolving within this space, and at the center of them all was an incredibly glaring enormous continent. This floating continent had many beautiful palaces. "How mysterious!" Luo Feng exclaimed. "This is called Black Period space. That huge floating continent is also called Black Period continent." The silver-eyed lady smiled and explained. "From the outside world, we can only see the 136 planets. One would be unable to see the most important Black Period continent. All of the geniuses stay on that continent. Of course, this space, the construction that cost the most, came from the 136 Black Period planets." The silver-eyed lady smiled and explained. "Those 136 planets are all man-made. They are all formed from the virtual universe company, spending huge amounts of wealth and treasures to construct. After all, the many generations of geniuses stay here. Their safety is extremely important. We need to prevent the warriors from other races barging in here to kill them." Luo Feng held his breath. Man-made planets, this wasn't too hard. But something that the virtual universe company regards as a huge amount that was crazy. These 136 black period planets automatically revolve and form this area's space. The silver-eyed lady had a sense of pride on her face. Anyone who tries to attack and barge in will be blocked by the space here. All attacks would be deflected towards the 136 planets and dispersed. An Undying's attack has completely no effect on this space. Even a group of universe country leaders has no chance of getting in here. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard the strength of the virtual universe company, as his own strength and position rises. Interacting more with others, he slowly got a clearer idea of just how powerful they were. Like the powerful beast god from Blood River continent, didn't it finally fall? Too, wasn't the entire Blood River continent under surveillance? Like Demon Mountain, the demon note inheritance was indeed very powerful. However, the powerful ancient being that left it behind, didn't he too back off against the virtual universe company? The many universe secret regions, all taken over. Humanity was still one of the pinnacle races of the universe as one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity. The virtual universe company was indeed an unbelievable power. The primal region's 9th space black period continent was extremely vast. Every genius had close to 1 million kilometers in area. Naturally, Dylan's guard team stayed on Luo Feng's territory with him. As Luo Feng entered the area, he sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's training grounds. Rise. Luo Feng stood in the vast training grounds. Behind him the dark golden long rod shot out countless gold lights. Simultaneously Luo Feng controlled his spirit energy to an unbelievable level, as a spirit reader controller whose spirit energy amplitude had reached over 3,200, using the Nanshan armament was much easier than before. Rumble. The surrounding sky and land changed. It became an endless blade world. Condense, Luo Feng said softly. Immediately, a thread of condensed blade energy swiftly formed before him, after which it dispersed, and simultaneously 500 m away, another formed there. After it successfully formed, it dispersed. Then, 1 kilometer away, another formed. Within the blade world area, threads of blade energy condensed throughout before dispersing. Blade energy, omnipresent. The blade world's second level omnipresence. Haha, Luo Feng smiled. Immediately the blade world dispersed, and countless gold lights swiftly returned to the dark golden long rod on his back. 12 years in Demon Note Mountain. Even though my law comprehension has improved quite a bit, it's still not enough for me to reach the omnipresence level of the blade world. Luo Feng was happy within, with my spirit energy amplitude over 3,200, it's 32 times the normal limit of 100. This 32 times of spirit energy is the only reason I can easily reach the level of omnipresence. If I go attempt the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, I can probably succeed. Already, Luo Feng thought. Currently, there was only Fei Tua, the one universe-level genius who had passed the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, and he had just come back from Demon Note Mountain. The fact that the slot of the Demon Note inheritance was stolen made it really bad timing for him to attempt the bridge, as everybody would immediately know if he passed the 8th level. Also, just because he had the strength to pass the 8th level didn't mean he should immediately attempt it, even with enough strength. Passing both the 8th and 9th consecutively would be better, just like how the Wolfman Luo Fu had the strength to pass the 8th level, but never once rushed to attempt it. To the study. Luo Feng swiftly left the training grounds and became a beam of light, entering his study through the balcony. Sitting before his desk, he looked at his laptop, flipping through some dangerous level missions, impossible level missions, and their information. As a primal region member, the authority he had to search was much higher than before. He couldn't see much of the secret information. Right now much more was available to him. I can only take 10 missions every 100 years. And the 100 years here refers to the 100 years in between the qualification battles. Luo Feng thought, after the battles, within the next 100 years, I can at most take on another 10 missions. After these 10 missions I think my core would have broken through to Sector Lord level. When that time comes, my Earth body will break through to Domain Lord level. To Luo Feng, the Earth body could break through to Domain Lord level at any time. However, the moment he broke through, he would be sent out by the virtual universe company. They would normally be placed as governors in their own universe countries, even though there were many benefits to have such power. However, the special privilege of the universe-level geniuses of taking missions would no longer be there. Staying in the universe level. Luo Feng had never ever considered staying as long as the others. With the golden horned beast's evolution speed, I have no need to drag it out, Luo Feng thought, and the comprehension of origin laws is easiest during the Sector Lord level. The moment the golden horned beast breaks through to Sector Lord, my law comprehension speed will explode and rise extremely quickly. Sector Lord level was the easiest period of time to study the laws. In the vast universe, normal domain lords who comprehended the laws were already considered not bad geniuses. However, Sector Lords were able to comprehend the laws. That was a natural order of things even in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Within those tiny little starfields, there were many Sector Lords who have been recognized by the laws themselves. Needless to say, the Sector Lord comprehension speed was indeed very fast. Sector Lord's comprehension of the laws, that too had many beneficial conditions. This was also why the Time Sector Lord chose to stay at that level for so long, with no rush to break through to Undying. Hence, the moment Luo Feng stepped into the Sector Lord period, that was truly his time to explode. Obviously, with the internal world constantly swallowing metal and evolving, he was only about 60 to 70 years away from reaching the Sector Lord level. There are a total of 6 dangerous level missions within the primal region. I'll finish them in one breath. Luo Feng was very confident. With the E9 laser gun and the Masha body, golden horned beast, completing the dangerous level missions was definitely no problem unless he chose to find danger himself. Once the dangerous level missions are done, I'll do the impossible levels after. However, there may be some special encounters within these missions. However, every one of these encounters may be extremely dangerous. The last time I was lucky enough in Demon Note Mountain, the next time may not be so. Luo Feng warned himself within. He had to act according to his strength and not be blinded by his greed. Luo Feng had accepted the impossible level mission before, hence he was very clear there were a total of 18 of them. Within the secret regions of the Virtual Universe Company, there were a total of 4 of them, of which 2 were in the primal region. 1 was the first of the missions, Purgatory Abyss. The reward for the mission was 1,000,000 points, highest of the lot. Similarly, it was the most difficult one. The other was the 6th mission, Confusion Galaxy. Its reward was 500,000 points, a bit more dangerous than Demon Mountain. Within the next 10 years. I'll first complete the 6 dangerous level missions, and then go on to the impossible level mission, Confusion Galaxy. That's only slightly more dangerous. Then Demon Mountain. Luo Feng sat in his study and clearly made his plan. After this series of missions, my strength should rise by quite a bit. The best time to attempt Purgatory Abyss would be when the Golden Horned Beast and the Masha Clansman breaks through to the Sector Lord level. I'll attempt the hardest mission then. Luo Feng nodded. Once all these were complete, that would be the time he would be sent out to be a governor by the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng's method of doing things was very straightforward. Once he decided on a path, naturally he didn't waste more time. He immediately applied that day for the dangerous level mission. The many dangerous level missions, Luo Feng completed them one after another. 6 dangerous level missions, all within the primal region, hence the amount of time wasted sitting in the ships was shorter. He swiftly completed them at different speeds. These 6 dangerous level missions, Luo Feng discovered traces of big secrets from 2 of them. It couldn't be helped. The dangers were too much. These 2 dangerous level mission worlds, one was Wei's planet and the other was Ancient God Shrine. Luo Feng found traces of big secrets and carefully went to investigate. The most mysterious and important ancestor god tomb on Wei's planet was guarded by a large group of Undyings. It scared Luo Feng so much he didn't even dare go near it, lest he was discovered by any of the Undyings, no matter how much he struggled with the Domain Lord level 9 Golden Horned Beast. An Undying would still probably kill him in one strike. The outermost dangers of Ancient God Tomb were low. It made Luo Feng easily complete the mission requirements. However, the big secret within, as Luo Feng investigated, had many dangers lying within. Luo Feng later used the Masha Clansman to carefully invade and search. The Masha Clansman's natural ability of cloning was indeed very heavenly. Just using that one move, Luo Feng's main body stayed outside while the Masha body would enter the danger zones, almost like looking for food before the tiger's mouth. There he managed to obtain an extremely valuable peculiar artery leaf. That's worth was no less than the flame void gold. This leaf was called the Purple 100 Net Leaf. It had many special uses. The best usage was to feed it to an undying level plant life form. It normally auctioned for 2 million mixed elements. Of course, it was extremely dangerous and risky for him to acquire that one single leaf. Luo Feng was afraid of stirring up more trouble, hence he immediately left the Ancient God Tomb. A total of 3 years and 6 months, he finished all 6 dangerous level missions. Discovering just the tip of 2 huge secrets within, he acquired a total of 95,000 in points and a Purple 100 Net Leaf. The more benefits one got from the missions, the more one began to feel greed and ambition within. As he had worked hard to finish the 6 dangerous level missions, however, that was still only worth 95,000 in points even at the highest exchange rate. 1 mixed element for 1 point, that was akin to only 95,000 mixed elements. However, just one big encounter alone, acquiring the Purple 100 Net Leaf, that was worth about 2 million mixed elements. Enough to buy a few Black Dragon Mountain star fields. Luo Feng, big earnings, the purple 100 net leaf was something your teacher wanted to buy back then, but couldn't find a place to buy. When the cloud contact vine evolves to undying, letting it eat it will make its power surge. If the cloud contact vine eats it at sector lord pinnacle level, there's 10 chance it'll break through to undying. Babata was extremely excited. The reason why the probability isn't high is because the purple 100 net leafs effect is mainly change the structure of the body. After finishing the 6 dangerous level missions, Luo Feng rested for about 3 months before he began his impossible level mission, Confusion Galaxy. Any Primal Region member could at most take up to 3 impossible level missions. Luo Feng had already done the Demon Mountain mission, hence he was left with 2 more. According to his plan, he was to first take the easier Confusion Galaxy. Saying it was lower in difficulty was naturally in comparison to the hardest impossible level mission, Purgatory Abyss. Purgatory Abyss, that was simply too dangerous. The death rate of the impossible level missions were 90, however the Purgatory Abyss had a percentage of 99, hence over the many generations of geniuses very few actually attempted it. Even one as competent as Luo Feng. He decided to wait till the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast reached the sector lord level, before he would attempt it. Confusion Galaxy, this was a small region within the vast primal region. It was about the size of the Milky Way. The mission in Confusion Galaxy was very simple, a search mission. 1. To find 39 crystal stones. Details of the stone were in the attachment. Reward 500,000 points. A simple search mission. Actually, the requests for the impossible level missions were all very simple. Some as simple as survival, others a search mission. However, in the dangerous level missions and the difficult level missions, the requests often seen in them were hunting, requested slaughter for items, they encouraged killing more. In the impossible level missions, if one still dared to kill openly, that was simply suicide. Luo Feng carefully began his impossible level mission Confusion Galaxy. Confusion Galaxy, just like its name, was a super maze itself, because it was about the size of the Milky Way. It was much bigger than Demon Mountain. Even Undyings would spend 100,000 years and only have walked a portion of the maze. A very mysterious place. The secrets it held, according to what Luo Feng investigated, shouldn't just be one. He spent a total of 5 years and 7 months before he finally collected the 39 stones, completing the mission. However, he wasn't in a rush to leave, but he hid his core and body in a safe place and allowed the Masha clansmen to investigate the dangerous locations. The Masha clansman had the ability to transform into anything and was very suitable for recon. It had been close to 11 years since Luo Feng finished the Demon Mountain mission and acquired the Demon Node inheritance. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay. I don't believe that I can't find the big secret and encounter of Confusion Galaxy. My body is currently in the automaton ship and stopped in a safe place. In the outer regions of Confusion Galaxy, the Masha clansman is deep in the galaxy searching some secret places. If I can't find it in 1 year, I'll use 10 years. If that doesn't work, I'll use 50 years. Luo Feng walked along the quiet pathway, pondering on his situation on Confusion Galaxy. Confusion Galaxy was indeed a maze. It was also filled with dangers all about. The Masha clansman thus lost its life 6 times. However, Luo Feng simply had to Use some energy every time and reform the body in his internal world as long as the main core was fine, his 3 bodies wouldn't die. 30 Thunder God's anxious voice resounded, you finally come. Second brother, why the rush in meeting me? Luo Feng smiled and gazed in the distance. There a white-robed, bald thunder god was rushing over. What's the matter? Your mail to me said it was an extremely urgent matter. It scared me so much I came here immediately. Luo Feng smiled and walked towards Thunder God. The two walked in the pathway and quickly entered the yard beside. It's truly an urgent matter. Thunder God's expression revealed that of worry. Speak. Luo Feng sat on a chair in the yard. It's concerning Big Brother, Thunder God said. Big Brother? Luo Feng was shocked. In terms of fixing problems and dealing with matters and people, Luo Feng was extremely respectful of his big brother Hong from his point of view. Even if Thunder God or himself made a mess of things, Hong wasn't the type to create such trouble. Speak, what's going on? Luo Feng's expression grew serious. His big brother was the type to not have any problems for an extremely long time. However, the moment there was something, it would probably be something huge. It sounds like a joke when said. Thunder God shook his head and sighed. Right, you should know that Big Brother has been the Ganwu universe country the past 10+ years, right? I know. Luo Feng nodded. When he was participating in the qualification battles, his big brother had already returned to the Ganwu universe country with his teacher, the time Sector Lord Luo. These 10 years he's been stationed here within the Ganwu universe country. He was in one of the 9 great first-class administrative planets, the Jade Dome planet. Thunder God said, but who would have thought that because he was stationed there, he would actually develop feelings for a girl there? Are you joking? Luo Feng was startled. His big brother Hong had a relationship with a girl. During the Great Nirvana period, Hong's wife had already passed away. Even with her early death, he brought up his 2 daughters alone. With his status and power on Earth, who knows just how many women wanted to marry him? What type of woman has he not seen? What's more, with his mental state level, at that absolute level, for a girl to actually make him fall in love with, that was simply an unbelievable thing. This was simply an extremely rare occurrence. I'm not too clear myself, but it's a fact, Thunder God exclaimed. You should know Big Brother's character. The moment he decides on something, even everybody in the world or universe objects, it wouldn't affect him one bit. Luo Feng nodded. Many illusions couldn't even affect his own beliefs, much less Hong. After Hong and that girl began their relationship, something happened. Jade Dome Planet, as one of the 9 great administrative planets, was a powerful and luxurious gathering location. Just the number of families with undyings stationed there range over the hundreds. Thunder God frowned, and this girl's background is huge. Her family forcefully denied Hong from being together with her. What joke is this? Luo Feng questioned. Cowherd and the weaving maid. In the universe, even within those super families that were high up normally didn't care much about relationships below. The opposite. If one met an absolute warrior, they would rather send their daughter to marry, because the bloodline of a strong warrior would normally be powerful. This resulted in the universe's powerful men marrying many women, and the powerful women marrying many men unless there were special circumstances. Like an undying suddenly falling for a girl, and declaring he liked her. Therefore, because of fear for this undying, the family would naturally stop the girl from being with others. However, these sort of situations were extremely rare. Why did they stop them? Luo Feng asked suspiciously. Has some powerful being fallen for the girl? No, Thunder God shook his head. I didn't find such a level of problem. Big Brother didn't say himself either. It's purely the family stopping them. Luo Feng frowned. I understand what you mean. You are saying there's no other obstructing force, simply just that the family doesn't want them together. Right, Thunder God nodded. What's the reason? Luo Feng asked. No idea. Thunder God shook his head. That girl's family doesn't want to give us an explanation. What family is it? Who's the undying behind the family? Tell me. Luo Feng frowned and prepared to investigate properly, since this matter involved his big brother Hong. He had to help no matter what. I really don't know. Thunder God shook his head. I want to help Big Brother, but Big Brother only talks a little about it when we drink, and he's frustrated. After all, our path together, we aren't real brothers, but are akin to one, and when I actually questioned him in detail about it, he wasn't willing to say. Luo Feng frowned. I'll look for him. Luo Feng gently tapped the air before him. There a screen appeared. Luo Feng tapped and sent a mail to his big brother. After a while, a simply dressed Hong in black walked over, smiling as he said, You are both here, third brother. Why the rush in looking for me? Big brother, sit. Luo Feng said. Thunder God stared at Hong. Hong looked at their expressions and frowned. While he sat, he said, Third brother, you know too. Luo Feng nodded, looking very seriously at Hong. Big brother, you are serious? Hong nodded, without any sense of hesitation. When one reached Hong's level of mental state, he saw through things extremely clearly. Haha, I never expected there to be a woman capable enough to attract Big Brother in the entire universe. I really want to meet this woman and see what magic she has. Luo Feng smiled and said, Of course. As Hong nodded, he understood immediately. Hong seemed to have truly fallen in love. As to why and how that woman attracted Hong and how their relationship began, these were things that Luo Feng definitely didn't pursue. Is the problem big? Luo Feng looked at his big brother. Somewhat. Hong seemed to frown a little. Big brother, tell me what family it is, and who the undying behind the family is. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Tell me the situation, and I'll help you. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Hong too. I'll have to trouble you this time now. Third brother. Hong didn't reject either. The three were all outstanding individuals, even Luo Feng, whose mental state was the lowest between the three, had long reached a state where he saw through things clearly. They were straightforward in almost anything they did, and couldn't care less with the formalities. And they all understood each other's thoughts. The family is the Jisher family. It's one of the 300 aristocrat families of the Ganwu Universe country. The girl is called Ji Qing, Hong said directly. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately opened a screen that floated before him, beside Hong, and Thunder God looked at it. Search. Luo Feng entered the Jisher family of the 300 aristocrat families in the Ganwu universe, the undying being, and information on Ji Qing. With Luo Feng's authority as a primal region member, the amount of information he was able to pull up was extremely detailed. Hua. Many articles and lots of information immediately appeared on the screen. They covered the screen completely. Why can't we see all this? Thunder God asked curiously. Amongst the information here, there are parts which are confidential, hence you all can't pull up such information. Luo Feng laughed. These are also part of the authority barriers of the virtual universe network, while he said. So, Luo Feng gently tapped the article right at the top. Once he opened it, it was a compiled list of information according to Luo Feng's search on undying within the Jisher family. Old Luo Feng revealed a look of shock the moment he opened it. "What's the matter?" Thunder God asked. Hong's eyes too were filled with anticipation. "The authority required for the information here isn't high, I can tell you." Here in the virtual universe, Luo Feng laughed and said, "You all should know that there are a total of over 13,000 star fields in the Ganwu universe. Country, just the undyings under the country leader alone range in the tens of thousands, of which there are some with great contributions and are powerful. Those naturally have been given the titles official and emperor." A country-level emperor or official was completely different from an official or emperor-level undying. Like some beginning-level universe civilizations, the strongest may only be a universe level, however they are still emperors or princes, etc. Hence, being an emperor or official of a small country wasn't worth it. Being one in a universe country was much bigger, like the virtual universe company, and huge. Axe Dojo, their emperors are the true pinnacles of strength and wealth. Like true Yen Emperor, he was at the emperor level. However, he was much, much higher in position compared to the emperors of the Ganwu universe country. An official or emperor level undying was something only the superpowers like the huge Axe Dojo or virtual universe company could bestow. What's more, amongst the many universe countries, a lot of them didn't have any emperor-level undyings. The Ganwu universe country has a total of 32 emperors and 268 officials, also called the 300 emperor and officials. Luo Feng said, "Their power is extremely huge. They are well known amongst the over 10,000 undyings, almost all of them are official-level undyings." Hong and Thunder God listened intently. The Jisher family, their territory is the snow border star field. Their family ancestor, the first ancestor to establish the family name, the undying, is called Ji Tian Song. His official level name is Silver Snow Official. Luo Feng said, "Silver Snow Official belongs to the 300 emperor officials. He's one of the longest officials to follow the country leader. He's very well favored by the leader." As Luo Feng spoke, he began to frown more. This Jisher family wasn't easy to deal with. Their background involved the Ganwu universe country leader, of course the leader that was high above wouldn't be bothered to mess with this little girl's matters. "So powerful," Thunder God muttered. Hong seemed pretty calm. Ji Qing. Luo Feng continued, "Universe level 9, a rare absolute genius over countless years, now a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance." What? Hong stood up fiercely. Thunder God stared wide-eyed too. He opened his mouth wide. It took a while before he actually muttered, "My God." The 5 great leviathans of humanity, the Virtual Universe Company and Huge Axe Dojo, were slightly stronger. The others, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank, were slightly weaker. However, no matter, the 5 were all on equal levels, the core members of the Universe Mercenary Alliance still required absolute super geniuses to enter. "She actually is." Hong's expression was complex. He shook his head. He hadn't joined the core of the Huge Axe Dojo currently. He never expected that the seemingly normal girl he liked was actually a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Amongst the 5 leviathans, only the Virtual Universe Company and the Huge Axe dojo would organize the genius competitions. Hence, the other three powers mostly absorbed geniuses in the dark online, resulting in those absorbed to not have much reputation. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, the three Earth brothers, sat together. I was affected, whether she's a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance or not, it has nothing to do with my relationship with her. Hong looked at Luo Feng, third brother, you've seen the information this Ji Sure. Family is stopping my relationship with Ji Qing. Do you have any way to solve this problem? Yes, I do. Luo Feng nodded without any hesitation. Thanks. Hong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Luo Feng laughed. Big brother, you've been helping me these many years, it's now my turn to return the favor. No need for thanks. In terms of the mental state training, Hong had never once found it troublesome, but simply guiding Luo Feng. Haha, Hong suddenly laughed. Because deep within, Hong always remembered his first meeting with Luo Feng back then. His age was probably even older than Luo Feng's grandfather, hence, within, he always felt like he was caring for his younger little brother from a later generation. His doing so was a completely natural inclination. He had never once thought of Luo Feng reciprocating. Yuxiang Mountain, within Luo Feng's primal region villa. Luo Feng quietly sat before his desk. Troubled, Babata teased, sitting on his shoulder. Do you feel that the situation is troublesome now? What trouble? Big brother has never once asked for my help before. With his personality, for him to actually ask this time, no matter what I have to do something. Luo Feng smiled. What's more, this matter to me is indeed not too difficult. It only requires me to make a choice. Choice? Babata was curious. I have two ways to solve this problem now, Luo Feng said. The first is to ask my teacher, Tru Yen. With his status, even the Ganwu Universe country has to show him respect. That Silver Snow official naturally wouldn't dare act any less, as long as the problem isn't too huge. The moment my teacher appears, the issue would be solved. This was the easiest and most direct method. However, Luo Feng didn't wish to trouble his teacher every time. His teacher was indeed protective and partial to him, and he had never once asked his teacher for help before. Occasionally asking, Luo Feng believed his teacher wouldn't reject. However, within, Luo Feng felt that unless there was truly no other choice, otherwise it was best not to trouble his teacher. The second? Babata asked. The second is for me to break through to the domain lord level. Now, Luo Feng said, the moment I break through, I will immediately be sent out as a governor by the Virtual Universe Company, and in my home place, the Ganwu Universe country. According to the rules, I'll be within the Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Department's upper echelon, one with the highest level of authority, as the bridge between the Virtual Universe Company and the Ganwu Universe country. The moment I take on the position, the group of Undyings in the Ganwu Universe country, those with power will still all have to respect me, showing respect to the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng was a Primal Region member with extremely high authority. When a Primal Region member was sent out, the governor position he took on was extremely high. Because within the Virtual Universe Company, the Primal Region member position was akin to an official level Undying, the governor position too reflected this. Naturally he would be amongst the highest in authority within the upper echelons of the Ganwu Universe Country's department. Are you ready to break through? Babata was shocked. Weren't you intending to attempt the purgatory abyss before breaking through? Hence, I'm pondering. Luo Feng frowned as he sat at his desk and pondered. Actually, there was a third method that was for him, to go meet the silver snow. Official Jitian song in the virtual universe now, however he was after all only a universe-level primal region member, and the percentage of primal region members falling was extremely high. Only few actually become undying. Even if they did become undying, they would normally only become official level undying. Only very rarely would an emperor level undying appear. Jitian Song was an official level undying, existing for trillions of years. An old official highly respected and favored by the Ganwu universe country leader. To a small kid like Luo Feng, to a kid that may fall at any time, plus this kid didn't have any way to influence him, he would at most treat him with some respect. However, with regards to the problem, he probably wouldn't give way. There's no guarantee in the third method. The first method has the highest guarantee. Teacher True Yen Emperor can befriend the universe country leader and is among the upper echelon of the virtual universe company. The moment he appears, that silver snow official wouldn't dare deny him. The second method, I'll become a governor, and when that happens, I'll have huge power. I'll represent the virtual universe company. My words will be much heavier than before. Luo Feng frowned. However, the second method would mean I'd have to give up the Purgatory Abyss. Purgatory Abyss. The Confusion Galaxy's big secret is definitely there, it's just that I haven't found it. Purgatory Abyss is the top mission, the secret is definitely even bigger. Suddenly, the image of Ku Luo Fu's situation popped up in Luo Feng's mind. His expression couldn't help but change slightly, sweat beaded down his forehead. He had unknowingly been affected by his own greed from the 6th dangerous level missions before. He had surprisingly acquired the purple 100 net leaf. Hence, he had been unwilling to give up on Confusion Galaxy. Luckily, he had the Masha clansmen to go explore, so even though he had died several times, he was still able to revive it. Purgatory Abyss is the top mission. If I'm too overconfident, I'll probably die there too. Luo Feng took a deep breath. When it's time to step back, I have to step back. Always chasing my limits may not always be a good thing. What's more, even if I completed the Purgatory Abyss mission, I'll only get 1,000,000 points, the one purple 100 net leaf I acquired before, and that flame void gold far exceeds that worth. I'll give it up. I'll give up the final Purgatory Abyss mission and get ready to break through to the Domain Lord level. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He suddenly felt like giving up at certain times had its own rewards. Teacher. Luo Feng stood before the screen. On it was his teacher, True Yen Emperor. What's the matter? True Yen smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Teacher, I feel like I can break through to the Domain Lord level at any time. Do you think that it's better for me to stay in the universe level or enter the Domain Lord level? Luo Feng looked at True Yen Emperor. Even though he had made a decision, it was better to hear what his teacher thought. You feel like you can break through already? True Yen revealed a look of glee, laughing loudly. Is there a need to say, of course you should break through the path of training? There's time to be prudent and cautious, and other times to be brave and courageous. Naturally, this time you should push forward, cutting past all obstructions. What's the point of staying in the universe level for thousands of years like those seniors? Break into the Domain Lord level, then you'll be competing against the Domain Lord level geniuses. The pressure will be higher. Those are the truly valuable battles. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Move forward. You must have a heart of always pushing forward. What's more, Sector Lord level is the time where your origin law comprehension will improve the fastest. Whatever you are doing now is only little stuff, the Sector Lord. Battles are the most brutal. True Yen Emperor looked at Luo Feng. You should have finished 2 impossible level missions currently, with one last chance for one more right. What's the difference if you miss one? If you lack points in the future, your teacher will use money to exchange for points and give you the point rewards of an impossible level mission. Isn't worth much to me. Even at the highest exchange rate, 1 million points represented 1 million mixed elements. To an absolute being like True Yen Emperor, he indeed wouldn't care. Didn't Skyfeather Emperor just simply throw out a piece of the flame void? Gold. A heart of always looking forward. I'm only doing the little stuff now, Luo Feng realized as he smiled at his teacher on the screen, replying respectfully, understood, teacher. I'll break through to the Domain Lord level now. Go on. Go explore the starfields. That's the true place for the strong always. Staying under the protection of the Virtual Universe Company, you won't ever grow. True Yen laughed on the screen. Luo Feng nodded. Since the Golden Horned Beast and the Masha clansmen had broken through much earlier, and also since the Golden Horned Beast and the Earth Body were both flesh and blood life forms, the evolution was almost completely similar. When Luo Feng began to go through his breakthrough, very quickly, a life core began to condense within Luo Feng's body. Within the life core, there lay his soul crystal and genetic energy crystal. Of course, this life core wasn't too important to Luo Feng. The life core was solely for his earth body. The life crystal was for the Masha clansmen. The internal core within his internal world, that was the true core of the 3 bodies. Half a day later, the Virtual Universe Company staff stationed on Black Period Continent immediately rushed over to Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng, through your connection to the Virtual Universe Network, we have discovered that you've already broken through to the Domain Lord level. According to the company's rules, we just need to confirm it in reality. 3 black-clothed staff stood before Luo Feng respectfully. Luo Feng only revealed a smile. Whether it was the consciousness induction helmet or the quantum computers, anything that was designed to connect to the Virtual Universe Network, all had body scanning abilities. Those features were very normal, and their accuracy wasn't exactly very high. Hence, they had to check them in reality to confirm. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Please unleash your spirit energy and genetic energy, the leading black clothed staff said respectfully. All right. Luo Feng smiled and released pure spirit energy. It swept past the surrounding region before he kept it back, after which, Luo Feng extended his right arm, and a glaring gold light shot out. D. 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 The device of the 3 black-clothed staff all sounded. They all looked down at it and nodded. Luo Feng's spirit energy and genetic energy had reached the Domain Lord level 1 level. Your Majesty, please give us a drop of blood. This will let us test to confirm whether the body has evolved, the leading black-clothed staff said. Luo Feng nodded. A drop of blood dripped from his fingers and flew towards the staff. Scanning the spirit energy, genetic energy, and a drop of blood, these were all the most accurate way to test one's strength. Spirit energy can test the level of one's soul. Genetic energy will test the body level. A drop of blood will determine if the body had evolved. Of course, There was one other very accurate way to test, and that was to let a strong warrior use his spirit energy to enter Luo Feng's body and check whether there was a life core there. This method, however, was extremely humiliating and dangerous. The life core was where a person's core was. If someone used the chance of scanning to destroy the life core, wouldn't that genius be instantly killed? And with that genius's status, would he allow someone else to scan him so easily? The blood test has been confirmed. Your Majesty's body can undergo amplitude strengthening and evolve to Domain Lord level 9. The leading staff member smiled at Luo Feng. Your Majesty, the results of the tests have all been sent into the virtual universe network. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on breaking into the Domain Lord level. Thanks, Luo Feng nodded. Since Your Majesty has already been confirmed as a Domain Lord level, according to the rules, firstly, you have one chance to go strengthen your body. The leading staff smiled. His purple eyes were friendly. We've already brought the nutrition cabin over, and it's been prepared with enough nutrition liquid, enough to strengthen you to Domain Lord level 9. Luo Feng nodded. The virtual universe company was just like that. Every genius didn't need to waste time on quantity-related training. The moment he stepped into Domain Lord level 1, he could go straight to Domain Lord level 9 with the nutrition cabin. Who? A stone-gray nutrition cabin appeared before him. This seemingly ancient nutrition cabin was obviously not cheap to construct. Of course, the nutrition liquid was the true expensive thing. Your Majesty, this nutrition cabin can only be used for one person. The leading staff smiled and said, other than the nutrition cabin, there's one other thing we need to tell you. Luo Feng stood and listened. The second thing is that since you've reached the Domain Lord level, then you'll be sent out. The leading staff looked at Luo Feng. According to the rules, you'll normally be placed in your home region. Yours is the Ganwu universe country. I don't know if Your Majesty is willing to return to the Ganwu universe country and be stationed there as our virtual universe company's representative. If you are not willing, you can pick another universe country. I'm willing to go to Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty. The leading purple-eyed black-cloaked staff smiled and said, as you are a Primal Region member, your position in the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company will be extremely high. You'll have high authority, hence the decision will have to pass through the upper echelons meeting, after which they'll send out an order. This process will take, quickest a month, slowest half a year. Luo Feng nodded. Everything is done. We shall not disturb you further. The purple-eyed staff slightly bowed, and the two black-cloaked staff behind bowed respectfully as well. So. The three staff members became beams of light and flew away. Luo Feng watched as the three left and sat back in his living room. The efficiency sure is low. Just one order might take from 1 month to half a year. Luo Feng shook his head and exclaimed, the bald undying that had been with him all this time. Dylan sat beside and smiled. Your Majesty, because you are a Primal Region member, the orders will involve the highest of people within the Ganwu department. As for the powers and authority you'll get, the benefits will all be huge, hence, it all has to go through a process before it comes. Tell me, what position will I take? Luo Feng was curious. The Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company, under normal circumstances, has 3 tycoons at the highest level. Dylan said, the Ganwu department is separated into the military side, the business side, and the army. The three tycoons watch over these three departments. There's also an army. Luo Feng was shocked. Under normal circumstances, these were usually only split in two, the military and business sides. Strictly speaking, the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company is split into just those two. Dylan smiled. The military department refers to the strong warriors that are part of the Virtual Universe Company's management. There, along with the geniuses that they've collected and nurtured in the Ganwu Universe Country, etc., all these belong to the military side. The business side is the businesses. There are trillions of workers, and the benefits there are huge as well. Luo Feng nodded. The military and business sides were the main two sides for the Virtual Universe Company. He knew this long ago. However, Dylan smiled. In the vast universe, there are trillions of races. Our humanity often goes into huge wars with the other races. Hence in the 1008 universe countries, there's always a prepared universe army. Universe army. Luo Feng squinted. The universe army's weakest are at least universe level, Dylan said. Maybe in one galaxy, a universe soldier may be extremely rare. However, in the vast universe country, to build an army of over 100 million universe level soldiers, 1 million sector lords, over 10,000 undyings, that is still possible. Luo Feng held his breath. Over 10,000 undyings leading the super army. Every universe army is the most powerful and important force of each universe country, Dylan said, hence the management of this army is extremely important. Luo Feng nodded. Right, such a terrifying powerful army, who manages it? The universe army cannot be completely controlled by the universe countries. Highest levels, Dylan said. Every country's army is usually run by the highest management of the country itself, along with the Virtual Universe Company, or huge Axe Dojo department stationed there. They run it together. Luo Feng was shocked. Just either the Virtual Universe Company or the huge Axe Dojo. Right, Dylan nodded. The 1008 universe armies in the 1008 universe countries, of which 504 are run by the Virtual Universe Company and the countries, while the other 504 are run by the huge Axe Dojo and the countries. The Virtual Universe Company and the huge Axe Dojo looks like they are much more powerful than the other three Leviathans. Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. 5 Leviathans. However, the other 3 Leviathans, they actually couldn't involve themselves in the 1008 universe armies. This was obviously because their power couldn't compare to the Virtual Universe Company and huge Axe Dojo. Of course, we are much stronger. Dylan smiled and nodded. The 5 Leviathans have always been led by the Virtual Universe Company and the huge Axe Dojo. Your hometown, the Ganwu Universe Country, is just nice within the 504 managed by the Virtual Universe Company. Dylan smiled, hence the Universe Army there is run by the high management or of Ganwu Department and their country's upper management. So, the Ganwu Department, other than the normal military and business side, has an army department. Dylan smiled. Of course, the army is run only by the management of the army department, unlike the military and business heads. They all have absolute authority over their departments. However, even so, the army is still a very strong department. Luo Feng nodded. Right, a super army formed from the entire force of a universe country, even if it's just the management. The Ganwu Department military department was already very strong. The three tycoons of the Ganwu department are the military head, the business head and the army head. Dylan laughed. To be the tycoon of one of the departments, the strength requirement is an official level undying. 3 official level undyings. Luo Feng was shocked within. Your Majesty, of course your strength is far from theirs, however, your position and power in the company is indeed that of an official level. Undying. Dylan smiled. Hence the moment you return to the Ganwu universe country, then, your position level will be equal to that of the 3 tycoons. Hence, Your Majesty, you will become the Ganwu department's 4th tycoon. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng held his breath as he heard. The Ganwu department, it had a huge power within the universe country, even the most important army had huge authority, even the mighty Ganwu universe country leader. He too had to submit to the virtual universe company. Naturally, the strength of the Ganwu department was absurd. The 4th tycoon, but there's only 3 departments in the Ganwu department. Luo Feng was curious. 3 departments, governed by 3 tycoons. What would the 4th do? Looks like Your Majesty has yet to gather detailed information about this. Dylan laughed. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong's problem was the main reason he had decided to break through to domain Lord level early, hence, he hadn't found the time to actually go gather information and do other preparations for this new mission. Primal region members who are sent out usually get the position of supervising envoys. Dylan said their positions are similar in level to the 3 tycoons. What does the supervising envoy do? Luo Feng was curious. Is it simply a name, without any real power? Having real power was very important. Just the high position alone, without any real power, was completely useless. Even back on Earth, Luo Feng knew of all these antics. Of course there's real power, Dylan said, and it's huge. Luo Feng listened intently. The Ganwu department of our virtual universe company represents the company in governing many of the universe country matters. Even the undyings of the Ganwu universe country have to passionately treat the 3 tycoons well. If that is the case, imagine just how shockingly powerful these 3 are, Dylan explained, and because of their incredible power and influence, even undyings would have a certain amount of greed and ambition as time went by. Due to their greed and ambition, they would start to do certain things that would harm the virtual universe company's benefits. This was also very normal. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed that way, as power corrupted people. What's more, it was their power and greed against an entire universe country. Hence, the supervisory envoy is, as the name had indicated, its first foremost, a supervisor. Dylan smiled. He can supervise the 3 tycoons. The moment he discovers any tricks or antics, he can immediately report to the headquarters of the company. Haha, no matter how powerful the person is, he cannot deal with a full audit. What's more, if there's really is something going on, all the more reason for them to not dare and mess with you. The 3 tycoons will naturally come and treat you well, and they wouldn't dare mess with you in any way. Dylan laughed. The moment you become a sector lord and your envoy mission naturally ends, only then would they relax again. After all, the number of primal region domain lords are simply too few. Probably 1 in over tens of thousands of years or even more. Only then would they get a supervisor envoy arriving in the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Supervisor envoy. This was akin to the headquarters. Going in to supervise, the power was naturally huge. That's the most basic power of the supervisor envoy. Dylan laughed. Other than the nurturing angle, the virtual universe company would also arrange for other matters for you to do. There are also a few things that, once completed, will give you point rewards. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Domain Lord and Sector Lord level geniuses also had pathways to acquire points, only that it wasn't as simple as universe level, not as easy. The news of Luo Feng becoming Domain Lord level quickly spread throughout Xiang Mountain. Yuxian Mountain, as the gathering place of the virtual universe companies. Most pinnacle geniuses, they all eyed the primal region. Hence, when Luo Feng made it into the primal region through the qualification battles that year, the geniuses all knew naturally, and they were all shocked too, as this Luo Feng actually made it into the primal region in his first qualification battles. That was crazy. Who'd have thought that after only a decade or so, he actually broke through to Domain Lord level and was sent out? Has Luo Feng lost it completely from our primal region geniuses? 90 of them can break through to Domain Lord level at any time too. However, who would be as crazy as him? Universe level geniuses and Domain Lord level geniuses have too much of a difference in power. I heard the absolute beginning region Domain Lord levels weakest genius passed at least the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the primal region's 10 weakest members have all passed the 10th level. Even the strongest Fei Tua of the universe level geniuses, thrown in amongst the Domain Lord level, could barely stay within the absolute beginning region. Has this Luo Feng gone mad? Who knows? Within a booth of the Banyan Tree Bar in the public region, the top 10 of the genius battle that year had all gathered here. It was mainly to send Luo Feng off. Whether it was Rong Jun or Bolin, they all naturally knew that Luo Feng had broken through to the Domain Lord level, and they were all stunned. Madman, we've known each other for so many years. I've always thought you were crazy. However, this time, it's even more crazy than what I expected. Rong Jun lifted his wine glass. No matter how much of a genius, they would normally stay in the universe level for over 1,000 years before breaking through. Many of them stay for thousands of years. However, you, for your madness, madman, let me toast you. Haha, savage. Come, let's drink. Luo Feng lifted his wine glass too. Pa. The two of them raised their glasses to toast and downed their drinks. Madman Wuka stood up and laughed. The universe level geniuses all usually stay in that level for thousands of years. The Domain Lord level geniuses stay their places for tens of thousands of years. Hence, the Domain Lord members of the absolute beginning region, their weakest, have also passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The lowest in the primal region have passed the 10th level. This I know. Luo Feng laughed. Among the 100 absolute beginning Domain Lords, 39 have passed the 8th level, and 58 have passed the 9th, 3 have passed the 10th. Among the 10 Domain Lords in the primal region, 9 have passed the 10th and 1 has passed the 11th. Am I right? Wuka was stunned. The others in the booth all went silent. According to what they knew, Luo Feng had only passed the 7th level. Currently, the difference with the Domain Lord level absolute beginning members was quite huge, much less the primal region members. What's there to be afraid of? The Domain Lord level qualification battles are held once every 1,000 years. There's still a few hundred years to the next one. Luo Feng laughed. A few hundred years later, my strength would have risen. Bolin, who had been silent all this time, raised his head suddenly, his voice Cold, you have a guarantee of passing the 10th level in a few hundred years. Luo Feng was silent for a while. Every 3 levels was a barrier for the heavenly bridge, 1 3, 4 6, 7 9, 10 12. Hence, the jump from the 9th to the 10th level was a huge difference. The absolute geniuses trained for tens of thousands of years, that's how many genius battles and hero battles they took that long to pass the 10th level. And yet there were only about 10 of them, and these 10, they were all the most exceptional of their genius competitions, or hero competitions, or pinnacle geniuses nurtured from within the virtual universe company. They were all impressive. Yet they still spent over 10,000 years to pass the 10th level. The 9th to the 10th, it could be simply said, is harder than the 1st to the 9th. Combined. You have a guarantee. Bolin stared at Luo Feng and asked again. Haha, Luo Feng laughed, at least I have the courage to go at it. What's more, who knows what will happen in the future? The group around the table were all silent. They all felt Luo Feng's heart of endless possibilities, always looking forward. It was this belief, one of never backing down even though they understood it. However, they all never learnt this from him, because Luo Feng broke through with his primal region universe level identity, and none of them had the ability to enter the primal region. Primal region, Black Period continent. Your Majesty, don't worry. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Don't worry, Luo Feng frowned. The primal region is simply too far from the Ganwu universe country. Even if I sit in a universe ship that reaches 50 times light speed, it would require over a year of time. I'm very worried about my big brother's problem. However, over this year, who knows what can happen unless I go trouble my teacher. Your Majesty, unless there's simply no other way, it's better not to bother. The ancestor, the bald Dylan said. Of course I understand that. Luo Feng frowned. However, the flight time. Your Majesty. The bald man smiled. I've said before, you needn't worry. In the universe, other than relying on universe ships, there is one other faster way to reach the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng was shocked. What other way? Your Majesty should have been to the primal chaos city, right? The bald man smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Primal chaos city is within the primal universe, and the primal universe, compared to our ancient actual universe, their distance is extremely close. Yet, no matter how close, it's still much further than us going to the Ganwu universe country, the bald man said. However, back then when you went to the primal universe, wasn't it extremely fast? Luo Feng nodded. Very fast indeed, because we used the universe pathways. Luo Feng clearly remembered back then that they sat in Nine-Blade Knight's ship, flying to the primal universe through the universe pathways. Within that pathway the time flow was irregular, making it uncomfortable for the many geniuses. Right, universe pathways, the bald man nodded, and not just so, and for people like your Majesty who lives in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, that empire is supported by the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain, and that sacred land is in truth a god country, and there's a pathway fixed to head to the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng nodded. This is something he knew too. And the god countries are all weaved in between the universe space itself. The bald man Dylan smiled. Those pathways linking the god country to the real universe, those are all pathways. Whether it's the space pathway in a god country or the higher level primal universe pathways, they are all transportation routes. Dylan smiled. It makes the originally 100 million light-year distance. With the pathways, we can instantly get there. These are all fixed space pathways. Dylan exclaimed, any fixed pathway, the further the distance between the places they link, the higher the price of construction even if it's a close by fixed pathway, one would have to pay tens of thousands of mixed elements a few others that go further, may go up to millions to tens of millions of mixed elements to construct one there. Luo Feng was shocked. The price of the fixed pathways was indeed huge. Other than using the fixed pathways, Dylan smiled, the God countries can actually do a one-time transfer. While I'm in the God country, as long as I had left a marker anywhere else in the universe before, I can instantly transfer over there through space, as a one-time transfer. Dylan explained these sort of transfers have smaller fees, however, every time you do it, you have to make a pathway through space. And according to the distance, the price will be different. From here to my God country, I have to create a pathway once, that would take about 3 mixed elements and resources from my God country, creating a pathway to the Ganwu universe country, that would take about 5 mixed elements, Dylan said. Luo Feng was shocked. Making a transfer through the God country just once required about 8 mixed elements. Many Undyings didn't even have wealth up to 10,000 mixed elements, even his own teacher wouldn't bear to go through this transfer. Creating a pathway over an extra long distance will have larger usage of energy, hence even the Undyings are more used to using universe ships, Dylan said, unless it's an incredibly urgent matter, or fleeing, etc., only then would they choose to use this instant travel back into their God country, or using their God country to travel to another place. Luo Feng was shocked within. The God country was a good half of an Undying's life. It was an incredibly mysterious existence with special energy within. No wonder they made fixed pathway towards the primal universe otherwise. Creating a pathway every time there and back, the price was something even the virtual universe company would feel the pinch. Luo Feng exclaimed within to save time on his trip back to the Ganwu universe country. It would take a huge amount of resources. The primal region was one of the most ancient universe secret regions, and it was incredibly vast. On Black Period continent, the group of palaces went on continuously, as it was impossible to see it end. To end, the many generations of primal region geniuses all stayed here. The control center of the entire Black Period continent was a 66-story completely black tower. Even the lowest level alone was over 1,000 kilometers in length and width, and its height reaching 10,000 kilometers. This tower controlled the space all around. Within the 45th level of the tower, there lay a blur of delicate equipment, screens, etc., and around them were many silver-clothed staff and very few black clothed staff. The enormous screens floating about the hall above suddenly all lit up. I want to take a universe ship and leave the primal region towards the Ganwu universe country. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire hall. Immediately, the black-cloaked staff in the hall all looked up there. A silhouette was on the screen. It was the silver-armored, black-haired youth. It's His Majesty Luo Feng. Luo Feng wants to head out immediately to the Ganwu universe country. The order hasn't been sent out right. The distance from here to the Ganwu universe country is quite far. Even the most exceptional F-grade universe ship would still require 1 to 2 years to reach. The longest the order would take to come is probably half a year. It's not strange for him to depart now. The group of black-clothed staff all discussed softly. One of the black-clothed staff walked to the control board and pressed a Button, replying respectfully, Your Majesty Luo Feng, your request has been sent to the control system. Once it's authorized, it'll go through immediately. Black period continent, in the air above Luo Feng's palace, a completely black, flat universe ship floated about. Within the universe ship. Dylan, your ship is really not bad. This is a F-grade universe ship. I heard that even many Undyings are unable to construct an F-grade ship like that. Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the control room, looking around and smiling as he complimented. This yen asterisk ship was a reward from my teacher after I completed a great work. Dylan sat in the sofa beside. Reward. Luo Feng was completely shocked. His third senior was indeed generous. This ship was only slightly below his Yun Mo planet ship, however, it was still ultimately an F-grade ship. D. Master, we've already acquired the authorization, we can leave immediately. A cute girl image appeared on the screen above the control board. Her voice was clean and crisp. Let's depart, Dylan ordered. Yes. The ship immediately activated and swiftly flew into the skies, becoming a blur and swiftly flying towards space as it flew to the side of the black period space. Immediately, the space about rippled and the ship pierced right through the ripple. Half a day later. Within the space, the yen asterisk ship was like a huge flat fish swimming in space. Your Majesty, we've already left the primal region. Dylan smiled. The primal region is the core of the virtual universe company. I didn't dare begin my god country transfer there, but it's possible now. Sorry to trouble you. Luo Feng stood right up. His face was filled with anticipation as he looked out at the vast space. He had never seen or experienced this god country transfer. It'll be quick. The black-robed bald Dylan stood up beside him as strong ripples began to generate from his origin law energies. His eyes looked at the endless space around. Suddenly, an incredibly glaring light lit up from his body, immediately spreading throughout and covering kilometers of space outside. The entire universe ship was engulfed in this blinding light. This is Luo Feng, who was also engulfed in the blinding light, was shocked as he stared wide-eyed. He could faintly see a golden palace through the blinding light. Is that the god country? Xiao. The entire ship instantly followed the light pathway and swiftly entered the god country. The god country transfer was kind of similar to a far-distance teleportation. However, this level of teleportation wasn't the kind after one comprehended the origin laws and used the space law to teleport. Rather, it was the special energy the god countries had within, an ability that is there the moment one produces a god country. The yen asterisk was completely engulfed in the blinding light and instantly vanished from that original space. Within the undying Dylan's god country. While Luo Feng stood within the control room through the external simulation, he could see the beautiful god country outside. That jade blue color was like an endless ocean outside. There were ripples above the ocean. In the air above the endless blue floated a golden palace that was almost like star. It glowed and lit up the entire god country. This is my god country. Dylan stood beside Luo Feng and smiled. How beautiful and majestic. Luo Feng looked at the distant gold shrine that lit up the entire god country ocean. Your Majesty, the god country is an Undying's most important place. Dylan stood beside and warned Luo Feng, that's why one must never ever bring enemies with threats into the god country. The moment they invade the god country, that would truly be a battle to the death. Once the god country crumbles. Even if the Undying manages to somehow survive, he would have no more future forever. Luo Feng nodded. Also, the God Country space transfer has to be sent to a very secure location, where there's no other Undyings around in the area, Dylan said, because, the moment we begin the transfer, it would reveal the location of the God Country. If other Undyings discover where your God Country is, that'd be a nightmare. Luo Feng nodded. The God Country was akin to one's core. It was extremely important. One must never reveal it to others. This time, Dylan had brought Luo Feng and his guards all into his God Country, however, as there were no other Undyings in the guard team, they weren't any threat to Dylan. Then shall we head to the Ganwu Universe Country now? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan's body began to emit powerful law energies. Simultaneously the golden palace suddenly lit up and gleamed brightly, condensing into a light pillar. Rumble. The light pillar rushed into the skies, and the universe ship swiftly flew towards the pillar, flying straight into the pillar and vanishing within it. So, the super long-distance teleportation was complete. The glaring light pillar vanished within an unnamed mineral planet in the Ganwu Universe Country region. A glaring beam of light appeared and a flat ship appeared from that light. Your Majesty, we are currently in the Ganwu Universe Country's Rockstone Star field in the control room. Dylan stood beside Luo Feng and smiled. I left some of my undying energy here before, hence, no matter how far the distance is, I am able to feel this energy through my God Country and directly teleport via my God Country. You have to leave undying energy to be able to do the teleport, Luo Feng asked curiously. Yes, Dylan nodded. I have to confirm the destination to do the transfer. And every Undying's energy is unique. They are all unique to every individual. Hence, it can be used to make a marker. Luo Feng nodded. An Undying's energy was unique to every one. They all were slightly different from each other. According to what you said, in order to use the God Country to teleport, that place has to have some specially left items. Luo Feng frowned. That also means you've been to these places before. Right. Dylan laughed. For example, places I've never been to before, I naturally cannot teleport there. How far is this planet from Jade Dome Planet? Luo Feng asked. This marker position is the closest to Jade Dome Planet of many that I've left about. Dylan said. If we enter universe transfer from here and head over with 50 times light speed in the dark universe, it'll take about 12 days. Luo Feng nodded. 12 days. Taking 12 days to travel in the vast universe was indeed an extremely short amount of time. Let's depart. Luo Feng smiled. Yes, Dylan nodded. Luo Feng returned to his resting quarters. This was a cabin Dylan specially arranged for him, and it was extremely luxurious. With just a wave, Luo Feng retrieved the nutrition cabin from his space ring and planted it on the ground. I haven't found the time to use the nutrition cabin. Luo Feng looked at the nutrition liquid within and thought, for my Earth body to rise from domain Lord level 1 to domain Lord level 9, it'll probably take half a year of time. And I've been busy with working on Big Brother's problem. I can only occasionally use the nutrition cabin. Hua. The nutrition cabin automatically opened after it confirmed Luo Feng's identity. After which, Luo Feng stepped in naked and lay in the ice-cold, valuable nutrition liquid, its rich and endless special energy immediately began to seep into his skin, his muscles, his organs beginning to swiftly change his body. 12 days later. After Dylan woke up Luo Feng, he called him over to the control room. Your Majesty, 10 Sector Lord level guards bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Throughout this journey, the Sector Lord, Domain Lord, and Universe level guards all stayed within the Universe ship. Only now, after they arrived at the destination, did the 10 Sector Lords come out from their cabins. Dylan smiled and pointed at the space outside. Your Majesty, look, that's Jade Dome Planet. Luo Feng looked from the control room. There lay an incredibly glaring planet. In the distant space, it was completely jade green on the outer surface. Your Majesty, Jade Dome Planet is one of the 9 first-class administrative planets, as the Gongwu Universe country's territory is simply too vast, hence they use this first-class administrative planets to govern different regions. And Jade Dome Planet is the center of 1,000 star fields around here. Dylan smiled and explained, and the planet itself was specially constructed within the God country. It wasn't naturally formed. The entire planet has a diameter of 980 kilometers, about the size of a normal planet. Luo Feng smiled. There's a universe galaxy bank on Jade Dome Planet, right? Of course, Dylan nodded. In a moment I'll transfer funds within the Universe Galaxy Bank and return that 8 mixed elements to you. Luo Feng smiled. Universe Galaxy Bank. It was time for him to retrieve the inheritance his teacher left for him. Undyings usually had to do risky missions in order to earn large amounts of wealth. For many normal Undyings, with lifespans over hundreds of millions of years, their wealth could range up to 10,000 mixed elements on average. They wouldn't even earn 1 mixed element every 10,000 years. This was also why the Undyings would rather use their universe ships to travel about and not use their God country teleportation. Even the Emperor-level Undyings were used to using universe ships, because the amount of wealth used for the God country transfer was simply too shocking, and to these Undyings, using a few years to travel didn't mean anything. They would simply immerse themselves in their law studies, and when they finally opened their eyes, a few years would have already passed. Your Majesty, that's unnecessary, Dylan said. No, I insist. The only reason we could reach Jade Dome Planet this quickly was because of the God country transfer, and the God country transfer uses so much resources. How can I let you foot the entire bill? Luo Feng laughed. Looking at the distant beautiful planet in the space. Jade Dome Planet. Jade Dome Planet's color is very similar to my home. Your Majesty's home. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Earth. It had already been over 200 years since he returned. When the F-grade universe ship drew close to Jade Dome Planet's atmosphere, Luo Feng and the entire group of guards all hustled as they flew out of the cabin door. Dylan waved, and the F-grade universe ship vanished from mid-air. Let's go to Jade Dome Planet, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. An undying, 10 sector lords, 100 domain lords, and 1,000 universe level soldiers. The guard team immediately replied in unison and immediately surrounded Luo Feng, becoming a beautiful beam of light flying towards the planet. They swiftly broke through the atmosphere and entered. In an instant, Luo Feng could see the incredibly majestic ancient city. The many ancient cities from above didn't seem technological at all. Your Majesty, as the center of 1,000 star fields, one of the 9 Ganwu universe countries' first-class administrative planets, countless sector lord families and even undying families have sections here. Dylan looked down below at the ancient city towards which they were drawing closer, hence, the strong are numerous like the clouds on Jade Dome planet. Even sector lord warriors have to remain low profile. Luo Feng nodded. There were so many undyings on Ganwu universe country, hence, there would probably be many of them on Jade Dome planet as well. Let's enter the city, Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Under Luo Feng's leadership, this team of over 1,000 immediately landed and entered the city. Jade Dome planet. The management of this Xiangshui city was strict amongst the 108 cities. Even the disciples from big families or sector lords from other starfields had to follow the rules from the moment they enter the city. They were forbidden from flying and landing within. Those that dared to do so were definitely the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country. And within this city, flying was forbidden too. Look. That group of people actually flew in. Within a wide pathway that was a few hundred meters long, their appearances were all varied. The high-status residents of Jade Dome planet all looked up with shock as they saw the black blur of the group landing from above. That group almost looked like a black cloud descending, especially the world energies that they emitted. Some burning while others ice-cold, or heavy like mountains. The energy that the 10 sector lords naturally emitted shocked the people below. Even though it wasn't rare to see sector lords in Jade Dome planet, they were still powerful and respected beings. After all, the higher up undyings were too lazy to show themselves and only appeared once every 10,000 years or so. Hence, the sector lords were the strongest. The residents here normally saw 10 sector lords, and all recognized by their laws. Even in an entire starfield, it was hard to get 10 sector lords all recognized by their laws. Let's go, Luo Feng ordered, and the group swiftly became a blur and left. Who are those people? 10 sector lords. Where's he from? The many residents in the streets all exchanged glances, as they were completely shocked. Any single sector lord was enough to build a strong family here, and 10 of them were actually following one person. That silver-armored, black-haired youth, is he an important core member of one of the 300 emperor official families? He would have to be the most pampered one too, otherwise, how would he get 10 sector lords to follow him? I'm sure I didn't see wrongly before. Among the over 1,000 people, the weakest were universe levels. The many residents in the streets all discussed. They all thought Luo Feng should be one of the most important core members of the pinnacle families in the Ganwu universe country. Otherwise, his entourage wouldn't be so huge. Even in the first-class administrative planet Jade Dome planet, it was rare to see such a scene. Luo Feng and his big group entered a particular Xiangshui city's luxurious villa. It was called Swallow Mountain Villa. The costs here in Xiangshui City are really high. Just a villa like this, my purchase in the virtual universe network, costs 2 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng laughed and said buying a small galaxy would only cost about 100 billion universe dollars. Those without capital really cannot buy a large villa here on this planet. Haha, it is rather expensive. However, to your Majesty, this shouldn't mean anything. If your Majesty decides to go public, the Ganwu universe country has long prepared everything for you. There's no need for you to buy this villa. I like to remain low profile, understand? The 10-sector lord smiled and agreed. Luo Feng smiled and nodded as he ordered, "All right, this villa will be our living quarters on Jade Dome Planet Dylan, follow me out, the rest can stay here for a while." "Yes, Your Majesty." Over 1,000 guards all replied. Luo Feng nodded. "Let's go." Dylan Luo Feng headed out, "Follow me to the Universe Galaxy Bank." "Yes," Dylan nodded. Every one of the 108 cities in Jade Dome Planet had a Universe Galaxy Bank. After all, those living on this planet were extremely wealthy and people with status. Even the most normal living quarters on the planet was enough to buy an entire life planet in a few galaxies. The royalty of those basic level civilizations put here would be considered lower class. For the Universe Galaxy Bank to build 108 buildings here wasn't strange at all. Universe Galaxy Bank. Luo Feng looked at the distant huge silver skyscraper. The very artistic construct was surrounded by kilometers of grass fields. On it many people from other star fields could be seen discussing. "I wonder how much money there is in the account teacher left me," Luo Feng thought. After all, teacher had spent a huge amount on the UNMO planet ship and the cloud contact vine. However, for his level of power and official level of undying, his wealth should be plenty. While he thought within, Luo Feng continued to head forward, quickly reaching the main entrance of the silver skyscraper with Dylan. "Respected guest, the Universe Galaxy Bank welcomes you." A robot standing beside the entrance said respectfully. That voice was infused with a simple soul effect, making those that hear it feel incredibly comforted. Within the huge hall, a group was sitting. They all took turns to head to the reception to go about their business. Luo Feng and Dylan stood there silently. "Chi." The bank's AI system scanned Luo Feng and Dylan according to their life energies. It swiftly confirmed their identities as one of the 5 Leviathans of humanity. The Universe Galaxy Bank had within its database the information of life energies for the Primal Region member Luo Feng and the Undying Dylan. Luo Feng and Dylan had extremely high statuses. Even the department chief of this branch didn't have the authority to assist them here. "Will the two of you please follow me?" A beautiful green-clothed lady walked out of the reception desk from the side and said respectfully to Luo Feng and Dylan. Luo Feng and Dylan followed that green-clothed lady and sat on the cloud elevator, quickly reaching the bank's 9th level hall. "Two guests," the lady smiled and said, "as both of your statuses are extremely high, there's no one here in our branch with enough authority to assist you, hence, you two can only interact with our Galaxy Bank's AI system." Luo Feng and Dylan nodded. This was in consideration of secrecy and privacy. The higher one's status was, the more certain exchanges had to remain secret. "Dylan, you can stay here, I'll enter," Luo Feng said. "Yes," Dylan nodded. Hua. The glass door of the large hall automatically opened and Luo Feng entered. And that door closed automatically behind him, even though it was a simple glass door. However, whether it was spirit energy or genetic energy, etc., none of their scanning signals had the ability to penetrate this special glass. Within the glass door, "Respected guest, how do you do?" An incredibly beautiful lady with a red furry tail slightly bowed. "How do you do? I here to retrieve money." Luo Feng nodded. With one look he could instantly tell this lady was actually a robot, only it had a layer of skin on its outside. "Please enter your account number." The robot lady smiled. 8492 8593 walks 8528 52 85 032 Luo Feng swiftly reported. I need to check your spirit energy. The robot lady extended her right hand. Please raise your spirit energy to sweep my right hand. Luo Feng nodded. A thread of spirit energy swiftly swept across the right hand of the lady as his teacher's inheritance had to be collected by a disciple of the UNMO planet, hence the spirit energy scan was incredibly important. The scan is compatible. Please enter the 3-layer 4-wave code. The lady continued. Luo Feng swiftly entered the incredibly complex codes and simultaneously stared at the lady in the screen before him. D. Passcode accepted. The lady smiled. Luo Feng ordered, balance check. At this time, Luo Feng was incredibly nervous. The account that his teacher left for him, just how much was in it. The screen flashed and numbers appeared. Balance 3,122,810 mixed elements. Looking at the balance, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. His teacher Hu Yanbo had indeed left for him an incredibly large amount of wealth, a total of about 312 million mixed elements. What a terrifying level of wealth, enough to buy a few star fields. Of course, now that Luo Feng's level of status was different, he was excited but not mad at this level of wealth, as Luo Feng had on him the UNMO planet ship, close to 10,000 Blood River crystals, flame void gold, the 100 purple net leaf, and the Luo Fu Chi board. These were all treasures that were worth up to 1 million mixed elements. Of course, these were items that he couldn't bear to sell and couldn't be exchanged for with cash, hence, even the 8 mixed elements that were used for the God Country transfer, Luo Feng couldn't fork out at the time. And the reason he couldn't retrieve it was because part of his money was invested in the Pinghai Company. Secondly, it was because the other part of it was used to buy the required metals for the golden horned beast to evolve. Cash. Having cash truly feels different. Luo Feng looked at the balance on the screen and smiled. Over 3 million mixed elements in cash. Whether it's fixing the UNMO planet ship or letting the cloud contact vine evolve to Sector Lord level, there shouldn't be any problem anymore. Transfer. Luo Feng ordered, transfer all to the account linked to my spirit energy imprint. Alright, the robot lady smiled and nodded. Transfer was successful, Mr. Luo Feng. The robot lady smiled. There's another linked account in here with 3 mixed elements. Will you transfer that? 2. Linked account. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. His teacher had died on Earth back then. Before he died, he swiftly set up the bank accounts via the virtual universe network, with 2 linked accounts, one for the star level and another for the universe level and the domain lord level. Was the time when one could retrieve the rest of everything. There's actually another 3 mixed elements, Luo Feng exclaimed. His teacher was truly generous. 10 billion Ganwu dollars for the star level account. That was akin to a universe level warrior's wealth. 3 mixed elements in the universe level account. That was akin to a normal sector lord's wealth. 312 million mixed elements for the domain lord account. That was the rest of his teacher's wealth. Transfer. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, the robot lady swiftly transferred and placed everything within the account linked to Luo Feng's spirit energy. The spirit energy imprint account was the safest of accounts even in the vast universe. As long as a life form had a spirit energy imprint, there was no other life form with the same imprint. Hua. The glass door opened and Luo Feng walked out. Your Majesty. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. I just transferred 8 mixed elements to your account. Did you receive it, Luo? Feng looked at Dylan. I've received it. Dylan nodded and felt somewhat helpless within. Dylan, he was the highest level of guard captains. His true battle ability was close or even comparable to an official level undying, and his wealth was definitely plenty, even though it was still a little pinch having to spend 8 mixed elements for the transfer. However, Luo Feng was, after all, his ancestors' disciple. Spending a little for him was worth it. From his perspective, even though Luo Feng's status was higher than his, he was after all still only a domain lord level genius. How much wealth could he have? Could it compare to an undying like himself? However, Luo Feng insisted on returning the funds. Naturally, he couldn't reject it. This Luo Feng truly has backbone. He doesn't easily owe others favors, Dylan thought. Let's go back. Luo Feng smiled. After receiving over 3 million mixed elements cash, Luo Feng's mood was exceptionally good. Yes, Your Majesty. Dylan followed Luo Feng and they left the Universe Galaxy Bank, returning to his newly bought Swallow Mountain Villa. Swallow Mountain Villa. Within a resting room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, a thread of consciousness swiftly connected to the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa. Within the study. Haha, Luo Feng, your teacher left you quite a bit, right? Babata shouted on his shoulder. Luo Feng sat before his laptop and opened a mail on the screen. It was from the Universe Galaxy Bank. The details were congratulating Luo Feng on becoming a Universe Galaxy Bank 4-star client. 4-star client. Luo Feng looked at the mail and laughed. Babata, I remember the requirement for a 3-star client was 10 mixed elements. This mail says that the requirement for a 4-star client is 10k mixed elements. What about a 5-star? The 5-star client requirement is 10 million mixed elements. Babata laughed. Even your teacher, he only exceeded that amount when he had the most money. However, after that he spent 62 million on the cloud contact vine and luckily helped it break through to undying with the undying level cloud contact vine. Accompanying your teacher, the two combined, even an official level undying would find it extremely hard to kill him. It was a pity he met with an undying almost emperor level and also proficient in soul techniques. Luo Feng nodded. 10,000 mixed elements allowed one to be a 4-star client, but it took 10 million to become a 5-star. His own bank account only had over 3 million mixed elements. Naturally, he was considered a 4-star client. However, Luo Feng, normal undyings' wealth usually lies around the 10,000 mixed elements range. Babata said the weaker and poorer undyings don't even have up to 1,000 mixed elements, and the official level undyings normally their wealth is only about 10 million mixed elements, and I'm referring to all their wealth, not cash. Luo Feng nodded. The strong would have long turned their wealth into strength, like his teacher Hu Yanbo, spending huge amounts of his cash on the cloud contact vine. When it reached undying level, it gave him an extremely powerful assistant. It was a pity this combo still fell in the end. My wealth all added together should be about 10 million mixed elements, Luo Feng thought. Flame void gold, purple 100 net leaf, Luo Fuqi board, the 3 added together should be about 5 million mixed elements. The Yun Mo planet ship should be worth about over 3 million mixed elements. Of course, the most valuable of the lot, blood river crystals. He had close to 10,000 blood river crystals. Simply exchanging them with the virtual universe company would get him up to 1,000,000 points. And as they were extremely valuable, with the virtual universe company monopolizing them, the true worth of the blood river crystals definitely exceeded the 1,000,000 points, hence, they were his most prized possessions. My teacher's wealth, plus the encounters I've had over my missions, they actually add up so much to my wealth, Luo Feng exclaimed as he thought of course, compared to my other teacher, True Yen Emperor, my wealth doesn't even mean anything. True Yen could easily throw out up to 1,000,000 mixed elements. Different positions, naturally their wealths were different. An Emperor level Undying was much stronger than an official level Undying. And the most pinnacle of Emperor levels, True Yen Emperor, who was close to becoming a universe country leader, his wealth was naturally even more shocking. However, as a teacher he had a large amount of disciples, he would only occasionally help out a little, he couldn't simply hand over his wealth to any particular one. Unless it was like Hu Yanbo, whose successors all died, finally having to pass it to the only disciple from another generation, Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat at his desk and swiftly tapped through the screen of his laptop, buying a few valuable items that would help his cloud contact vine break through to the Sector Lord level. To buy items in the virtual universe, he could use his points to exchange or use his cash. For example, when he bought the metals for the golden horned beast earlier, they were all paid for in cash. Luo Feng looked shocked at the screen. On it, 3 choices appeared: to evolve a cloud contact vine from Domain Lord Level 9 to Sector Lord 1 normal evolution, time required 3 years, requires 11,800 mixed elements. 2 normal evolution, time required 1 month, 19,200 mixed elements required. 3 super evolution, time required 6 months, priced at 32,000 mixed elements, 56,000 mixed elements, and 85,000 mixed elements. Super evolution. Luo Feng frowned. He gently opened the 3 choices and their detailed information. The different paths of evolution for the cloud contact vine had great differences in its power. From the number of vines one could deduce the level of evolution. Sector Lord Cloud Contact Vine, its minimum could have 36 vines. This was with the weakest evolution. The highest it could have was 360. This could be achieved with the best nurturing. My Cloud Contact Vine is currently Domain Lord Level 9, with 108 vines. Luo Feng looked at the super evolution information. It was split into 3 combinations of valuable items. The prices ranged from 32,000 to 85,000 mixed elements according to the calculations. If I use the best option of the super evolution, my cloud contact vine should be able to reach 216 vines. Luo Feng frowned as he looked. His cloud contact vine could at most reach 216 vines. Babada, what's going on? Luo Feng frowned. For a Sector Lord Cloud Contact Vine to have 360 vines, that's the legendary peak of evolution limits. Babada said casually. From day 1, the nurturing would be incredibly expensive. For it to reach Sector Lord Level 1 would have to use close to 1,000,000 mixed elements. Close to 1,000,000 mixed elements. Teacher had that kind of money, right? Luo Feng pondered. Also, Babada snorted, the higher the level of evolution of the vine, the harder it would be for it to break through to Undying level. Your teacher's vine back then only had 108 vines at the Sector Lord level, but it still took 6 2 million Mixed elements for it to by chance, and with a bit of luck break through to the undying level. As for the perfect form cloud contact vine, the more perfect it is, the more the universe is jealous of it. For it to become undying is truly too hard. Luo Feng nodded. However, Luo Feng, with your resources, circumstances, background, and the future prospects, you will be much stronger than your lone wolf teacher. You can pick the best super evolution now, Babata said. Sector Lord level 2. Evolve to have 216 vines. It may be very hard to break through to undying level in the future, but with you around, maybe it can still succeed. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, gently tapping and choosing the best super evolution option with the combination of items. Facing the future, Luo Feng was filled with confidence. If he didn't become undying, so be it, but should he actually break through, he aimed to be an absolute warrior amongst them, at least an official level, and later on an emperor level. Hence, he required the best assisting cloud contact vine that needed to be just as strong. 85,000 mixed elements, gone like that. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. I'll let the Virtual Universe Company help in repairing the UMO planet ship. Luo Feng, I recommend you to not only repair the ship, but also let the Virtual Universe Company's staff alter and improve the ship's internal parts to raise its performance. In terms of technology, the Virtual Universe Company is humanity's strongest. If they improve the ship, its performance will definitely be intrepid. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please collect all your required detailed parameters, pictures and information, etc., and the performance specifications level of which you wish for your ship to hit. Once done, send them all to us. The more detailed the information is, the better we will be able to determine the upgrades according to the situation and your wishes, testing what requires upgrading and fixing, and their costs. The gentle clean voice resounded from the screen. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately sent over the information Babata had prepared long ago to them. After a while, Your Majesty Luo Feng, our virtual universe construct, can help an F-grade universe ship reach up to 50 times light speed. Its skills are extremely developed. I advise that Your Majesty also picks the limit of 50 times light speed and performance. If you ask for anything higher, then the upgrade fee will jump exponentially, and usually the quality-price ratio of the normal upgrades are the highest. The voice resounded. What about the nimbleness and movement capabilities? Luo Feng asked. Same rules apply. The crisp voice was obviously very respectful. Your Majesty, the repairs will require 56,000 mixed elements, and the internal modifications will require 124,000 mixed elements, for a total of 180,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng nodded. Babata had calculated before, if he were to purchase the materials outside and let the Virtual Universe Company people fix it, just the materials alone would require 80,000 mixed elements. Luckily, he was a Primal Region member and had great discounts. Your Majesty, our design people here are asking that F-grade universe ship is completely constructed from hybrid copper essence. The sides are very thin and sharp, and they have solid engravings on them, with very powerful slicing power. However, the origin law engravings are simple and not complete. Would you want to improve on them? The voice said. Luo Feng was stunned. The UMO planet ship was a triangular ship. Its sides were incomparably sharp. However, what was that about origin law engravings? Just agree, Babata said on his shoulder. Improving the engravings, how much would it cost? Luo Feng asked. If it's a simple repair of the engravings, this can be done for free. The clean voice continued, but to completely improve it, allowing the ship's defense to rise by 30, and its slicing attack force to rise by 50, that would require 139,000 mixed elements. I agree to the improvement. Luo Feng nodded. The cloud contact vine alone used up 85,000 mixed elements, the UNMO planet ship used up 319,000 mixed elements, for a total of 404,000 mixed elements. Over 400,000 mixed elements, gone just like that. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at his screen. Spending money is really like flowing water, right? Babata, what's going on with those engravings? Why do they require 139,000 mixed elements? Don't be stingy, Babata snorted on his shoulder, those solid law engravings are actually similar to a lot of the engravings on spirit weapons and genetic weapons. Through connecting with the origin laws, it triggers the universe law energies, using it to strengthen defense and offense. The master back then already spent a lot of energy into building this ship. He also got a very powerful warrior to engrave those origin laws there. A pity the warrior master got, naturally cannot compare to the masters within the virtual universe company. Babata exclaimed, to be able to raise from the original defense by 30 and attack by 50, the origin law engraver masters of the virtual universe company are indeed powerful. These are origin law engravings that would raise the entire capabilities of the huge universe ship. Just the materials alone would be extremely expensive, 139,000 mixed elements. If it were the warrior that your teacher got back then, it would at least be twice the amount. With the virtual universe company supporting you from behind, it is indeed much more convenient. Luo Feng laughed. It was convenient, the amount spent was however just as extravagant. Jade Dome Planet, Xiangshui City, Swallow Mountain Villa. Within an underground warehouse, Luo Feng had spent 12 billion universe dollars to buy the villa. One could imagine just how huge this place was. The entire villa was about 30 kilometers long and wide, and just the construction of the underground warehouse alone reached 3 kilometers. This was specially made for the big families and powers to store their universe ships. Completely hybrid copper essence. The 3 white-robed staff stood in the warehouse and looked at the triangular universe ship. The ship's 3 edges formed an arc line, which was incredibly sharp. When this ship accelerates, even a planet would be easily sliced apart. The leading white-robed old man smiled at Luo Feng and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Luo Feng will be taking this ship away. When will it be repaired and returned? Luo Feng asked. The 3 of them were all sent by the virtual universe company as Jade Dome Planet was an incredibly important planet in the Ganwu universe country, hence on the planet, the company had many important members here. After Luo Feng's conversation through the network, the company immediately sent people on the same day to take the ship. Your Majesty, we have many repair and construction facilities all over humanity's territories, hence, it'll only take us no more than 3 months to get it back to you, the white-robed old man said. Luo Feng nodded. Go on. Yes. The white-robed old man looked at the UNMO planet ship with a thought. He placed it in his internal world. This entire exchange process was synchronized and transmitted to the virtual universe network. As long as it was done, Luo Feng had no need to worry about The safety of the ship if the transporters were greedy and daring enough to steal the ship and escape into the universe. Then, the Virtual Universe Company would immediately repay Luo Feng with another similar appearance ship with even better performance capabilities. He watched as the three white-robed staff sat in their ship and left, then he turned to Dylan on by his side. "Dylan, let's go meet with my big brother." "Yes, Your Majesty," Dylan nodded. As the head of his guard team, Dylan was always protecting Luo Feng during his deployment. Of course, as an undying, half of Dylan's consciousness was within the virtual universe network. Studying, he only required a part of it in reality to reach the maximum level of security. The moment danger occurred, Dylan's other half of his consciousness would immediately return to reality. Big Brother Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked out of Swallow Mountain Villa. It had been very long since he had seen his big brother Hong in reality. One of the 108 cities of Jade Dome Planet Treasury City, within one of its reputable restaurants, Morning Star's third-level booth. This was where Luo Feng had scheduled to meet Hong. "Third brother, Treasury City has a story behind it. You should know that Jade Dome Planet is a man-made planet. Back then, this planet had just been sent out of the God Country and into this space, the Gonwu Universe Country. Thus began a huge-scale immigration. Many huge families were immediately stationed here." Hong sat in his seat, smiling. Once the families were in place, the strong were numerous as the clouds. Naturally, the numbers grew more and more. Later on, due to a powerful undying leaving his inheritance treasury here, it created a huge war amongst undyings here. Luckily, the planet was man-made and the materials used were extravagant, hence it could withstand the undying war. However, because of that, over 10,000 kilometers in area was reduced to waste. Later, a city was built over that wasteland and named as Treasury City. It also serves as a warning. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan, who was sitting beside Luo Feng, smiled. Jade Dome Planet engaged in strict security and governing after the initial chaos and is much more peaceful than before. After being in this city for so long, I've really begun to like it here. Hong shook his head and exclaimed. "Haha, it's because there's a lady you like here." Luo Feng laughed. Hong naturally smiled. "Big brother, where do you live now?" Luo Feng asked. "I'm currently following my teacher as he's currently with an old friend studying together. I'm staying at that friend's place." Hong lifted his wine glass and sipped. "Teacher's friend is called Bushka. He's quite a strong undying." Luo Feng asked. "You and that Jiqing's matter. Does your teacher and that undying Bushka know?" "How could I hide this from them?" Hong shook his head. "When my relationship with Jiqing was discovered by the Jisher family, the family immediately sent people to Bushka's family residence. If it weren't for his presence and respect for him, the Jisher family may have simply killed me then." Luo Feng's expression changed. He could only imagine the situation. His big brother was in a relationship with Jiqing, yet he didn't even know about her background. Suddenly one day, her family people rushed down and raged at Bushka's family, ordering Hong to not pester Jiqing anymore. Whoever faced such a problem would be helpless. The Jisher family, in terms of strength, is much stronger than Bushka's family, hence even Elder Bushka cannot do anything. Hong shook his head. Elder Bushka had once gone to pay a visit to Silver Snow official on my behalf. However, that Silver Snow official didn't even go meet him. It made Elder Bushka lose face. "Because of me, I'm truly..." Hong's expression was complex. he lifted his glass and finished his wine. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. Bushka. He may be a pretty powerful undying, however the difference in power between undyings could at times be enormous. The Silver Snow official Tian Song was one of the 300 emperor officials. He became an official a very very long time ago, and was one of the oldest subjects of the Ganwu universe country. Whether it was in terms of strength or power, he could definitely suppress Bushka. And the Silver Snow official, according to Luo Feng's deduction from the information he gathered, was obviously a very arrogant person. Bushka went to visit him, yet he didn't even show up. That was within Luo Feng's expectations. Looks like this official level undying is very angry about this, and very against it. Luo Feng frowned as he pondered, when the official deployment order comes, I'll become one of the highest level of people within the Ganwu department. When that time comes, only then will my words have weight. Big brother, wait a while more. Once my deployment orders come through, I'll pay a visit to that Silver Snow official, Luo Feng said. When Luo Feng reached Jade Dome Planet and met with his big brother Hong in the restaurant, in one of the 108 cities, Tiansong City, Silver Snow official's residence. Tiansong, the Silver Snow official, had great power and was deeply rooted in the Ganwu universe country as one of the 300 emperor officials. Back then, when this huge man-made Jade Dome Planet was built, there was one special city named Tiansong, and it was left for Silver Snow official to govern. In terms of power, it far exceeded that of the god of the sacred land of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Within Silver Snow official's residence, Master, a dark red-skinned little man with pointy ears and jade-green eyes, knelt respectfully. Hong has finally left that Bushka's family residence. He's gone to a Morning Star restaurant within Treasury City. That punk has finally come out. The man sitting in an exquisite robe in a throne had long black hair, pale skin, silver light gleamed from his black eyes. From his appearance, he was very much like the Chinese people of Earth, only the energy he naturally exuded was much more powerful. Master, the dark red-skinned skinny man, looked up and looked at his master. The Jishur family, as an ancient family existing for over 100 million years, and had trillions of heirs. Being one of the blood descendants wasn't anything to be proud of, simply because the family was just too huge. Hence, it was extremely hard to even stand out. Everything depended on one's ability, and his master, Ji Landeng, worked really hard since he was young. His talent was not bad. He finally became a universe-level warrior. Being able to become a universe-level warrior, naturally he was more favored within the Jishur family, owning over 1,000 life planets. However, within the huge family, Ji Landeng was still ultimately at the bottom level. After all, the domain lords and sector lords in the family were plentiful. The universe levels were even more than those two. Originally, Ji Landeng would have simply led a quiet life. However, he casually had an affair with a maid and had a daughter. Ji Qing. Ji Landeng's fate would immediately change from then. His daughter, Ji Qing, had displayed shocking amounts of talent since young, growing at an unbelievable rate. It immediately caught the attention of the Jishur family's upper echelons, hence they nurtured her. After which, she was even absorbed into the Universe Mercenary Alliance as a core member. A core member of one of humanity's 5 Leviathans. Those were all super geniuses. Over 1 trillion years, the Jishur family, even though they had nurtured a few core members that were absorbed into the core of the 5 Leviathans. Those weren't all the bloodline of the family, but rather geniuses from their snow border star field territory, and Ji Qing was the first in countless years, an absolute genius, to get absorbed with their bloodline. Even the ancestor of the Jishur family, the first-generation head, Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong, was shocked and felt gleeful from it. Ji Qing's position in the family naturally shot straight up. She was placed beside the top 10 figures in the family. Even the sector lords didn't dare show her any disrespect. His daughter's position had exploded. As the father, Ji Landang's position naturally followed upwards. He was placed in charge of governing 10 galaxies within the snow border star field, immediately becoming one of the important figures in the family. I didn't expect that the few years I was not on Jade Dome planet, little Qing would actually fall for a desolate aboriginal punk. No matter what, I must get rid of anything that obstructs her future. This I would. I as a father must do. Ji Landang's eyes gleamed. After finding out about his daughter, Ji Landang immediately sat in a universe ship and rushed back to Jade Dome planet. However, all this while, Hong had been staying in Bushka's residence, and that family was after all that of an Undying's. Maybe the high and mighty Silver Snow official can simply not care about it, but the other members within the family didn't dare to. An Undying was after all still an Undying, hence Ji Lan Dang hadn't gone to meet Hong all this while, and now he finally found the chance. Ji Qing was his precious daughter, and she was also his golden ticket. The only reason he could rise to this level in the family was because of his daughter. The moment she was gone, his power and position would probably disappear too. I definitely won't allow this. Ji Landang gripped both his fists tight. Lead the way. I want to go to Morning Star Restaurant, Ji Landang ordered. Yes, master. The dark red-skinned skinny man knelt down within the third-story booth of Morning Star Restaurant. Luo Feng was chatting with Hong when suddenly, Pung 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 knocks on the door. Luo Feng frowned. Come in. Hong looked at the door too. The door was pushed open. The tall and handsome male staff bowed respectfully. There are people downstairs who wish to meet you. Meet who? Luo Feng was curious. They say some guy named Hong. The staff felt pressure coming from the people within the booth, slowly getting more apologetic and humble. This was the real world. The moment he offended some powerful being, he would lose his life. Big brother, it's for you. Luo Feng smiled at Hong. Ah. Hong looked at the staff. Let them in. Yes, the staff respectfully left. Only then. Who wants to meet me? I don't know many people on Jade Dome planet. Hong shook his head suspiciously. Luo Feng laughed loudly and said, they even know your name. They are probably familiar with you. It may even be that lady Ji Qing. Ji Qing. Hong frowned lightly. Suddenly the footsteps from the stairs outside resounded. They were obviously heavy. Luo Feng and Hong both looked outside. Your Majesty, it's a universe level 9 and a domain lord level 9, no threat at all. The black-robed bald Dylan sat beside and squinted, communicating to Luo Feng. Odd. Luo Feng nodded. A silhouette finally appeared at the door. It was 2 men, of which the universe level 9 man had black hair, a square face, and his skin was pale, similar to the Chinese of Earth, and the other domain lord level 9 man was slightly bigger. His skin was purple. His obviously longer fingernails were as sharp as daggers. His eyes were purple too. From the way they walked in, the domain lord level 9, should be a bodyguard. How do you do, Hong? The square-faced man looked at Hong. You are? Hong looked suspiciously at the man. Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Qing's father, Ji Landing, the man said. Luo Feng frowned. Ji Qing's father has appeared, from the looks of it, his own big brother had yet to meet Ji Qing's father. Hong immediately stood up and said, Mr. Ji. I know about Ji Qing's matter. After I found out, I immediately rushed over. From snowboarder Starfield, Ji Landing's eyes looked calmly at Hong. Only these past period you've been at Bushka residence all this while. I couldn't pay you a visit today. I am here without any malice, purely as her father. I understand. Hong nodded and listened. You are very exceptional. Ji Landing looked at Hong. I heard your performance in the Ganwu Universe country's internal genius battle was not bad, even though you weren't accepted into the virtual universe company. However, no one can deny you are a very exceptional youth. Hong listened. However, Hong, Ji Landing sighed slightly. You are different from my daughter. My daughter lives in the Jisher family, a family at least 100 times stronger than your Black Dragon Mountain Star Field royal family. You are a lone warrior. You can follow your teacher and wander without anything holding you back. No pressure. Ji Landing sighed again. However, my daughter lives in this family. The internal struggle and pressure within is extremely huge. In the Jisher family, the moment you are not careful and slip, you will be stepped on by 10 million people. Do you understand all these? I do. Hong nodded. The internal struggle within the royal families were intense. A super family like the Jisher family in the universe had extra intense struggles for power within. Hence, my daughter Ji Qing cannot go down the wrong path. The moment she does, it'll be impossible to return. Ji Landing looked at Hong. And your affair with her has already enraged our head ancestor of the Jisher family. When he rages, the entire family will be at unrest. Hong was silent. Hence, I hope you leave her for her sake. Don't pester her and contact her. Ji Landing said seriously. Don't contact her via the virtual universe network, and quickly leave Jade Dome planet. I hope you can disappear from her world once you do that. She'll remain as the head ancestor's most favorite child. If you continue to pester her, you will endanger her position and put her in a place where she cannot return from. Ji Landing stared at Hong. Hong was silent. Kaka. Hong's fist, which was blocked by the table, was clenched tight. They had gone pale. Even his expression was ugly. Luo Feng frowned. With my status as her father, I plead with you, let her off. I believe that you also wish for her to have a good future, right? Ji Landing looked at Hong. Hong stood there. I understand. Hong nodded. I hope to hear the news of you leaving Jade Dome planet. That way, I as her father will be incredibly grateful to you. Ji Landing bowed slightly. After he finished, he turned and left with his bodyguard. From the start to end, he never noticed Luo Feng or the undying Dylan. When an undying doesn't wish to reveal his identity, how would Ji Landing and his bodyguard, at that level of power, be able to discover him? There was silence within the restaurant. Hong, who had been controlling himself, had gone completely pale, after which he shook his head and forced a smile. Third brother, isn't this a joke? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Nothing funny about it. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong shook his head. Hong saw clearly through the situation. Hence, even though Ji Qing's father seemed very courteous, however the meaning behind those words, Hong naturally Saw through it. This Ji Qing's father was obviously hating his guts. He couldn't wait for Hong to leave Jade Dome Planet and vanish from Ji Qing's world. To be hated by the girl he loved, Hong was feeling really bad within. Big brother Luo Feng patted Hong's shoulder. "I'm fine." Hong shook his head. Luo Feng couldn't help but frown. Just what was going on with Silver Snow official? Even if it was an absolute genius, weren't they allowed to have relationships? What joke was this? Luo Feng sent Hong back to Bushka residence that day. Hong even said as he left, "Third brother, I may require your help in this problem. However, you have to get your information and facts right first about the situation, and don't simply jump into it. If it really harms Ji Qing in any way, then I'll..." "Big brother, I know this." Luo Feng nodded. This was also the reason Luo Feng didn't reveal himself earlier. When that Ji Landang came, Luo Feng had adjusted his facial muscles slightly to prevent Ji Landang from recognizing him. No matter what, it still wasn't the time to meet with Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong. His big brother's matter. Luo Feng didn't dare rush in and make a mess of things. Doing bad things with kindness was, after all, still ultimately making a mess of things. Time passed, and even though Luo Feng had been staying in Swallow Mountain Villa since he came to Jade Dome Planet, he had been in the nutrition cabin all this while. Hasn't left. That Hong is still staying at Bushka residence. Ji Landang walked about in the hall. This youth is also an exceptional genius within the universe. Country genius battle. These sort of geniuses, their pride is extremely strong. Whether it's for his own pride or for the laughable love, he should have long left the planet after my words. Master, he's indeed still staying at Bushka residence, the dark red-skinned skinny man said respectfully as he knelt. Bastard. Ji Landang's eyes were almost popping out of its sockets. It looked like he really wanted to bring people to kill Hong immediately. However, he was clear too that since the head ancestor Silver Snow official didn't send anyone to make a move, then no one below was to make their own moves. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Even though Ji Landang grew more anxious, Hong still stayed within Bushka residence without stepping out at all. It made Ji Landang extremely enraged. All this time, Luo Feng had been quietly staying within Swallow Mountain Villa. Swallow Mountain Villa, the main level study. The nutrition cabin was placed in the corner of the room, while beautiful, colorful vines were stretched out throughout the entire room. They all glowed and glimmered with leaves along the vines. All of them seemed to be undergoing change, color and appearance, all constantly evolving. "Your Majesty." Dylan's voice pierced through the walls and resounded within the study. "Kaka." The nutrition cabin's door automatically opened and a naked black-haired man with an almost perfect body walked out from the ice-cold, valuable nutrition liquid. Simultaneously, a green armor grew over his body. This level 4 genetic armor was something the Virtual Universe company had sent over. Such an item, this was something the company gave to all its core members. So, the vines, which covered the entire walls of the room, suddenly swiftly turned and wrapped about Luo Feng's arm. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng gently rubbed the leaves and smiled. "Take this period of time to slowly evolve. Once you finish your evolution, then you'll join me in battles again." Immediately, the vines that were upright all drooped down, almost as though it was nodding. At the same time, a sense of strong reliance came from the vine. It was that of a child towards its parents. Haha, it'll be quick, another 2 months and your evolution will be finished. Luo Feng wore the green armor inside and a silver armor outside. Pushing open the study room door and walking out. Your Majesty. Dylan slightly bowed as he stood outside, smiling. Congratulations on reaching the Domain Lord level 8. Still, quite a bit from level 9. Luo Feng smiled. As from Domain Lord level 1 to 9, the later it got, the more the required amount of energy was, especially the final 3 levels. The amount of energy required was the most. For Luo Feng to reach level 9 required about 6 months of time. It had already been 4 months, it would probably take another 2 months. Your Majesty, the Virtual Universe Company people are downstairs, Dylan said. Let's go. Luo Feng nodded and quickly reached the first-level living room. 3 white-robed staff stood there. When they saw Luo Feng and Dylan, they all simultaneously bowed. Your Majesty. Haha, seeing you really makes me happy. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Has my universe ship been fully repaired and upgraded? Yes, Your Majesty. The leading white-robed old man was apologetic. The upgrading took up quite a bit of time, hence, we've only been able to send it over now. Please forgive the tardiness. No problem, let's go to the underground warehouse. Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. Let me look at her. Yes. Luo Feng and Dylan, along with the 3 white-robed staff, all walked down to the incredibly vast underground warehouse. The leading old man led the way for Luo Feng and bowed. Your Majesty, look. As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Immediately, the triangular ship appeared out of mid-air within the warehouse. The energies the ship exuded caused the surrounding space to slightly tremble. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he stared at the ship. Yunmo planet ship. This was a 800 m diameter long huge object. Its 3 edges were incredibly thin and piercing. The entire ship was covered in faintly visible perfect origin law engravings. They made the ship naturally exude a terrifying energy and aura. Without a doubt, the moment such a ship accelerated, even if a meteorite smashed into it, it would crumble like tofu and be sliced apart, not even really affecting the ship's speed. Your Majesty, this ship is constructed completely from F9 grade metal hybrid copper essence, and a great master from the Virtual Universe Company helped complete and improve the origin law engravings. Its defense has reached a terrifying level. Even an Emperor-level Undying would find it extremely hard to break through this ship. The white-robed old man pointed at the ship and laughed. Such a ship, as long as it fuses with an undying metal life form, it would definitely be worthy of an Emperor-level Undying. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Yunmo planet ship. The repaired ship was going to accompany him for very, very long. Luo Feng, hurry and go in, hurry and go in. Babata pushed. With the old man leading, Luo Feng began to understand just how powerful the repaired Yunmo planet ship had become. The ship's main defense has risen along with its energy barrier. Its defense had risen by 40 from before. In the control room screen, Babata's head image appeared. He was extremely excited. When the ship accelerates, its instantaneous turning and movement speed has also risen 80. Its greatest speed has reached a shocking 50 times light speed. The skills of the Virtual Universe Company and its technology are simply too powerful. From a definite perspective, the Virtual Universe Company has completely brought the Yunmo planet ship to its maximum capabilities. To improve on it further, the best way is to let an undying metal life form fuse with it, allowing it to have a life. Property. Haha. After so many years, I can finally once again control the UNMO planet. Ship Babata was extremely excited on the screen. Suddenly, however, he seemed hurt as he went silent, but Master he. Luo Feng. Babata looked at Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming. You definitely have to avenge Master next time. Luo Feng nodded, definitely. Babata looked at Luo Feng as he recalled back then on Earth, that careful little youth that sneaked into the UNMO planet ship. Back then Babata was simply doing so because he had no other choice, allowing Luo Feng to accept the inheritance of Hu Yanbo, becoming the only living disciple. Back then Babata even forbade Luo Feng from ever asking questions about Hu Yanbo's enemy, because even he himself never thought there would be a day Luo Feng would be able to avenge Hu Yanbo. However now, Babata saw hope. The three greatest natural talents, shocking willpower, powerful background, and nurturing from the virtual universe company Luo Feng, he will eventually become an emperor-level undying. There's definitely hope when that time comes. When it comes, he'll be able to kill that bastard, Babata anticipated. In silence. Luo Feng, however, simply kept checking out the rest of the ship. UNMO planet ship, just like the universe galaxy, banks several specially private room constructs. It was able to completely seal of spirit energy scans, etc. The UNMO planet ship system abilities, unless it was an undying forcefully using his god energy to invade the ship. Anything under an undying wouldn't be able to do a soul attack powerful enough to permeate the ship. After entering the ship, it's really safe here, Luo Feng thought. When I become undying next time, and the Masha clansmen immune to soul attacks with the ship's powerful defense, the two combined, it's truly an invincible combination. The good news came one after another. The next day, after Luo Feng acquired his life and death partner, the UNMO ship, the virtual universe company's deployment finally came. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within his study, Luo Feng sat before his desk, looking at the mail notification he received on his laptop. It was the order sent by the virtual universe company. Luo Feng, from today on, you are the supervisor envoy of the virtual universe company for the Ganwu department. You have special supervising authorities against the military, business and army departments. Babata shouted on his shoulder. Haha, Luo Feng, from now on, the three tycoons of the Ganwu department will have to fear you. Luo Feng looked silently at the contents of the deployment. The order was simple. This deployment was a test for domain lord level, just with the supervising job alone. On the day Luo Feng reaches sector lord level, he would acquire 100,000 points. During the deployment, the virtual universe company will occasionally send out special missions for you to do. Every mission will have point rewards. A part of the mail said this. Obviously, during the nurturing period, the universe-level geniuses could do the training missions, and the domain lord geniuses could do these extra missions. As for the sector lord level, they were doing life or death missions. These would all bring out point rewards. Now that the deployment has been sent, the Ganwu department would simultaneously receive the notification. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Now should be the time I stepped up and pay a visit to the three tycoons. With the order on him, Luo Feng's status was naturally different from before. With this order official, I'm actually able to directly transfer to the Ganwu department from my villa in the virtual universe. Luo Feng looked at the mail and its information on the screen, making some important notes, before nodding. Satisfied. To the Ganwu department, Luo Feng thought. Shua. He immediately vanished from his study and was teleported straight to the Ganwu department in the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe, in an allotted space. This space had many large continents, and every one of them represented a universe country. Surrounding these large continents were a blur of many islands. These either represented the middle-level civilizations or special locations. Like the Black Dragon Mountain Island under the Ganwu continent, this was the place that the residents of Black Dragon Mountain Empire would appear at when they entered the virtual universe network. On Amethyst Island under the Ganwu continent. This was an incomparably beautiful island, completely made from amethyst. Even when its entire surface was compared to the Black Dragon Mountain Island, it was still extremely beautiful. On it were continuous palaces all made from amethyst. They came in all heights, with different levels of splendor, and right in the center was an amethyst palace that reached up to 10,000 kilometers in height. It was the most glaring one. Under the shine of the sun, this majestic palace reflected a whole range of colors. This amethyst island was where the Ganwu department of the virtual universe company was stationed. As the universe was simply too vast, this location was naturally built in the virtual universe. Everything is going normally, yet the headquarters suddenly sent a supervisor envoy over this Luo Feng. Why the rush to break through to Domain Lord level? Within the palace was a huge round table with a diameter exceeding 1,000 m, and around it were 3 huge thrones that were all filled. The one speaking was an ape-man with fur, dressed in an exquisite purple robe. He frowned as he spoke. Shichichi. His purple robe emitted rays of purple sparks. As if your dissatisfaction will do any good. Even if this Luo Feng didn't break through to Domain Lord temporarily, he would still enter the Domain Lord level in a few thousand years, as his home is the Ganwu universe country. When that happens, he would still become the supervisor envoy and come here. An extremely handsome man with gold long hair as glaring as the sun spoke with disdain. He had 3 golden feathers on the top of his head. Purple lightning official, golden feather official. A gentle voice resounded. This was a young lady covered in a black robe and barefooted. Her gaze too seemed to make the space and time around warp. The order has already been given. This Luo Feng will very quickly arrive to take up his post. There's absolutely no point in you two arguing now. The ape-man purple lightning official and the handsome man golden feather official looked over. Luo Feng's status is the supervisor envoy. He has the authority to check on our work and many other things. He'll probably find unfavorable evidence against us, the black-robed lady said softly. Purple lightning official is in charge of the business side. It has a mess of deals within it, no matter how well the records are kept and evidence destroyed. If one seriously audited it, ha ha ha, monkey, even if you are not locked in the Starfield prison, you'd be sent to the outfields to pay for your crimes through battle, that demonically handsome man teased. And your military department is clean. The ape-man looked coldly at him. Still better than your business department, the handsome man frowned. All right. The lady frowned and ordered softly. Immediately, both men looked at the lady. She gave off an aura of rage. There are certain things that cannot be avoided, and we'd have to break the rules as Long as the supervisor envoy is dead set on checking, with enough time, he'll definitely find a few problems even if the problem isn't serious. Sacking us wouldn't be a problem. The ape-man and the golden-haired man nodded and agreed. No matter what, we have to maintain our positions, the ape-man said. Seriously. The three tycoons of the Ganwu department, what level of status was that? They had huge power. Much higher than any other normal official level undyings. Among the military, business and army department, the hardest to actually check was the army department because the army department was simply too huge, and the Ganwu universe country governed it together with the virtual universe company. If the supervisor envoy were to check the army department matters, he would still have to go through the high levels of the Ganwu universe country. It was extremely complex. Checking the military and the business department was much easier. Firstly, that Luo Feng isn't stupid. If he really wants to check, that'll force us to oppose each other, the lady said softly. This wouldn't be good for him too. If he dares to go to such lengths, we'll assassinate him, the golden-haired man said coldly. Kill him, the ape-man snorted. Gold feather official, do you think his teacher, True Yen Emperor, is an idiot? True Yen Emperor is a sacred being amongst our ape race, and he's known for being brutal and protective. If you really dare assassinate Luo Feng, unless you do it to a point where not even a drop of water is spilt, wiping even your own memories to ensure there's no record of it, not allowing True Yen to check, otherwise you'll definitely die. The gold-haired man squinted. True Yen Emperor. Killing someone like himself, gold feather official, was akin to squashing an ant. Wake up both of you. This Luo Feng entered the primal region after his first qualification battles. For such a genius, the highest of levels in the headquarters would take notice of him, the black-robed lady said coldly, and there's True Yen Emperor behind him. The most we can do is teach him a lesson and make him suffer a bit. We definitely cannot kill him. The moment we do that would be a dead end for us. The ape-man and the gold-haired man nodded. We have no other way, the black-robed lady pointed into space. There a screen appeared and detailed plans showed. These are 3 solutions my underlings have come up with. Take a look. The two looked on. After reading, they exchanged glances. Let's hope that Luo Feng is a smart guy. That way, he'll be able to enjoy the glory of his supervisor position during his time and pass it comfortably. Then we 3 won't have any problems, otherwise everybody will suffer together. The gold-haired man snorted coldly. After a while, do. A piercing alarm rang in the palace. The 3 tycoons stood up fiercely. He's come, the black-robed lady said softly. Let's go. We have to be extremely passionate in welcoming the supervisor envoy. Right, extremely passionate, the ape-man nodded. Maximum passion. The gold-haired man forced out what he thought was the friendliest smile he could give. In the east side of Amethyst Island, there was a plot of 10 square meters of amethyst stones there. A beautiful beam of light rose shot into the sky. Luo Feng appeared on the stones. So this is the office of the Virtual Universe Company in the Ganwu department. Luo Feng's eyesight was slightly blinded from the flash of light that brought him here. The entire island was simply an enormous artwork. The sight of light covering the many amethyst palaces was simply beautiful. So Luo Feng flew up and flew towards the center of the island, as Amethyst Island was simply too huge, akin to a Black Dragon Mountain Empire Island. After flying for about 100,000 kilometers, Luo Feng saw a blur of silhouettes in the huge amethyst plaza. With a glance, he couldn't see an end to them. Right in front of all the people were three human silhouettes. An ape-man dressed in an extremely exquisite purple robe, he was smiling, as purple sparks surrounded him. A man with incomparably dashing gold long hair, his smile was resplendent, he was almost like a huge sun that gave off warmth. A young barefooted lady in a black robe, her enticement, Luo Feng knew to it, was hypnotism, but he still felt happier after it. "Welcome Supervisor Envoy, Mr. Luo Feng," the black-robed lady smiled. Hua. The blur of human silhouettes all immediately knelt down, simultaneously, shouting respectfully, "Greetings Your Majesty Luo Feng." "Greetings Your Majesty Luo Feng." Hundreds of undyings bowed. "Luo Feng, welcome into our Ganwu department," the black-robed lady smiled and said. "Luo Feng, I've long heard of your reputation to make it into the primal region in such a short time. It really is worthy of respect, admirable." Indeed, the gold-haired man smiled brightly. He seemed very friendly, like a son, without any ill intent. "Haha, Luo Feng, I'm from the Guanyin clan of the Ape-Man race, your teacher. True Yan Emperor is the greatest being in the Kahun Si clan. From young, I've always worshipped True Yan Emperor. He has always been my target, and today I get to see his disciple. It really makes me happy." Haha, the ape-man was incredibly passionate. Luo Feng stood there and looked at the three tycoons' warm welcome, the hundreds of undyings bowing respectfully and the countless others kneeling. He was shocked. This. The Ganwu department's welcome was too grand. And the three tycoons were all official-level undyings in terms of position. They weren't below him, yet they were so passionate. Luo Feng, the black-robed lady, walked over, smiling. "Let me introduce you. I know about the three of you," Luo Feng said directly, and looked at the lady. "You should be the head of the army department, Black Yen official Risa." The black-robed lady smiled and nodded. "You should be the head of the military department, Gold Feather official AI." Fu. Luo Feng looked at the gold-haired man. He too smiled and nodded. "And you should be the head of the business department, Purple Lightning official Zhenqian." Luo Feng looked at the ape-man. He laughed loudly and nodded. "Looks like Luo Feng has already studied up on us quite a bit and know us pretty well. With your investigative abilities, this supervisor envoy job will be very easy. I'll require assistance from the three of you." Luo Feng smiled. "Of course. Naturally. Of course." The three tycoons smiled and nodded. "Luo Feng, let me introduce you." The black-robed lady smiled and pointed to the blur of human silhouettes, amidst them the undyings bowing respectfully. "Our Ganwu department, as it governs over the Ganwu universe, countries over 10,000 star fields and over 100 million galaxies, hence other than us. The three heads, there are 322 other undyings. There are also 820 million important personnel who help take care of the many starfields and galaxies. They are all here." Luo Feng held his breath, seeing the blur of silhouettes kneeling before him, since it was actually 820 million people. No wonder even with his sight, he couldn't see the end of them. As his gaze swept across the 322 undyings, he suddenly saw a green-skinned old man with wrinkles on his head. He was shocked within. Man Luo. This old man was the old man he frequently saw in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire slaughterhouse. Luo Feng Man Luo looked over at Luo Feng as an undying his memory was exceptionally good. He revealed a friendly smile. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Back then, the huge figure Man Luo was casually within the slaughterhouse now. He had actually become Luo Feng's underling. Luo Feng felt that this too was abstruse. Black Yen official Luo Feng looked at the three tycoons beside him, saying softly, "There's no need for everybody to kneel, let them all disperse." Luo Feng, you are indeed kind-hearted. The gold feather official Ai Fu smiled. Luo Feng was stunned within. His actions were kind-hearted. This military department's Ai Fu's friendliness. Luo Feng was getting a little sick of it. The black-robed lady immediately ordered, "Disperse." That gentle voice actually resounded throughout the entire skies of Amethyst Island. Yes. The 820 million in charge of the many starfields all bowed respectfully and after which left in beams of light in an orderly fashion, heading in every directions of the island. Undyings, please follow the three of us. Accompany the supervisor envoy Luo Feng to get a good view of Amethyst Island and the work of our Ganwu department, the black-robed lady ordered. Yes. Including Man Luo, the 322 Undyings all slightly bowed. Man Luo and the other Undyings followed Luo Feng, Gold Feather official, Black Yen official, Purple Lightning official, the four tycoons. The moment it reached a certain department's work, the Undyings would have to immediately step forward and explain. Back then, the little punk that took part in the genius competition followed his first and second brother appearing at the slaughterhouse for the first time. He was so young and tender. Even during the genius competition he was still weak and young. Who'd have expected that in these 200 years, he actually became the fourth tycoon of the Ganwu department. Man Luo looked at Luo Feng, sighing. Within, Purple Lightning official and the others are incredibly passionate, spoiling Luo Feng and making him happy. Otherwise, if he switches sides, the three of them will suffer. Man Luo, the 8-man Purple Lightning official, roared softly. Department Chief. Man Luo walked up and bowed. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's business department is under you. The Purple Lightning official glanced at Man Luo. Luo Feng's home is in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Since he wishes to understand more about that Starfield, please give him an explanation. Yes, Man Luo bowed. Mr. Man Luo, long time no see. Luo Feng turned and smiled at Man Luo. It has been a long time. In a flash, Your Majesty has given me a huge shock. Man Luo smiled. Let's walk and talk. Luo Feng nodded. Within the palace of Amethyst Island, Luo Feng had the Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official, and Black Yen official, the three tycoons, accompanying him along with over 300 Undyings following behind. They walked as they explained the many important departments within the Ganwu department. Luo Feng asked a few simple questions as he walked, beginning to get a simple understanding of the work of the Ganwu department. Within the resting quarters of the palace, Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official, Black Yen official, and Luo Feng gathered together. The rest of the Undyings had already left earlier. If I didn't see for myself, I really wouldn't know just from this one look. The virtual universe company's power covers everything. It's truly shocking. Luo Feng lifted the valuable fruit before him and ate as he talked. The entire population of the Ganwu universe, country, economy, etc., it's almost completely controlled by the virtual universe company. But of course, 8-man Purple Lightning official laughed. The 5 Leviathans of humanity, the Universe Mercenary Alliance Values Warriors, the Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank most works on the banking sectors and investment sectors. The Huge Axe Dojo also values the strong. Only our virtual universe company controls both humanity's economies and lives. The economy of the 1008 Universe Counties is completely under the control of our virtual universe company. Luo Feng was shocked. The virtual universe company was indeed absurd. While it seemed as though there were many huge industries, business powers, etc. in the universe, however, at the root of everything lay the control of the virtual universe company. Just like the businesses that create the virtual games, all of them required a virtual space in the network. To operate those, all need to be leased from the virtual universe company. The slaughterhouse, that was simply monopoly. Even the many broadcasts from the Huge Axe Dojo required them to give a portion of the money to the virtual universe company. In all, humanity couldn't break free from the virtual universe network. Hence, the company controlled the economies and even the armies of the universe countries, splitting half of the control with the Huge Axe Dojo, each taking 504 universe country armies. Any country, any family, any organization, as long as they wish to develop, they have to work together with our virtual universe company. The 8-man Purple Lightning official's eyes were filled with confidence. Even the other 4 Leviathans have to work with us, much less the countries and families in terms of business economy. Our virtual universe company holds the monopoly. Economy control, countless treasures, strong as numerous as the clouds. Hence, the number of geniuses the company absorbs every year is also the most amongst the 5 Leviathans. Gold Feather official said confidently. In the Ganwu universe country, we, the Ganwu department, have half of the controlling power. The other half is the country leader himself. The black robed lady said softly. The 3 tycoons' words were filled with confidence. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel shock. He had truly felt the overwhelming power and control of the virtual universe company. It was no wonder during the genius competitions, the Ganwu universe country leader couldn't wait to send its own geniuses. From the looks of it, the country leader may very likely be a member of the company too. Luo Feng, when are you coming to the Ganwu universe country? The black-robed lady smiled and asked. Right, when are you arriving? The gold-haired man and 8-man looked anxiously at Luo Feng. I'm already on Jade Dome planet, Luo Feng said. What? The 3 tycoons were shocked. The primal region was extremely far from the Ganwu universe country. Even taking the best universe ship would require 1 to 2 years. You've actually reached Jade Dome planet and not informed us. The 8-man Purple Lightning official was all smiles. This is your wrongdoing. You are the supervisor envoy sent by headquarters. You represent headquarters. How can you quietly enter the Ganwu universe country? Gold Feather official, Black Yen official, we should act accordingly by the rules and prepare a ceremony to welcome Luo Feng. Right? The black-robed lady nodded. Of course we have to prepare a ceremony, and it has to be extremely grand. We'll use this ceremony to officially let all the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country know that our Ganwu department's supervisor envoy Luo Feng is here. Gold Feather official said. Leave this matter to me. 8-man Purple Lightning official said. Since your business department is taking charge of this, there definitely won't be any problems. Gold Feather official said. However, we have to fully Reflect Luo Feng's status, he is a primal region member and a supervisor envoy. Sent by the headquarters, the conduct and guests of the ceremony has to be extremely high too. Don't let those little family punks come in just to join in the fun. Luo Feng could only force a smile. 3 heads, there's no need. Luo Feng had just opened his mouth to speak. What do you mean no need? There is a need, the ape-man said. Luo Feng, this doesn't simply concern your reputation, but the entire Ganwu department, and the entire reputation of the virtual universe company's headquarters, and also your teacher, True Yan Emperors. Luo Feng was completely speechless. Leave this matter to me, Gold Feather official said confidently. Let the scale be smaller, I'm not too fond of it being too crowded. Wheel. Hold it on Jade Dome Planet, Luo Feng said. Smaller scale, not too crowded, no problem. Ape-man Purple Lightning official, as the business head immediately pounded his chest and guaranteed. The virtual universe company's Ganwu department naturally had extremely high power within the universe country. As the Ganwu department represented the virtual universe company, it affected the entire governing of the country, even though on the surface it was the country leader governing. However, even the country leader had to listen to the virtual universe company. This resulted in the 1008 universe countries. Every department would attract countless official-level undyings who were vying for the positions of the heads. 3 heads, their positions were revered higher than even those 300 emperor officials. Invitation from the Ganwu department. The headquarters has sent a supervisor envoy to join the Ganwu department. No wonder the 3 tycoons are in such a rush. The 3 tycoons are organizing a ceremony. I cannot disrespect them. When the many invitation letters were sent, the entire upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country was in uproar. Invitation letters from the 3 tycoons. Who would dare defy them? Jade Dome Planet, Tiansong City, Silver Snow officials' residence. Head ancestor. Teacher. 8 undyings bowed respectfully, hundreds of sector lords, with a blur of close to 10,000 people knelt there. This was Silver Snow officials' true power only because of Ji Landang's daughter. Was Ji Landang able to barely get close to the 10,000 name slots. Hence, he could be in the back of this group kneeling, and the 8 great undyings were all Silver Snow official Ji Landang's disciples over countless years who broke through to undying level. The Jishur family, how many geniuses could pop out from the family? There were much more people in the snow border starfield over countless years. Silver Snow official had nurtured 15 undyings. In the general headquarters there were only 8. Get up. A cold voice, it almost made the space around freeze up. The 8 undyings, and hundreds of sector lords along with the close to 10,000 people all stood up. Ahead stood a silver-white long-robed man with black long hair and several strands of long silver-white hair in front. This man, by simply standing there, the feeling he gave off was that of an endless ice snow world. He was Silver Snow official. Silver Snow official Tian Song, one of the 300 emperor officials of the Ganwu universe country. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department have personally sent me an invite. Silver Snow official said coldly. This time, they are holding a ceremony for the welcoming of a supervisor envoy from the headquarters of the virtual universe company. They've sent out invites to all the important families due to the rule limitations. I'm only bringing 2 people with me. The 8 undyings, and hundreds of sector lords along with the close to 10,000 upper echelon family elites all looked up. their hearts racing. Such a high-level ceremony, those able to participate were definitely the pinnacle of people within the Ganwu universe country. Even Silver Snow official was only allowed to bring 2 people obviously. Many weaker undying families wouldn't even be able to go. Yukon, Feng Yan, you too will accompany me, Silver Snow official said. Indifferently. Yes. One of the undyings along with one sector lord out of the few hundred others replied respectfully. Silver Snow official glanced at the 2 of them and sighed within. Yukon was his most favored disciple, but it was a pity that the 15 undyings under him weren't the bloodline of the Ji family. Feng Yan's full name was Ji Feng Yan, and he was a sector lord pinnacle warrior. From Silver Snow official's perspective, he was one of the top 100 sector lords with the Ji bloodline that had a hope of breaking through to the undying. It's a pity that under the Ji name, there's no other undying besides me. Silver Snow official sighed within the chances of breaking through to an undying was simply too low. Maybe in the vast universe, there were over tens of thousands of undyings, however within a single family, even after countless years, it was still hard for even a second undying to appear. Everybody else leave, Silver Snow official ordered. Yes. 7 undyings, hundreds of sector lords, and close to 10,000 family elites all left. Respectfully, leaving only the undying Yukon and the sector lord Ji Feng Yan. The ceremony the 3 tycoons were throwing to welcome the new supervisor envoy quickly spread throughout the entire upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country. Even though the scale of this ceremony was very small, the level was extremely high. Only the 300 emperor officials and some other stronger undying families received the invitations. Over 90 of the other undyings didn't receive an invitation, much less the sector lord families. One could see from this just how high the level was. It made many undyings exclaim, usually we won't even get the chance to meet the 3 tycoons. Who'd expect them to make this ceremony so small? I didn't even receive an invite. The invitations from the Ganwu department were a reflection of status. Those that received one were all the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country. Jade Dome Planet, Swallow Mountain Villa. Study room. The entire room that was filled with vines suddenly shook itself, because the nutrition cabin door automatically opened and a naked, legendary god-like being of earth with short hair, a youth named Luo Feng, stood up from the ice-cold nutrition liquid. A genetic armor naturally formed over his body, and on top of it he wore a silver-white armor. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng smiled and rubbed the vine that extended over. I'm leaving first, continue to evolve. The vine shook itself constantly, as though it was nodding. The study room's door opened. Luo Feng smiled and walked out. Outside, a human silhouette glowing from light stood. It was Dylan. Your Majesty. Dylan smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Congratulations on reaching the domain lord level 9. I've only reached level 9, not the pinnacle yet. Luo Feng smiled. If I have half a month more, I'll reach the pinnacle. However, since the ceremony is tonight, I cannot help but leave. Your Majesty, the 3 tycoons are indeed showing you a lot of respect. This ceremony, I heard that the invitations were sent out by them as well. Those emperor officials, who among them would dare to reject them? Dylan smiled. Your reputation will skyrocket from here on. We all depend on each other. Luo Feng smiled. Their actions are also in hope that I spare them finding trouble in the most minuscule things. The Ganwu department actually governs over the entire universe countries. Business, military and army departments. This would involve huge transactions. To be upright and keep all the transactions clean was something even the person with the most integrity could never do. After all, one could look after himself, but not over all his subjects. If Luo Feng truly wanted to check, even if the three were open and clean, Luo Feng could still give them quite a headache. Who knows, maybe through his own connection with his seniors, along with some official level undyings that specially came to try and take over the department head positions, he could still easily get rid of them. What's more, Luo Feng suspected that these three were probably not that clean anyway. Otherwise, would they really need to be that passionate? Your Majesty, you are prepared to do so? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. If the water is too clean, even fish won't be able to survive there. Luo Feng smiled and headed out. Dylan was stunned. If the water is too clean, even fish won't be able to survive there. Your Majesty is indeed a worthy disciple, favored by the ancestor teacher, Dylan thought, and followed Luo Feng out. Luo Feng brought his entire guard team and swiftly rushed over to the location where the ceremony was being held. Simultaneously, he ordered one sector lord to head over to Bushka residence and bring over his big brother Hong. After a while, in Xiangshui City's east side, the core had a region of a diameter close to 1,000 kilometers. 1 month ago, this was where the Virtual Universe Company members gathered. However, within this month, this core place swiftly underwent a huge transformation, shifting all the members there to another location. And within just 3 days, they built a luxurious villa that took up to 1,000 kilometers in area and named it Luo Villa. Once any new supervisor envoy arrives, the Virtual Universe Company would help build a living quarters for him as one of the 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department on Jade Dome Planet. A larger villa like that was akin to almost a small galaxy. Building a 1,000 kilometers luxurious villa was reflective of Luo Feng's status. Luo Feng and his group gazed at the distant luxurious villa. Third brother, this is your new villa? Hong looked at the distant luxurious Luo Villa. He couldn't help but get shocked. This is even larger than Bushka's residence. His Majesty is the Ganwu department's supervisor envoy. His position is on par with the 3 heads. According to the rules, his place should be akin to the 300 emperor officials. Dylan smiled and explained as he stood beside Luo Feng, as His Majesty will only be staying here during his domain lord period. The villa they built is slightly smaller than Silver Snow officials' residence. Luo Feng smiled. Let's go in, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The group followed. The staff within Luo residence added up to the millions. However, with a luxurious villa with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, to have over 1 million staff wasn't a lot. Your Majesty, I've been waiting here under the order of Purple Lightning official. Your Majesty, I've been waiting here under the order of Gold Feather official. Black Yen official. 1 male sector lord and 2 female sector lords were standing at the entrance. When they saw Luo Feng, they bowed respectfully. As they bowed, they secretly informed the 3 tycoons. So. The 3 silhouettes instantly appeared at the entrance. Luo Feng, the black-robed lady, shouted. Luo Feng, you really waited till the last day to come? 8-man Purple Lightning official couldn't help but say. This is your villa. Purple Lightning official spent quite a bit of energy on You should have come earlier to check it out, Gold Feather official said. Luo Feng smiled and said, I was busy training, hence I was only able to come today. Ah, training, no matter, training is still the most important, Ape-man Purple Lightning nodded, the other two smiled and followed suit. What were these three tycoons hoping for within that this absolute genius would focus completely on training and not worry too much about the supervising job? With the three tycoons welcoming him, Luo Feng entered Luo Villa. The construction of Luo Villa only took 3 days, but the preparation for the ceremony however took 10 days of time. The main thing was that several valuable ingredients for the dishes had to be sent over from different parts of the universe since the three tycoons wanted to make it majestic, making Luo Feng look extremely grand. They did everything to the best of their abilities. Simultaneously, as the Ganwu Universe country's 300 emperor officials and some other powerful undying families all live quite far away. Hence, the invites were sent 1 month in advance, allowing all the big figures to rush over in time. In an instant, the sky had turned dark. The entire Luo Villa had lights illuminating it. Outside the villa, it was impossible to see clearly what went on within, and today, many incredibly expensive universe ships stopped in the air outside the villa, after which undyings would exit from them and all formally walk in through the entrance. Within the main hall, Big brother, you go stay in the study for now, I'll go accompany the guests. In a while when I need you out here, I will inform you, Luo Feng said to Hong, arranging for him to stay in a small quiet study. Luo Feng, quickly come over, the guests are arriving. Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official and Black Yen official looked at Luo Feng. I'm coming. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. With just 2 flashes, he had moved from one end of the hall to another. Today, the guests we've invited are after all the true important people of the Ganwu Universe country. With these powerful people, since we sent the invitations, we have to be respectful. Purple Lightning official smiled. However, there's still about 100 kilometers from the entrance to the main hall. They wouldn't rush through it either, and will actually chat along the way, hence it'll take a while for them to get here. Luo Feng nodded. The 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department all stood at 2 sides of the main hall. Gazing at the distant entrance, Luo Feng could clearly feel many powerful law energies spread throughout, be it bright light and glaring energies, or lightning sparks, or ground-like heaviness, or flame-like madness. The origin law energies were emanating throughout. The surrounding space was shaking and warping. Finally, the powerful beings all appeared within their line of sight. The great beings of the Ganwu Universe country. They were all dressed in either gray long robes with long hair and bare feet, or exquisite long robes, or armor that gave everyone a powerful bloodthirst. Another one rode a small undying beast, and while one was completely covered in a robe, revealing only his eyes. Some were up to 10 m tall, while others not even 1 m. Some were covered in fur, like a beast man. Others had no hair at all, and resembled a metallic skin, not a single strand. These were mostly official-level undyings, and they formed their own groups and chatted along the way, pulling distance from their enemies, while heading towards the main hall. Luo Feng, Purple Lightning official, communicated secretly. Other than inviting the 300 emperor officials, there are other official-level undyings, along with some with powerful background and strength. Also some others are closer to you, like Bushka of the Bushka family, and the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Even though some of their statuses aren't high enough, we still invited them. Luo Feng nodded, looking at the distant group of powerful undyings walking and chatting. Golden Feather Official, Purple Lightning Official, Black Yen Official A. Man was walking right in front with a large nose, single horn and curly hair. Dressed in an exquisite dark gold long robe, he laughed carefree as he walked. Ahead of the group in a flash, he had already reached the main entrance of the hall, full of smiles as he looked at Luo Feng. This must be the new supervisor envoy, Mr. Luo Feng. Haha, you are the quickest 8-man Purple Lightning Official, laughed loudly. He turned towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this is one of the 300 Emperor officials of the Ganwu Universe Country, Dragon Wing Emperor. Dragon Wing Emperor, how do you do? Luo Feng nodded and smiled. The Emperor officials of the Universe Country, their bearing wasn't low at all, they were after all official level undyings. Haha, I've long heard of your name. You've given our Ganwu Universe Country some reputation. Today I finally get to meet you. Dragon Wing Emperor laughed loudly and said, after which, he brought his 2 underlings and entered the main hall, led by 2 staff. After which, another undying walked over, waving passionately at the 3 tycoons and Luo Feng. The many undyings all brought their underlings, and the Ganwu department's 3 tycoons along with Luo Feng welcomed them. After a while, Purple Lightning Official, Gold Feather Official, Black Yen Official, your invite really made me, Black Dragon, happy. Haha, a tall and sturdy giant, dressed completely in black dragon scales and with a single black dragon horn on his forehead, walked over very passionately. When his gaze landed on Luo Feng, his eyes gleamed even more. Luo Feng, this is your god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire from your hometown. Just call him Black Dragon 8-man Purple Lightning Official. Smiled and introduced. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Ah! This tall and sturdy godlike giant that gave off a beast-like aura, he was actually the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's sacred land. Black Dragon Mountain. Mr. Black Dragon, how do you do? Luo Feng smiled. Ha ha ha, you are from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I, Black Dragon, naturally feel very proud. Black Dragon God Leader laughed loudly and was very passionate, after which he entered the main hall. 8-man Purple Lightning Official watched as Black Dragon entered the main hall, after which, he communicated, Luo Feng, your hometown's Black Dragon Mountain Empire God Leader, comes from a weaker race of the dragon humans in Black Dragon Mountain. There are a total of about 10,000 people in his race in that region. He is the head ancestor of that region, hence he built the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. His strength is average, still far from that of an official normally. For these sort of gatherings, he wouldn't even be qualified enough to participate. However, because he's the god leader of your hometown, we ended up invited him. Luo Feng nodded. One after another. That's him. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. A tall and skinny man with lumps all over his head brought a kind-looking old man with a head full of white hair. As for this white-haired old man, Luo Feng naturally recognized, it was Hong's teacher, the Time Sector Lord Luo. Beside him should be his good friend, the undying Bushka. Bushek 8-man Purple Lightning Official smiled and shouted, haha, you've finally arrived. This Luo Feng I don't need to introduce any further. Luo Feng and Hong's matters, Luo Feng had already revealed to the 3 tycoons the moment they met. And the reason why Bushka received the invitation, even he knew himself. That tall and skinny man with a head full of lumps smiled at Luo Feng, and beside him, the time sector Lord Luo looked at Luo Feng too. Big brother is inside, Mr. Bushka, Mr. Luo, we'll chat later. Luo Feng nodded. The two of them nodded and entered the main hall. There were a total of close to 1,000 invitations sent out by the three tycoons. Other than the few for special reasons, like exploring the universe secret regions or engaging in battles with the other races of the universe, the rest all showed up. About 80 of the invited guests had arrived. Luo Feng welcomed them one after another, and got a better recognition of the upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country. The so-called royalty, crown princes, were laughable. The true powers of the universe country were still the great undyings. Gold Feather official, Purple Lightning official, Black Yen official. A clear voice resounded. A silver-robed man with silver hair from his temples brought a man and woman along with him simultaneously. He smiled and waved. After which he looked at Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Feng, the supervisor envoy, being able to meet you makes me happy. Luo Feng, this is Silver Snow official. 8-man Purple Lightning official smiled and explained. He's come. The main guest had arrived. The most important guest he had to meet tonight had come. It was him, the one who stopped his big brother and Ji Qing. Luo Feng looked at this silver-robed man with a cold aura. He smiled. Silver Snow official's reputation. When I first came to Jade Dome Planet, I already heard from many people discussing, even here on Jade Dome Planet, they even build a city, Tiansong City, in your name. To be able to meet you today makes me really happy. Haha, Silver Snow official couldn't help but laugh. I've also heard from my guard captain the story of how Silver Snow official had cased and killed the undying metal life forms Kabaddi. Just thinking about how you chased him over countless starfields, killed through the Bug Clan territory amidst the Bug Clan's region, finally killing Kabaddi, it really makes one's blood boil with excitement, Luo Feng exclaimed. Silver Snow official's smile grew even wider, laughing. That was back then. It's not worth mentioning at all, not worth mentioning. Silver Snow official seemed prideful. However, it still depended on who he was talking to. Luo Feng, as a primal region member, and now a supervisor envoy, his position was no lower than his. As the new favored absolute genius of the virtual universe company, plus True Yen as his teacher, he was definitely one of the new prides of the entire humanity of the universe. Such an absolute genius. Saying these words, it immediately made Silver Snow official feel extremely good within. Silver Snow official, please go in first to rest, we'll chat later, Luo Feng said. Silver Snow official smiled and nodded, after which he brought Yukon and Ji Feng Yan, who were behind him, and entered the main hall. The scene, however, had let Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official, and Black Yen exchange secret glances and communicate secretly. After receiving so many guests, I've never seen Luo Feng that passionate. Right, it's almost like he met the person he worships. Luo Feng's status and perspective is very high too. He needn't lower himself to such standards. Right. Does he really worship Silver Snow official? Even though the three tycoons knew of Luo Feng's relationship with Hong from his confession, they didn't know about the matter of Hong and Ji Qing after all. The three high and mighty tycoons, why would they bother with such little affairs of the heart? Hence, they were extremely curious as to why Luo Feng was so courteous earlier. Finally, close to 1,000 undying guests had all entered the main hall. They sat in their groups around and discussed softly. And the three tycoons of the Ganwu department along with Luo Feng returned to the main hall too. Goldfeather official. A voice reached Goldfeather's ears. He turned. In the distance sat Silver Snow. Official Jitian Song. Silver Snow official, is anything the matter? Goldfeather walked over and sat opposite him. There is something, Silver Snow said. Isn't your military department in charge of the entire Ganwu universe country's absorption of the elites? White Goldfeather looked at him. Absorption of geniuses, besides the genius battles, was a normal thing that occurred throughout the universe. The elites were split into third grade, second grade, first grade, and special elites, prior to deciding on the most exceptional that would enter the core. Actually, compared to the genius battles and hero battles, those absorbed geniuses were no weaker. There's a quota for the elites nurturing. Can you give my G family 5 times the number? Silver Snow official said. 5 times, Goldfeather smiled slyly. That's too high. I still have something to attend to. I'll chat with you later. After which Goldfeather left immediately. This Silver Snow official really dared to ask. 5 times the quota. The virtual universe company spends so much of resources to nurture the elites for him to want more of his G family in, to let the company nurture his people and not having to spend his family's money. His eyes gleamed with disdain, giving off a demonic feeling. However, after spotting the distant Luo Feng, he immediately changed and became all friendly again. Luo Feng. Goldfeather smiled and walked over. Watching Goldfeather leave, Silver Snow frowned. At this time, Ji Fengyan and Yukon walked back and Ji Fengyan asked softly, Ancestor, did Gold Feather official agree? Goldfeather didn't agree or reject. Silver Snow snorted coldly. For 5 times the quota on for our G family's snow border star field, it's still not obvious within the Ganwu universe country's entire region. According to the number of elites every generation, nurturing these would have slight ripples. With a few more in, it wouldn't require Goldfeather to spend that much more resources. However, if we don't satisfy him, accomplishing this would still be hard. A family's future was most important. He had 15 undyings under him. If he was the only pillar of light, how would he have such power today? A small family, growing to be as large as a race. Nurturing future generations was incomparably important. Ancestor, Ji Fengyan said softly. Silver Snow official looked at Ji Fengyan. Everyone here can all see that Luo Feng is but a domain lord level 9 punk. Even though he's a pinnacle genius within the universe, however, the path to undying isn't easy at all. He might even fall soon. The many undyings here all probably don't care much about him. Ji Fengyan said softly. However, from start to end, they are all extremely courteous to him. This is without a doubt because of the 3 Ganwu department tycoons. Silver Snow official looked at Ji Fengyan. The Ganwu department 3 tycoons control too many resources for a power to grow. One has to depend on the business department for the family's future. Nurture. One has to depend on the military department, even the strong wanting to head out to explore outside the starfields to ensure safety and more recognition. He has to depend on the army department, the 300 emperor officials, many powerful undying families, none dare go against or disrespect the 3 tycoons. Everybody is courteous to Luo Feng. This is because the 3 tycoons are worried about Luo Feng. He has the Supervisor envoy power, hence they are so polite, personally inviting all the huge figures of the Ganwu universe country and personally introducing all of them to Luo Feng, who has ever seen the three tycoons so polite before. It was normally the other way around. Hence Ji Feng Yan said confidently, as long as we can convince Luo Feng to help, if he speaks for us, it would probably be much more useful. Silver Snow official nodded, this I understand, but Luo Feng's background and status is huge too, asking for his help won't be too easy either. Doesn't Luo Feng respect you a lot? Ji Feng Yan said. Respect. Silver Snow official squinted, muttering to himself, in a while, I'll look for Luo Feng to have a chat. Within the main hall, these group of undyings, with their underlings, there were a total of thousands. Gathered in the main hall, the three tycoons chatted for a while before walking up to the main stage in front. Attention all 8-man Purple Lightning smiled at the many undyings below. Haha. The many undyings all smiled and looked up, ready to listen to the three tycoons speak. When it comes to picking from the virtual universe company's genius battles, there's one batch after every era, however, to actually defeat the absolute geniuses who had trained for thousands of years in the qualification battles and make it into the primal region. How many are there? Purple Lightning spoke loudly. Everybody thought Bolin was the genius of the past 10,000 eras. However, the person I'm speaking about is even stronger than Bolin. His improvement speed is much faster. For such a genius to appear, there will probably be only one in every million eras. Who is he? Purple Lightning was all smiles. He's none other than our Ganwu department's new supervisor envoy Luo Feng, and for a long time in the future, he will be myself, Gold Feather official and Black Yen official's best partner. Right, he will be our best partner. Many things in the virtual universe company's Ganwu department will be requiring his supervision. Gold Feather spoke too. For the virtual universe company's headquarters to send Luo Feng to join our Ganwu department, myself, Gold Feather and Purple Lightning are incredibly happy to be able to work with true Yen Emperor's favorite disciple and absolute genius like Luo Feng. The black-robed lady smiled and said, her voice resounding throughout the entire hall into everybody's ears, let us welcome Mr. Luo Feng up here. Welcome. Welcome Luo Feng up here. Purple Lightning and Gold Feather shouted passionately. With the three tycoons that passionate on stage, how could the undyings from the Ganwu universe country not follow suit if they did not show their support at such a critical time? The moment it was remembered by the three tycoons that would mean big trouble. Hence, the group of undyings all acted extremely passionately. Luo Feng, Purple Lightning shouted passionately. Luo Feng could only walk up the stage. The three tycoons' passionate welcome also made the great undying shocked. The three tycoons of the Ganwu department, they were usually arrogant. Very few in the Ganwu universe country could make them act like that. However, today TSK. Isn't he just a supervisor envoy? Is there even a need to act like this? If that Luo Feng doesn't fall in line, then it will be secretly arranged by someone to make him disappear. When that happens, there wouldn't even be any proof. No matter what, it's only a domain lord level punk. There are means to deal with him. Some of the undyings discussed secretly killing Luo Feng. Don't you know his teacher is true Yen Emperor? Would true Yen dare make a mess without any proof? Haha, Looks like True Yen has indeed been in Primal Chaos City for too long. Over 1 trillion years in there, it's resulted in many forgetting his incident. The group of Undyings, the thing they were most used to doing was to destroy their enemies from the core. Hence, even though they knew Luo Feng was the supervisor envoy, he was after all still only a domain lord level 9 little boy. It made many of them naturally underestimate him. However, seeing how the Ganwu department's 3 tycoons were that passionate, and expressing their support towards Luo Feng, they were showcasing the fact that Luo Feng was from the same faction as them, and that they were the 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department. Messing with Luo Feng would mean messing with all of them. Those words were an attitude and a declaration. Immediately, it made the group of Undyings all change their mindset. Hence, at this point in their hearts, Luo Feng's position stood higher than before. Offending Luo Feng would mean offending the 3 tycoons, and offending them would mean being pushed aside in the Ganwu universe country. Many Undyings saw through it clearly. Obviously, Purple Lightning, Gold Feather, and Black Yen official, their background isn't sturdy enough. They are afraid of Luo Feng finding trouble with them. During the time Luo Feng is the supervisor envoy, there's one more person we cannot offend in the Ganwu department. Luo Feng, he's considered the 4th tycoon. The group of Undyings all pondered from their families' perspectives, clearly recognizing Luo Feng's importance. After the Ganwu department's 4 tycoons walked down from the stage, the many Undyings then began to enjoy the ceremony. The staff who were around began to bring out valuable and delicious food the 3 tycoons had brought over from different parts of the universe. Immediately the entire main hall was bustling with discussions. Gold Feather and the rest are so blatant in their attitude. Obviously they are showing their support for Luo Feng. Silver Snow official sat in the corner, smiling and nodding. As long as we can get Luo Feng's help, the matter would almost be resolved. Ji Feng Yen said softly. Teacher, look over there, Bushka Yukon said. Silver Snow turned to look, easily spotting the distant tall and skinny man with lumps all over his head. He couldn't help but say coldly, Bushka, and beside him should be Hong's teacher Luo. I didn't expect them to have the right to come to this ceremony. I really wonder what the 3 tycoons are thinking. Ancestor, Hong and Little Qing's matter, Ji Feng Yen said softly. Chasing him out of Jade Dome Star, or killing him is useless. Silver Snow said coldly, we have to make Qing choose to give up and forget that punk. That's what I need. As for that Bushka, he doesn't dare mess with me. And that punk Hong has no threat whatsoever. Solve it any way you want. Ji Feng Yen and Yukon nodded. In their eyes, Hong was akin to mud. They could knead him according to what they wanted. Stay here you two. I'll look for Luo Feng to chat. Silver Snow stood up. Yes, ancestor teacher. Ji Feng Yen and Yukon said respectfully. Silver Snow then headed straight towards the group of Undyings who were chatting with Luo Feng. He's coming. Luo Feng saw from the corner of his eye that Silver Snow was walking over. He thought, I haven't even looked for him and he's coming to me by himself. Listen well. Luo Feng communicated to a sector lord in the side of the hall. In a while, when I begin chatting with Silver Snow, you'll head to the study and bring my big brother Hong to the main hall, and get him to shout loudly for me. Yes, your majesty. The sector lord nodded. In just a few seconds, Silver Snow automatically began chatting with Luo Feng. Luo Feng was incomparably passionate and respectful as he began to chat with Silver Snow about his escapades, expressing his shock and respect, and the sector lord that stood at the side saw the scene and immediately headed to the study. After entering through to the door within that study, Hong sat on the sofa. Hong turned to look at the sector lord who entered. Mr. Hong, the sector lord spoke, His Majesty ordered that you should follow me into the main hall, and when you see him, shout out to him. Understood, Hong nodded. He got up and followed the sector lord out of the study. Exiting the study, he entered the main hall, and with a glance he saw the delicious delicacies that were around, which was enough to make normal Undyings bankrupt. This included even the group of Undyings, and all the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country. The only one above them was the country leader. It's him in the distance, Ji Fengyan, who was paying attention to the surroundings. Saw Hong in the side, he frowned. Why is that punk here? How did he get in? Hu Yukon asked, curiously. The youth standing there, Ji Fengyan, said softly, he is Hong. That's him. Yukon looked carefully at Hong. After Hong entered the main hall, he too carefully observed the scene. There were thousands within the hall. The powerful law energies caused a great mix of law ripples throughout. Hong swiftly discovered a silver-robed man chatting with his brother Luo Feng. Third brother, Hong shouted, his voice reverberating throughout the main hall, drawing the attention of many Undyings. A universe-level punk. The group of Undyings were all curious. Speaking of which, the Bug Clan region was extremely terrifying. There were endless amounts of bugs. Just looking at the numbers would shock anyone. During that battle, we had 32 Undyings, yet 28 of them died. Silver Snow stood there, his eyes filled with nostalgia, telling Luo Feng the tragic battle of back then. Luo Feng listened intently, almost holding his breath. Third brother, a voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look and smiled, big brother. In a second, Silver Snow, who was in the midst of speaking, was stunned before he smiled. Ah, Luo Feng's big brother, who is it? He turned to look, spotting the silhouette in the distance. That silhouette continued, okay, I'll wait here for you. Silver Snow squinted, staring at the silhouette. It's him. Big brother. Silver Snow turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng kept his smile and said, that's my big brother Hong, my brother through life and death. Brother through life and death. Silver Snow was immediately thrown off. He had recognized Hong the moment he spotted him. Due to Ji Qing's matter earlier, he had checked up on Hong's information and his pictures, footage, etc. However, Silver Snow official, he really didn't know of his relationship with Luo Feng. Hong and Luo Feng were life and death brothers. That was indeed never made public. Back then, they both took part in the genius battles under the Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen identities. Hence, from the outside, people only knew them as Black Dragon Mountain Empire people. As for their relationship, if one didn't try hard enough, it was indeed hard to check up on. That punk is actually Luo Feng's big brother, and life and death brother. Silver Snow frowned, as many thoughts floating through his mind swiftly. He was an Undying, even though it had been very long since he actually needed to scheme something. His consciousness calculation speed was extremely fast. It swiftly connected Luo Feng's passionate greetings, Bushka, and Luo's appearance. And he understood everything. No wonder Buska was able to attend this ceremony. No wonder Luo Feng was that passionate. So, it's all because Hong is his big brother. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng. Before him. Luo Feng, however, kept his smile and looked back. Looks like my brother cannot wait any longer. Silver Snow official, the affair between my big brother and Ji Qing, I don't wish to intervene, but I'd like to ask what's the matter with that. I wonder if you could enlighten me. If you cannot, that's fine too. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng and squinted as he pondered. Finally he spoke. Since Hong is your big brother, I'll tell you. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Looks like there was indeed a reason for Silver Snow to stop Hong and Ji Qing being together. Sit. Silver Snow pointed to the side. Luo Feng nodded and sat. Ji Qing. Silver Snow sat and poured himself some wine, simultaneously speaking. This child is the most exceptional genius of our Ji family in a trillion years. The first time I met this child, I only exchanged a few words with her. From within I was surprised to discover she wasn't ordinary at all. Luo Feng listened quietly. She is a genius, our Ji family's absolute genius. Silver Snow smiled. She walks the path of a spirit reader. Hypnotist. Hypnotist. Luo Feng frowned. From the genius battles before, with only one Jiao Lai she actually making it through, it was easy to see it was extremely hard for a hypnotist to make any progress at all. An exceptional hypnotist at that, hence, she was accepted in the universe. Mercenary Alliance Corps. Silver Snow smiled. You should understand that all hypnotists that have shocking accomplishments all have great understanding of the characteristics of people. Luo Feng nodded. To become a strong hypnotist, the requirements were extremely high in terms of character and people's aspirations, etc. They had to have an extremely deep understanding. Such a genius like Ji Qing, a genius that can clearly see through character and aspirations, etc. She doesn't need any mental state training. Silver Snow smiled. Whatever she does, I can rest assured, and in the vast universe love and relationships, the strong all have thousands to tens of thousands of partners. This is very normal for a strong man to have countless women, a strong woman to have countless men. According to my character, not even her relationship with Hong, even if she had thousands of men, I wouldn't bother. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Silver Snow. What did these words mean? If he didn't mind, why stop them? The one who's stopping them isn't me. Silver Snow emphasized to Luo Feng. It's her teacher, Fantasy Spirit Emperor. It's her teacher. Luo Feng was shocked. Fantasy Spirit Emperor, is that Spirit Devil Clan, Great Being Fantasy Spirit Emperor? Silver Snow nodded. Luo Feng felt his heart sink. After following his teacher, Tru Yan, and listening to his stories, he often heard of powerful beings from him. That Skyfeather Emperor was one, and Fantasy Spirit Emperor was another. Fantasy Spirit Emperor was a member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, an Emperor-level Undying that was extremely terrifying, even though he had only passed the 19th level of the Heavenly Bridge. In terms of origin law comprehension, he seemed to be below Tru Yan and Skyfeather Emperor by one level, but she had incomparably peculiar hypnotism powers. Hence, amongst the Emperor-level Undyings, she was one of the most terrifying beings. The moment one was attacked by her, they would unconsciously be dragged into an illusion and die within. And the most intrepid thing was her slaves. There were 81 Undyings under her control, of which there were 79 official level and 2 Emperor-level Undyings. This level of control was much stronger than the master of the UNMO planet. Hu Yanbo. Back when he heard of her story, Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. She was too strong. Just the undyings under her went up to 81 and 2 emperor levels. One had to know that his own teacher, True Yan Emperor, had taught so many disciples, yet he only had 1 emperor level disciple. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's position is heavily worshipped. Luo Feng frowned. Even if Ji Qing is her disciple, she needn't micromanage that much, right? Don't tell me anyone who becomes her disciple cannot have a relationship. It is truly that way. Silver Snow official shook his head and sighed. Luo Feng, I don't know if you've ever searched up on the information regarding her disciples. There are 19 disciples under her, of which 7 are men and 12 are women, and these 19 have lived for extremely long, existing over trillions of years. However, they all have one similarity. Luo Feng was suspicious. The 19 have never ever had a relationship, Silver Snow emphasized. Luo Feng was shocked. In the vast universe, it was easy to find a partner that one could fall in love with. Hence, it was very strange that the 19 had never found a partner. Back then, Fantasy Spirit Emperor had found out, through one of her channels, about Ji Qing and Hong. She was immediately enraged, asking me directly if Qing had performed any acts of the love from my energy sense. I could still feel her life energy was still very pure, never having engaged in any of the acts. Only after knowing that did Fantasy Spirit relax a little. However, she warned me strictly to stop this affair between her and Hong, otherwise she could only expel her and not let her stay as her disciple. Luo Feng realized. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng and sighed softly. You should understand why I stopped it now. It wasn't me that wanted to, but Fantasy Spirit Emperor just being an absolute genius isn't enough. One has to have a good teacher. My G family hasn't had an absolute genius like her in so long. For such an exceptional genius, how could I let her be expelled from Fantasy Spirit Emperor's door? Luo Feng nodded. It was easy to understand Silver Snow official's thoughts. To actually become a disciple of a great undying was an extremely hard thing to do, just like himself, when he was one out of the 1,000 geniuses in the same batch. Finally, those able to get an emperor-level teacher didn't even hit 10, much less an absolute pinnacle being who were considered powerful even amongst the emperor-level undyings. That was purely a miracle. How can this be? They are but her disciples. Is there such a need to meddle in their affairs? Luo Feng frowned. I'm not clear of the reason. Silver Snow shook his head. I only know that Fantasy Spirit Emperor doesn't allow her disciples to have any affairs. Otherwise they'd be kicked out. This. Luo Feng was troubled. What should he do next? Fantasy Spirit Emperor. This was a being close to Skyfeather and True Yan Emperor. Luo Feng gazed around. The group of undyings here were high in position in the Gongwu universe country, however none of them were emperor level, and Fantasy Spirit even had 2 undying slaves that were emperor level. Fantasy Spirit Emperor could be completely careless about the group here. My position here is nothing against her. Even my teacher, he could at most speak on equal terms with her. He cannot make her submit. Luo Feng thought. True Yan, Fantasy Spirit, even though their strengths were close, the two were of different factions. Fantasy Spirit had no need to submit to True Yan Emperor. Silver Snow official, is there any other way? Luo Feng looked at him. I have no way. Silver Snow shook his head. Fantasy Spirit couldn't care less about me. Luo Feng frowned. If your teacher True Yen appears, there may be some chance. Silver Snow suddenly said. Luo Feng glanced at Silver Snow. He didn't wish to make his teacher show himself for such matters. I've already told you the details, I have no other way, but I have to tell you, for Qing Qing to get Fantasy Spirit Emperor as her teacher is a great miracle. I definitely will not allow her to be expelled. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng. Within the main hall, the great beings of the Ganwu universe country all chatted in their groups. And in the corner Hong, Bushka, Luo, and Dylan stood together. I wonder how third brother's chat is going. Hong looked at the distant Luo Feng chatting with Silver Snow. Don't rush. The white-haired Luo smiled. His Majesty Luo Feng has a special position. He even has the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department behind him. Even that Silver Snow official has to respect him. He can disrespect me, but he wouldn't dare disrespect Luo Feng. The tall and skinny Bushka with a head full of lumps smiled. Humph. The black-robe, bald man, Dylan snorted softly. The undyings in this hall, many of them have undyings under them, however none would dare disrespect his Majesty. Hong nodded, looking at the distant Luo Feng and Silver Snow. After a while, Luo Feng and Silver Snow finished their chat. Luo Feng turned and walked towards Hong. Third brother Hong welcomed him. Big brother Luo Feng walked over, his expression complex. Hong saw Luo Feng's expression and knew within that things weren't looking good. What's the matter? Hong asked softly. Big brother Luo Feng found it hard to say. It's this way, the one truly stopping you and Ji Qing isn't Silver Snow official, but Fantasy Spirit Emperor, and this Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng explained in detail and described how terrifying she was. Bushka, Luo, and Dylan stood beside and listened. That's how it is. Luo Feng looked at Hong. There's actually the Fantasy Spirit Emperor behind this. Bushka's expression changed. She's extremely hard to deal with. Dylan frowned. Even if my teacher appeared, it would still be useless, unless it was the ancestor teacher there. Maybe some use there. The white-haired Luo frowned, looking at Hong, saying softly, student, since it's Fantasy Spirit stopping you, and all her disciples are single, it's fated that she would absolute never change her rules easily. From what I see, you should just give up. Hong stood there silently. Give up? Why do all this for a woman? Bushka advised him too. Even if you see through it, it's useless. There are some things we should give up, but some we have to persevere at. Hong revealed a smile, looking at Bushka and Luo. Teacher, Elder Bushka, I definitely won't give up that easily. Third brother Hong looked at Luo Feng. Whatever you need me to do, just speak. Luo Feng looked at his big brother. I'm truly troubling you this time, otherwise I wouldn't even know the reason. Now Hong shook his head in his eyes. I'm probably not even worth the explanation. I have something I need you to help me with now, and also the last thing. Big brother, speak directly. We are both from Earth and life and death brothers, hence, you can skip the formalities. Luo Feng looked at Hong. I wish. Hong looked at Luo Feng, to meet Fantasy Spirit Emperor once. Luo Feng, Dylan, Bushka, and Luo were all shocked. Meeting Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng, Dylan, Luo, and Bushka all had wide perspectives of the universe. Having seen much around, they also knew of the pinnacle beings of the 1008 universe countries. For a small universe-level punk trying to meet True Yen Emperor, would it be that simple? It was simply dreaming. Similarly, would it be so easy to meet Fantasy Spirit Emperor? Big brother, this Luo Feng frowned. Wanting to meet Fantasy Spirit, he himself didn't have any connections with her, and never seen her before. Is there no way? Han looked at Luo Feng. If there's truly no way, then don't rush. Luo Feng shook his head. Big brother, I can only say, I'll try my best. Han nodded. The ceremony went on. Luo Feng lifted a wine glass and returned to Silver Snow official's side. Luo Feng, Silver Snow sat there, slightly lifting his glass. Beside, the undying Yukon and Sector Lord Ji Feng Yen immediately made way. Luo Feng sat opposite Silver Snow and smiled. Silver Snow official, I have something to ask of you. What is it? Speak. Silver Snow. Ji Tian Song looked at Luo Feng. He was filled with disdain when dealing with Hong, however, towards Luo Feng, he was still respectful. An absolute genius that was that glorious in the virtual universe company, with even true Yen Emperor supporting him from behind. As long as he didn't fall, he would be terrifying in the future. Luo Feng smiled. Please help me send a mail. Mail? Silver Snow official squinted, asking curiously. It's for Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng nodded. Silver Snow official was shocked. I'll write the details of the mail. Naturally, I'll let you see it too. Luo Feng smiled. No matter. This mail is for you to send. Naturally, I won't get you in trouble. Haha, I'm not worried about that. I believe that even you, Luo Feng, wouldn't want to mess with Fantasy Spirit Emperor and enrage her. Silver Snow nodded and smiled. This is the content. Luo Feng lifted his wrist and on it a mail appeared on his screen. The mail was already opened. Silver Snow read the mail on the screen. He wishes to meet Fantasy Spirit Emperor. He really dares to wish it. That universe-level punk, without any special background whatsoever with Fantasy Emperor's status, why would she meet him? Silver Snow was very shocked. He looked suspiciously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, do you have such a need to stick your neck out for him? He's like my blood brother. I definitely have to help. Luo Feng said. Silver Snow nodded. I'll help you send this mail to Fantasy Spirit Emperor. As for whether she wishes to actually meet Hong and you, that'll depend on luck. Silver Snow smiled. I'll give you some advice. If your teacher, True Yen, is willing to appear, no matter what, at least to meet up, Fantasy Spirit Emperor will definitely meet you. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Without a foolproof plan, it was best not to trouble his teacher. His teacher was already teaching him and he was incredibly grateful for that. As for troubling him with these matters, wouldn't his teacher become a nanny then? This was highly disrespectful. It's already sent. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng. The moment she wishes to meet you, I'll inform you. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. I'll give you my virtual universe network number. You can contact me directly. The main man of the ceremony was Luo Feng. As it went on, Luo Feng lifted his wine glass and chatted with many of the Undyings. The group of Undyings all didn't dare underestimate this punk after all. Just his power alone was enough to affect all of them. The ceremony finally ended. However, Silver Snow had yet to receive a reply from Fantasy Spirit Jade Dome Planet, Luo residence. The true upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country had all left in their universe ships. Even the three tycoons, Purple Lightning, Gold Feather, and Black Yen official had left. Night With the guests all gone, Luo Feng walked alone in the quiet and spacious palace hallways. Big brother Luo Feng spotted the black-robed Hong silently sitting in the grass patch. Luo Feng was like a breeze moving through the railing, quickly reaching Hong's side. Hong turned to Luo Feng and said, "Sit." Still troubled, Luo Feng sat and smiled. "Not troubled, just waiting." Hong turned and smiled at him, waiting for the opportunity to come no matter what. At least tonight I found out why Silver Snow official stopped me and Ji Qing. After knowing the reason clearly, only then can I think of solutions to solve the problem. You seem very confident. Luo Feng smiled. Not one bit, only there are some things that one must do. Hong laughed. After trying one's best, only then would there be no regrets. Even if I cannot do it now, when I get stronger in the future, even stronger than fantasy Spirit Emperor, I'll then bring Qing Qing back myself. Luo Feng looked shocked at his big brother. Stronger than fantasy Spirit Emperor? Was he simply bragging or just very confident? Fantasy Spirit Emperor, that was absolute, a pinnacle being that stood at the top of the universe. With just a wave of her hand she could kill trillions, making an entire group of undyings fall under her hypnotism and die within. With no boundaries within, the future becomes limitless. Hong looked at Luo Feng, third brother. Don't have any fear within. If you let yourself feel certain things are extremely hard to pass, how would you be able to do it in reality? Luo Feng was stunned. With no boundaries within, the future becomes limitless. No matter how powerful a being is, they all took steps to get there. Hong laughed. As long as you keep improving, and with an endless lifespan, then becoming a great being in the universe isn't impossible. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. He quickly connected to the virtual universe network and instantly returned. Big brother, a smile showed on Luo Feng's face. Hong looked at Luo Feng and smiled. Looking at your expression, it must be good news. I just received Silver Snow official's mail. Luo Feng smiled. Silver Snow's? Hong's eyes gleamed. He forwarded Fantasy Spirit Emperor's reply. Luo Feng smiled. She's agreed. Hong's eyes gleamed with visible light. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Right. Fantasy Spirit Emperor will send members under her to head to Black Dragon Mountain's 9-star bay, who will then bring us to meet her in her palace. Luo Feng said, hence from now on, we have to constantly maintain a thread of our consciousness in the virtual universe network, to await the order and meeting. Hong nodded. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star bay. Luo Feng and Hong looked at the man before them. This man was 3 m tall, with a couple of black feathered wings on his back, and on his forehead were 10 horns that were different in lengths. He wore black armor and he smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, True Yan Emperor's disciple. Luo Feng, how do you do? I am Fantasy Spirit Emperor's disciple, Bushla. How do you do, Bushla? Luo Feng nodded. This is the punk that wants to marry my junior. The black-feathered man glanced at Hong, his lips curling into a smile, almost somewhat disdainful. Hong wanted to answer, but he quickly turned back to Luo Feng. Let's go. Teacher is waiting for you too. All right. Luo Feng nodded, and immediately, the 3 of them followed the man and swiftly left 9-star bay, reaching a teleportation region not far from there, and transferred. Shua. Luo Feng, Hong, and the black-feathered man Bushla appeared within a vast palace plaza. Rumble, the waves crashed against the shore. The entire palace was 100,000 kilometers tall, and was split into 9 levels. The lowest level was closest to the ocean, and the plaza Luo Feng the others appeared in was the 5th level's plaza. "Follow me," the black-feathered man led the way. Entering deep within the palace, they proceeded. Even Hong was a universe level, hence, the speed at which they moved was extremely fast. In just a few moments, they reached the 7th level. This was a quiet hall. At the entrance stood many ladies dressed in mist-like white robes, with furry tails waving from behind them. These ladies all had purple eyes that were extremely enticing, and when they looked over it made others feel their desires within. With the black-feathered man leading, Luo Feng and Hong entered the hall. They continued forward. The women that stood on the sides, from the initial white-robed ladies, all changed to black-robed ones. However, it was obvious they were all from the same race with purple eyes and furry tails. After another 1,000 kilometers, they became purple-robed women. What mysterious illusions! Luo Feng walked within the huge hall and looked at the women standing at the sides. He unconsciously fell into the illusion, feeling as though the ladies all became naked as they exuded their mysterious seduction and drew closer to him. To no avail. Luo Feng and Hong were both people who had reached high levels in mental state training, hence, illusions that weren't deliberately targeted at them completely had no effect whatsoever. "Teacher," the black-feathered man bowed respectfully, his voice resounding throughout the large hall, echoing continuously. Luo Feng and Hong stopped simultaneously. They looked up and saw in the distance a huge throne with incredibly complex engravings all over. In it lay a curled-up woman with purple long hair, purple eyes and long bushy tail. When the pair of eyes looked down, the surrounding sky and land almost felt like it was engulfed in a powerful energy. Fantasy Spirit Emperor Luo Feng held his breath. Having heard of her power before, Luo Feng didn't dare hesitate. Luo Feng, a gentle voice, resounded from the distant throne high above. Indeed, a genius that actually passed the Fantasy Ocean's 10th island during universe level. Such solid mental state. I like you punks with such solid mental states. Your teacher Tru Yan has such good foresight too. He nurtured Bloodthirst Emperor before, and from your information, you kill very madly. To the Tru Yan lineage are all like that. The teacher kills madly, even the disciples are as such. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Feng bowed. His teacher, Tru Yan, did indeed have time where he madly killed others. Only now was he much more low profile compared to the past, staying and studying within Primal Chaos City. Otherwise, with just the level of explosiveness alone, his teacher wasn't below his 3rd senior bloodthirst Emperor. The great being from the Spirit Devil clan lay lazily in the huge throne. Her purple eyes gazed at Hong. You are the Hong that Qing Qing had mentioned. Yes, Hong bowed and replied. You do have some guts to come and meet me. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked down at Hong from her huge throne above, smiling and saying softly, aren't you afraid I might just order someone to kill you? In reality, with her power, just one order alone, there would definitely be many undyings in the Ganwu universe country fighting to kill Hong. I am afraid indeed, Hong said respectfully. Haha, so you do know fear too. Fantasy Spirit's voice was like the most beautiful instrument in the world, giving the most exceptional performance. It enticed anyone who listened. You are afraid, and yet you still came. I'm afraid of death, and afraid of not being able to do many of my wishes. Hong said respectfully. However, there are certain things that I cannot back Down from just because of fear. Qing honestly treats me well, how can I be a coward and be afraid of death? No matter what, I have to do all I can in every way. Even if I'm killed or destroyed, I won't regret it. Ah. Fantasy Spirit looked at Hong carefully from the throne, gasping with shock. Afraid of death, but you still must live without regrets. Fantasy Spirit looked at the silhouette below, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy as she muttered, dying and getting your soul destroyed is frightening. However, to still go on and do things without regrets. Her voice resounded 10 around her. No one else within the hall could hear her. If only he could be like this back then. Her expression became dreamy. Her eyes were gentle, but occasionally they looked very terrifying too. Rumble. The entire hall shook violently. Countless peculiar noises resounded within everyone's ears. It made Luo Feng, Hong, and the group of robed women change their expressions. Fantasy Spirit Emperor regained her composure. The sounds disappeared, and she gazed at Hong from high above in her throne. Hong, I'll give you one chance, a chance to gamble your life. Luo Feng's expression changed. Gamble his life? Please explain. Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Hong bowed. It's very simple. Fantasy Spirit smiled. I'll give you two choices. One. Wait until you reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord and go take part in the war in the outer regions. If your contributions are enough to get you a first-class medal, I won't stop you. And Qing simultaneously, I guarantee I won't expel her. The second choice is to attempt my 18 levels of love illusions. If you successfully pass all 18 levels, I will not stop you. And Qing and will guarantee that I won't expel her. However, the moment you fail, then I will order for the Universe Mercenary Alliance to send powerful warriors to kill you immediately. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's eyes stared at Hong. This is a gamble of your life. If you fail, you will die. If you succeed, you'll have a chance to be with Qing, be it a loving one. Breaking up, marriage, I won't care. Choosing the first option means you'll have from now to the time you reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord to train. I will guarantee too you'll have that amount of time to train. Choosing the second option means you'll immediately attempt the 18 levels of love illusion. Fantasy Spirit looked at Hong. Do you dare to gamble with your life? The atmosphere was tense. The entire hall was silent, including her disciple, the black-feathered man. Even he did not make a sound. He and the robed women could all feel Fantasy Spirit Emperor wasn't her usual self. Big Brother Luo Feng looked at Hong. Gamble with his life. Was this a joke? If Hong really accepted the gamble and was chased by the Universe Mercenary Alliance people, even true Yen Emperor wouldn't have any right to go stop them. I choose the second option. Hong looked up at Fantasy Spirit Emperor in her throne. Attempting the 18 levels of love illusions. If I fail, you don't have to send people to kill me. I will immediately head to a branch of the Universe Mercenary Alliance and kill myself before the members stationed there. Also, I will have the entire scene broadcasted live to you, Lord Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Fantasy Spirit Emperor squinted in her throne. You are sure you want to attempt the 18 levels of love illusions? She said. If you choose to take part in the wars at Sector Lord Pinnacle level, you can still live for a very long time, and I can even help you reach that level. I'll ask you one more time, will you change your decision? No. A smile appeared on Hong's face. Luo Feng looked at Hong beside him, looking at the smile on his face. That was a smile that represented his will to do anything and everything he could. Big brother. Luo Feng was truly worried now. Yes. His big brother's mental state training was indeed extremely high, akin to a sacred legend of very few from ancient times of Earth. However, these illusions weren't that of Fantasy Island, but from Fantasy Spirit Emperor, a being incredibly strong and close to his own teacher, True Yen Emperor's level of strength. They may contain some pressure that could make him crumble. Who? Fantasy Spirit Emperor stood up and looked at Hong below, looking at his eyes. Hong's eyes didn't have any sense of hesitation, neither did they have the teeth-gritting madness. All they expressed were a solid determination and incisiveness. Very good, she ordered. Bushla, bring Hong to the Illusion Palace. Immediately bring him to the 101st level. Shua. Fantasy Spirit Emperor vanished immediately. Yes, teacher. The black-feathered man Bushla replied respectfully and bowed, after which he glanced coldly at Hong and said, "Follow me." Fantasy Spirit Palace erupted. A universe-level punk actually wanted to attempt the 18 levels of love illusions. The moment he failed he would be killed and his soul destroyed immediately. Many people all about the palace swiftly rushed over towards the Illusion Palace. Your Majesty Qing, that Hong has chosen to gamble his life and attempt the 18 levels of love illusions. If he succeeds, Fantasy Spirit Emperor will not stop your relationship with him and won't expel you. However, the moment he fails, he'll have to be killed. In reality, within a quiet pavilion, there stood two young ladies, of which a green-robed lady said softly. Inside the pavilion, a short-haired lady stood at the door. Her slender fingers were gripped so tightly they had gone pale. I'm leaving, the short-haired lady said softly. Your Majesty Qing, Fantasy Spirit Emperor has ordered this, and no one dares to go against it. I can report everything that happens there to you here. Please do not make our lives harder, the green-robed lady said. The short-haired lady's eyes gleamed fiercely. Jia. The door closed. This pavilion was an anchor point for when she entered the virtual universe. As long as she entered the network, she would appear here, and now she was trapped there and couldn't go out. In reality, she was also stuck within her head ancestor, Silver Snow Official's God Country. Big Brother Hong, the short-haired lady, walked to the windows and opened them. She didn't escape. There at the entrance were two Devil and Spirit Clan ladies. With Sector Lord level power, they were there specially to guard her, and she was only at the universe level. If the other two ladies didn't go easy on her, how would she escape? Don't do stupid things, don't do stupid things, don't do stupid things. Don't do stupid things, don't do stupid things, don't do stupid things. Don't do stupid things. The short-haired lady sent mail after mail to Hong. After a while. No problem, wait for me, Hong replied. She was silent. Big Brother Hong, the short-haired lady lifted her head and looked through the window, gazing at the distant place that pierced through the clouds. That was the Fantasy Palace amidst the many other palaces about. Live. You have to live. Many people had gathered within the Fantasy Palace, like the clansmen of the Devil and Spirit Clan, along with several other disciples of Fantasy Spirit Emperor. I dare say that punk will definitely die. How can he succeed the 18 levels of love illusions, no matter how powerful that universe-level punk is? He still wouldn't be able to succeed. It's a death road. Look, that's the punk attempting the 18 levels. Who, that silver-armored one? No, the silver-armored one is the absolute genius Luo Feng of the virtual universe company. However, the black-robed one is the one who is attempting. Wow, that's Luo Feng, so handsome. Don't be smitten. I feel that Hong's pretty handsome too, what a pity he has to die. Luo Feng and Hong followed the black-feathered man Bushla through the walkways. Looking around, into the distance, they could see large numbers of purple-eyed ladies. 99 of Fantasy Spirit Palace was made up of women, and these ladies all seemed to be from the spirits and devils ladies. They were all incredibly beautiful, seductive. Big brother, your mental state is extremely high. However, these illusions are illusions from Fantasy Spirit. Emperor Luo Feng communicated anxiously. You are strong, but you cannot underestimate the absolute beings of the universe. The moment you fail, you'll die without a doubt, and there could be pressure within the illusions too. You may get pressured and killed within. Who knows what power lays within these 18 levels of love illusions. Even the pressure is extremely strong. Wouldn't you not even have a place to cry? An absolute being who knew how to control his strength according to the severity of the situation, may adjust his power according to Hong and use different levels of strength. However, Fantasy Spirit Emperor's temperament was well reputed to be strange. She obviously didn't allow many men to touch her, yet she was seductive. She had an explosive and terrible temper, yet she always pretended to be gentle. Who would know if she'd set up her illusions to be an absolute death trap? If she really wanted Hong to die, would Hong even have a chance to succeed? Hong glanced at Luo Feng. No problem. Shua. A silhouette appeared at the entrance of the 101st level of the palace. It was of a lady completely covered in a dreamy colorful robe. One could only see her purple eyes. Her face was unclear. Immediately there was silence about the ladies, and few disciples there went to watch the scene. All respectfully went silent. You still have one chance to back off now. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at the distant Hong. If you wish to retreat, I may look down on you, but at least you keep your life. If you don't retreat, then follow this door and head in. Fantasy Spirit Emperor pointed to the door beside her. This is the 101st level of the palace. Every level is a level of the love illusions. When you pass one level, just head towards the stairs and proceed after you enter 102nd level. If you succeed, head to the stairs and continue to the 103rd level. Keep heading up. If you successfully exit from the 118th level, you've finished it. Otherwise, your life will be gone. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at Hong. Hong smiled. Big brother Luo Feng's face was filled worry, yet he didn't know how to convince him. Hong was just like that. Even if 1,000,000,000,000 people all tried to persuade him, it wouldn't even shake his resolve. Hong smiled and glanced at Luo Feng before heading straight for the door. So he entered the door and with a step, disappeared through it. Rumble, the entire 101st level of the palace immediately became a blur. One couldn't see clearly what was going on within. At this time, Hong already had no way to return. If he succeeded, he would live. Failure would mean death. This majestic palace pierced through the clouds in the sky. If it was on Earth, Luo Feng would be able to see half of Earth simply by standing in it. However, he was still unable to see the entire construct of this palace. Illusion palace. Mystical energies engulfed the entire palace. It was a blur within the 101st level of the palace. Luo Feng stared hard through it trying to see Hong's situation within the illusion, however it was. To no avail. It wasn't just Luo Feng, even the devil and spirit clan women and the disciples of Fantasy Spirit Emperor all wanted to know if Hong could pass the 18 levels of love illusions. Rumble. The 101st level of the palace shook and everything became clear within. In the center, Hong smiled and looked at the distant stairs, flying straight towards it and swiftly following it up, heading to level 102. He's passed the first level. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Hua. He flew swiftly through the stairs and quickly reached the 102nd level. Fantasy Spirit Emperor walked ahead, Luo Feng and the black-feathered man, along with the other disciples, all followed closely behind after them. The large group of devils and spirits women followed. The second level, the third level, Hong took longer and longer to finish them. What now? Luo Feng followed the stairs up another level to the fourth level. Feeling anxious, these were after all illusions set up by Fantasy Spirit Emperor, and his big brother was only universe level. He could easily lose his life if he got careless. If he really failed, will I simply watch him go to a Universe Mercenary Alliance base and commit suicide? However, I couldn't convince Big Brother not to do it, and this was his gamble with Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Even his teacher wouldn't be able to budge, and Luo Feng was very worried. He couldn't help but only watch as things unfolded. Strength. This was all due to strength. If he had the power of a universe country leader, he could completely pressure Fantasy Spirit Emperor. It wouldn't be so troublesome, and he was only a small genius now, nothing but a small kid before Fantasy Spirit Emperor, one that wasn't fully matured at all. Your big brother's willpower is very strong. He's actually able to pass 5 levels of the love illusions. Outside the 105th level doors, the colorfully dressed Fantasy Spirit Emperor laughed softly. Elder Fantasy Spirit Emperor, please show mercy. Luo Feng bowed and requested respectfully beside. You don't need to beg me. Her moving and beautiful purple eyes glanced at Luo Feng. I'm only letting him attempt the 18 levels. It tests the desires of love, as long as he truly isn't affected at all by the enticement of love and desires, looking at pure love only for itself, then he has a hope of living on. Desires. Luo Feng frowned. Humans. Fantasy Spirit Emperor laughed softly, or in general life, as long as it's a life form, then there'll definitely be desire. Wanting to become an eternal being, to stand high above and control over trillions of beings, to have a beautiful wife, to have family, live a better life, to make it big, to become a true powerful warrior. Fantasy Spirit Emperor laughed. These are all different forms of desires. Desires. They are the reason behind life and its evolution. She smiled. Even the most pure-hearted person will have desires, only their desires are different from others, as they will be more special. Luo Feng was stunned. Desires. Right. Whether it was a warrior wanting to get stronger, training paths, pleasures of life, etc., in summary, as long as humanity was there, there would definitely be desires. Even wild beasts, they all had their innate desires, like mating, having more partners, eating better and better. Desires are endless. Fantasy Spirit spoke softly. By itself it is not evil. Only life, when controlled by it, makes them differ. The desires of love is just one form of it, and it is of a very, very complex type. Even an extremely powerful undying may not see through them. She Laughed softly, the 18 levels of love illusions I've set up give the endless taste of love desires, even a god would fall from it. And him. Since he's so deep in love, then the love desires to him should be an extremely hard thing to pass, she smiled and said, only after passing the 18 levels of the love illusions will he have the right to be with my disciple. Luo Feng took a chilly breath and looked shocked at Fantasy Spirit Emperor, who was so beautiful she could cause the downfall of an entire kingdom. Desire. As one who constantly took advice on mental state training from his first and second brother, Luo Feng was very clear on the difficulty of explaining desire. The ancient texts of Earth said that even heroes had difficulty with beautiful women. Even the greatest sacred beings had all sorts of desires. For example, ruling a country, these dreams were in essence different forms of desires. To be above them, that was impossible. No wonder, even though Fantasy Spirit Emperor only passed the 19th level of the Heavenly Bridge, she still has such terrifying power, and is able to stand beside my teacher, True Yen Emperor and Sky Feather Emperor, Luo Feng thought. And it's also no wonder she can control 2 Emperor-level undying slaves. Fantasy Spirit Emperor, indeed she's terrifying. Big brother. These 18 levels of illusions are all love-related illusions, can you pass them? Luo Feng stared at the mystical hall, feeling worried within. Even though he had confidence in his big brother, he didn't dare underestimate this great eternal being of the universe. Even though the mental state training of Earth was one that was worthy of pride even in the universe, however, those beings that dominated the universe, powerful beings that have lived for countless years, with some even building universe countries, beings that dominated those levels, who would dare say that their mental state training was weaker than Luo Feng, Thunder God, or Hong's? They couldn't be underestimated. 30. How's everything going with you and Hong there? A mail appeared on the screen of Luo Feng's wrist. It was from Thunder God. He was naturally informed of their meeting with Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Second brother Luo Feng's consciousness read the words, and a words of reply quickly appeared, forming a mail and sending back to Thunder God. 18 levels of love illusion. Big brother's mental state training is extremely high. He definitely will be able to pass it. I'm very confident about that. Thunder God replied. Second brother, these are 18 levels of love illusion set by Fantasy Spirit Emperor, an extremely terrifying being of the universe. The amount of years she's lived far exceeds the ancient Chinese cultures. She cannot be underestimated, Luo Feng replied. Which level is Big Brother at now? The 9th, and he's taking longer and longer to pass each level. Luo Feng swiftly conversed with Thunder God while anxiously watching his big brother pass the levels. Time passed. Fantasy Spirit Emperor and her disciples, along with the large group of devils and spirits women, all felt the pressure. They followed Fantasy Spirit up level after level, watching the process of Hong passing the levels. 18 levels of love illusions. The first level was the fastest. It got slower as he progressed. At the 10th level, 11th level, 12th level, Hong was taking longer and finding it harder to break through the illusions. However, he was still as sturdy every time. This big brother, he must definitely succeed. He must. Luo Feng, who had been watching every level, anxiously hoped within. He actually reached the 14th level. This big brother of Luo Feng is pretty impressive. To actually reach the 14th level, It shows that his willpower is extremely strong. Unbelievable. Didn't expect this. The women of the Devils and Spirits clan all muttered among themselves. And while Fantasy Spirit Emperor was initially very calm, she frowned after Hong passed the 14th level. I simply don't believe that a love-stricken man like him can pass the 18 levels. Fantasy Spirit's eyes were like electricity, her expression heavy as she stared at the 105th level. Within that quiet pavilion, the short-haired girl stood silently at the window staring at the direction of the illusion palace. From her field of vision, the tower pierced through the clouds, and it was impossible to see that high through them. Your Majesty Qing, that Hong has already passed the 15th level. He successfully passed the 15th level. The two Devils and Spirits clan women shouted at the entrance of the pavilion. The short-haired girl looked up quietly, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. She muttered, "Big brother Hong, you definitely must succeed." Definitely. You definitely must succeed. Luo Feng stared hard at the 117th hall. The large group of Devils and Spirits clan women gathered in the 117th level had all held their breaths. Even Fantasy Spirit Emperor's expression had totally sunken, her eyes blinking over and over as she stared. Everyone felt the pressure got stronger and stronger as the further they got, the harder and more absurd the difficulty of the love illusions. After a while, rumble. The blur that shrouded the 117th level broke apart and a pale expression's black-haired man Hong appeared. One last level. Hong looked up. Not even glancing at the crowd around him, he headed straight for the stairs. And towards the last level, the 118th level of the palace, attempting the 18th level of the love illusions. He flowed like water and reached the 118th level entrance. You must definitely succeed, definitely. Luo Feng stared without blinking, perspiring from his forehead. Fantasy Spirit Emperor, who stood in front of him, stared hard too. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that the 18 levels of love illusion she had set up for people deep in love could be broken through, that a love-stricken man affected by love's desires could actually break through the 18 levels. Impossible. Her eyes gleamed coldly. Rumble. The 118th level shook violently and grew calm. A smiling, but obviously fatigued black-haired and black-robed man walked out, stepping through the door and out into the hall. Elder Fantasy Spirit Emperor, I've successfully passed the 18 levels of the love illusions, the black-haired man said respectfully. In the spacious walkway outside the 118th level of the palace, which was 1 kilometer wide, there squeezed thousands to tens of thousands. They were all looking on in disbelief at the black-haired and robed man they had spent years serving. Fantasy Spirit Emperor, and following by her side, they were all very clear on how terrifying she was. Almost no one believed that Hong could actually pass the 18 levels of love illusions. Fantasy Spirit herself couldn't believe it. Impossible. She stared at the man before her. Many thoughts were flashing in her mind, however she quickly regained her composure. I didn't expect a person willing to die for love would actually be able to pass the 18 levels. She looked at Hong and her eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. You've surprised me. There's nothing fearsome about love. Indulge and enjoy it, Hong said. When one does so, the soul will produce an incredibly feeling. That's love. She looked at Hong and studied him. I now understand how you can make Qing love you. She nodded, and after which turned to face the black-feathered man, Bushla, bring Hong and Luo Feng. To meet Qing Qing. Yes, teacher, the black-feathered man said respectfully. Fantasy Spirit Emperor turned and vanished into nothing. After she left, there was a huge hustle outside in the walkways surrounding incredibly beautiful devils and spirits. Women all spoke in hushed voices and pointed at Hong and Luo Feng. Discussions were rampant. It was almost as though they cared about Hong and Luo Feng and respected them. Please follow me, the black-feathered man smiled at Hong and Luo Feng. And congratulations on passing the 18 levels of love illusions. Probably no one there actually believed you'd succeed, the black-feathered man smiled. It was tough and I barely made it through. It is indeed very terrifying, Hong said. But of course, how could an illusion set by my teacher be weak? The black-feathered man led the way ahead while Luo Feng and Hong walked side by side. Congratulations, big brother, Luo Feng communicated secretly, smiling slyly. Congrats to you and the missus for being together forever. Hee, Hong was all smiles. Big brother, how were the 18 levels of illusions? I was extremely worried, Luo Feng communicated. The illusions were powerful, but no threat to me at all, Hong replied. Shock flashed through Luo Feng's eyes. What? No threat at all? But, from what I saw, you got more and more fatigued through the levels, and got slower too. Like they were wearing you out. It was all an act. Hong glanced at Luo Feng and communicated, Fantasy Spirit Emperor was watching outside, and these 18 levels of illusions were what she set up. If I swiftly passed every level extremely easily, where would her reputation go? She is the great Fantasy Spirit Emperor. If her 18 levels of illusions were easily broken by a universe-level punk, that would such a disgrace. If I solved it too easily and humiliated her, she might have just changed it. Along the way, as I attempted it, Hong communicated, if she truly wanted me to fail, it would be all too easy, like using a spirit attack, making me die within the illusion and failing. If she were to kill me secretly, who there could actually see through it? Even you, if you saw me die in the illusion, you'd have just thought I didn't pass the illusion, right? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Hence, I had to go according to her mental state, making her feel as though I am about to fail, and that it was incredibly difficult breaking through. Finally, and fatigued that way, my aim would be realized. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed. From start to end, it was all an act, and Hong's performance had made him feel incredibly nervous, as though Hong would fall any time each level was getting harder than before, while the amount of time was longer and longer. So it was simply all an act. Having strength is important, however, using it accordingly would produce the best results, Hong communicated. However, big brother, these love illusions, Fantasy Spirit Emperor said it was the endless love desires, etc. How could it be that easy for you? Luo Feng was curious as he asked. His big brother was obviously one who was deeply in love for Ji Qing, attempting the 18 levels without even knowing their full details. Such a person could actually pass them so easily. Love desires. They were after all a very complex desire. How many heroes and warriors have fallen deeply in love? Our Chinese have such a saying, if one sees a mountain as a mountain, or water as water, then it is so. If they don't see it that way, then it isn't. However, afterwards, it returns to its original state. Hong communicated. A person who hasn't ever experienced love will naturally assume love is just Love, however, to one who's experienced it, only then would he know how incomparably complex it is. It was almost like looking at a flower through mist, extremely dreamy and mystical in their eyes. Love is incredibly complex, because the many feelings would surface from love, making them think. It's complex. At this time, the mountain and water would no longer seem like just so. Only through experiencing the human world and studying the heart, seeing clearly through relationships and feelings, would one finally see through love's true face. That would be returning to its original state. Knowing one's extent of love, seeing it extremely clearly, seeing its essence, what one wants, what one is willing to die for. One won't be affected by all these. After understanding oneself truly, Han looked at Luo Feng, smiling as he communicated. At this time, the mountain returns to being a mountain. The water is a so love to a person of this level is already clear. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He understood a little within. It isn't such that a person deep in love cannot break through. Han smiled. Who knows if the fish are truly happy? A person who truly sees love as is will know, immersing oneself within is the true path, and cutting it off is actually going against instinct. Hong said. Everything I've done follows my instinct and nature, what I should do, what I shouldn't, doing some things even though I know there's life-threatening dangers. Luo Feng nodded. While communicating with his big brother, they walked behind Bushla and headed towards Ji Qing's residence. Shua. A colorfully dressed fantasy spirit emperor appeared before the quiet pavilion. Lord, the two devils and spirits clan women were shocked as they quickly bowed respectfully. She pushed open the door and entered the pavilion. The short-haired girl, who was originally looking through the window within, turned towards the entrance. Looking at Fantasy Spirit Emperor, she bowed respectfully. Teacher, you should have received the news about that young Hong passing my 18 levels of love illusions. Fantasy Spirit looked at her disciple, Ji Qing. Ji Qing was an exceptional disciple. She was the most exceptional out of all of the other disciples, and Fantasy Spirit liked her honestly. Yes, Qing knows. Thank you, teacher, for showing mercy. Ji Qing bowed with gratitude. Humph. Fantasy Spirit snorted coldly and sat in the chair beside her, looking at Ji Qing. I didn't show him any mercy, only the Hong that you like. He indeed exceeded my expectations. He actually managed to pass all 18 levels of the love illusions. The short-haired girl couldn't help but blush as she heard, displaying a sense of pride. As I said before, the moment he passes the 18 levels, I won't stop the both of you, and I won't expel you either. Whether you two love forever or break up, or anything else, I won't intervene. Fantasy Spirit looked at the short-haired girl. Qing, thanks, teacher. The short-haired girl's eyes gleamed. However, there are some things I have to tell you first. Fantasy Spirit Emperor pointed in mid-air, and a screen appeared, and on it a book was displayed. This is my. They chatted for a while. And after that, footstep sounds and some muffled voices could be heard in the distance. There could be seen a black-feathered man, Hong and Luo Feng, who walked right in front. Behind them were a large group of women, all from the Spirits and Devils clan, and it had obviously become quite bustling. Luo Feng, Hong, this is Ji Qing's quarters. The black-feathered man, Bushla, pointed ahead at the quiet and beautiful pavilion. Ah! Hong's eyes gleamed and his gaze landed on that pavilion as he walked over. Luo Feng and Bushla followed behind. Jia. The door creaked open and a short-haired girl walked out. Luo Feng looked at this girl even though he had seen her pictures from the information he gathered in the virtual universe. Seeing her in person, Luo Feng felt that she was different from others. She was taller than normal and her figure was proportional and perfect. She had short hair and seemed valiant and formidable. Her expression was obviously that of a very firm and decisive, determined, very strong girl. Simply put, she leaned more towards the strong woman, however. Her gaze was like spring water. The moment she saw Hong, it seemed like she was about to cry. "You're so silly," the short-haired girl said softly at Hong. Hong only smiled. The girl rushed over and hugged Hong tightly. She couldn't help the tears that were flowing from her eyes. In the distance, the group of devils and spirits women were all smiling. Luo Feng smiled too at the scene. "Don't take such risks, it's not worth it." Ji Qing hugged Hong tightly. Hong gently stroked her hair, and the two stood apart, staring at each other. "Everything's past, the cloud that obstructs us is gone." Hong looked at Ji Qing and smiled. Hua. Ji Qing suddenly released Hong's hands and retreated. Qing, Hong frowned. "I'm sorry, it's not worth it." Ji Qing looked at Hong. "Leave, just take it. That I was but a memory. Leave." Hong's expression changed. The spectators watching the scene were all stunned. What's going on? Hong had used all means necessary to finally get Fantasy Spirit Emperor to not obstruct them, yet how could Ji Qing herself say such words now? Qing, Hong stared at her, through her gaze, as he could tell if she was hypnotized or there were any other soul techniques used. Hong looked at Ji Qing's eyes. The eyes were the windows to one's soul. The higher up one was in mental state training, the more observant and accurate. They could see completely, seeing through every minuscule reactions with Ji Qing's eyes, whether she was hypnotized or controlled through soul techniques, etc., or was she speaking from her heart? What's going on? Why is Her Majesty Qing saying this, and what does it mean? What other meaning is there? It's break up. Why is she suddenly breaking up? Didn't she completely refuse to give in before? Hence she was locked in the pavilion. Why has she changed her mind? Now in the distance, the many devils and spirits clan women were all discussing. They were all very suspicious. It was supposedly a happy occasion. And yet now it was this. Hong looked silently at Ji Qing. Ji Qing looked at him too. From her eyes Hong could tell that Ji Qing wasn't hypnotized in any way. "Why have you suddenly decided to leave me?" Hong looked at Ji Qing. "You told me before that there are certain things that we must do and others that we shouldn't. When one makes a decision, it has to be firm, sacrificing whatever that needs to be sacrificed." Ji Qing said softly, even though her voice was soft. However, even Luo Feng, who was standing behind Hong, could feel the resolve within her voice. "Hence you are sacrificing our relationship?" Hong asked. Ji Qing didn't say anything. She only gritted her teeth and nodded her head. "Sacrifice?" Hong stared at her and said solemnly, "Why didn't you say anything when your head ancestor stopped you? When your teacher stopped you, you even went against both of them, and now, after I got my brother to help me, and finally met your teacher, Fantasy Spirit Emperor, gambling with my life, attempting the 18 levels of love illusions. After successfully passing the 18 levels, I came over happy to meet you, yet you tell me this now. Why? Why the sudden change of heart? Why didn't you say anything before?" Hong stared at her. She was silent. Hong's rage was bubbling. Luo Feng, who stood beside, was also unsatisfied. How did this situation end up like this? This Ji Qing had strongly denied her ancestor and teacher, yet at the final moment she suddenly changed her mind. Look, that Hong is about to flip. Anybody would flip. I heard the 18 levels of love illusions he attempted before. If he got careless, he would lose his life in reality, and now Her Majesty Qing is saying such words. How can he not rage? If it were me, I'd be raging too. How can she give up such a good man? The Devils and Spirits clan women were all speculating and discussing the situation. Hong looked at Ji Qing. She lowered her head. I have to make a choice. Love is important, but there are other things that are more important. This was what you told me too. Hong took a deep breath. You've really made your decision? Hong asked lightly. She nodded. Hong revealed a pained smile. Who would have thought that after so many years, I finally fell for another woman and it ends up like this? Ji Qing bit her lips. Even though she was a strong woman, and there were many things in the family that she was able to control and make decisions, she even regarded herself as stronger than her father. Even against her undying seniors, she never cowered before them. However, towards the one man she respected, she still felt weak within. Ji Qing. Hong looked at Ji Qing. The short-haired girl lifted her head and looked at the man she loved. I hope you realize your dreams. Hong smiled. And also sorry for the time I bothered you. After which, Hong turned and walked towards Luo Feng. Third brother, let's go. Hong looked at Luo Feng and said, after which with a poof, he vanished. Luo Feng watched the scene silently and looked at the short-haired girl in the distance, fighting hard to hold back her tears. He sighed softly. So he too vanished and his consciousness returned to reality. Big brother Hong. Ji Qing watched as Hong turned and vanished, those last words ringing in her mind over and over. Sorry for the time I bothered you. Bothered me? What have you bothered me about? Ji Qing muttered within. She was very clear about Hong's character. What may seem like a simple line of apology, turning and leaving after, held within his pain. Also, she was clear that he would probably never ever look back. Because she understood him. Sorry, she muttered within. The Devil and Spirits clan women watching were all stunned. They all thought that Hong, who had gambled his life in the 18 levels of love illusions, would be engulfed in pain and rage, and thus express it. However, they never expected him to simply say sorry and leave. The member Undyings of the Virtual Universe Company were all in their palaces on Thunder Island. The Undyings that were members of the Universe Mercenary Alliance were all gathered in another spot too. Whatever happened in Fantasy Spirit Palace was fully discussed by all the staff and quickly spread. This punk is not bad, passing all 18 levels of love illusion set by Fantasy Spirit Emperor. At least he's very strong in terms of love desires and illusions. I think he wouldn't be weak in the other sides too. And he's a special elite of our huge Axe dojo. Quickly send someone to absorb him into the currently ongoing training faction. Yes, Lord. Ganwu Universe Country, one of the 9 first-class planets. Jade Dome Planet. Luo Residence. Luo Feng looked at Hong and sighed within. Since 3 days ago, when what was supposed to be a perfect ending suddenly completely overturned, back then Luo Feng had decided to tell Hong directly. I dare say she was initially strong-willed against her teacher and ancestor. However, she changed her mind suddenly. At the very last minute, that's abnormal if it wasn't Silver Snow official. Meddling in between, then it would have been Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Hong immediately replied, of course I understand that either Silver Snow or Fantasy Spirit had influenced her. However, big brother, why did you just leave then? Are you giving up so easily? Luo Feng asked. Others may influence her, but the final one making the decision is still Qing. Qing. Hong laughed indifferently, and I'm very familiar with her character. She's like me, once she makes a decision, it's very hard to change it, and I could. Here it was a decision she had made from the bottom of her heart. Why? Luo Feng asked. Why did she give up? Because of herself, or family? Hong sighed softly. I know her well, she's a very strong person, she has the dreams and determination to become an absolute warrior, she would never cower to the requirements and demands of love. Also, she's extremely loyal to continuing the family bloodline. Standing within the villa, Luo Feng looked at Hong, recalling their conversation 3 days again. He sighed. No matter, his big brother had been through a tragedy this time. Luo Feng, don't think it wasn't worth it. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. Life comes with sadness and happiness also. After I succeeded the 18 love illusions, the upper echelon of the huge axe dojo noticed me and specially arranged for me to join the Special Elites training faction. If it wasn't a special order, I would have to wait a few decades to join that. Luo Feng nodded. Take care. Don't worry. Hong smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, I'm leaving with my student, the white-haired old man, Luo said. Luo Feng nodded. Then, Luo and Hong entered the round disc-shaped ship, which was purple with gold mixed in, with a diameter of 620 m. This was a ship specially sent by the huge axe dojo to receive Hong. Big brother, make a name for yourself, let that Fantasy Spirit Emperor watch. Luo Feng shouted. Haha, the black-cloaked Hong walked to the cabin door and turned, smiling. Making a name for myself, I never doubted that, third brother, you better not relax, otherwise I might catch up with you. If you have the ability, come. Luo Feng laughed. After which Hong laughed completely carefree and entered the ship. After a while, the huge disc-shaped ship lifted and left Luo residence, quickly flying through the skies and vanishing through the clouds. On the grass, Luo Feng looked up and watched the ship leave. Your Majesty. Dylan stood beside him. Big brothers, gone to the Special Elites training faction. Luo Feng exclaimed. No matter, big brother's matter is over, this whole affair has ended. I have no more need to stay on Jade Dome planet. Dylan, arrange for me to visit my home planet. Yes, Dylan nodded. Luo Feng looked to the skies. Home. Milky Way Earth. It had been over 200 years since he returned to Earth. The Luo family had already become a huge family. It's time to return and take a look, Luo Feng muttered. That day, Luo Feng brought his guards and took the Yunmo planet ship, leaving Jade Dome planet and headed to his home, the Milky Way. Ganwu Universe Country, a few tens of thousands of light-years away from Jade Dome planet, was a normal life planet, Walo planet. In an underground base on Walo planet. Team leader, the report has been sent via the virtual universe through 369 levels of translations and according to their coordinates in the universe. The details of the report are Luo Feng has brought his guard team in an F-grade universe ship and left Jade Dome planet. The intended location is unknown. However, from the report we can deduce that the possibility of Luo Feng heading To his home planet reaches 72, a silver-uniformed bald three-eyed man said. Respectfully. Another black-uniformed bald three-eyed man looked at the screen. On the screen was detailed information. It was regarding Luo Feng. Number 9's information is very little. We have to collect enough data and have a definite guarantee before we begin the assassination every time we do a mission in the 1008 universe countries of humanity. We have to pay a huge price. We have to achieve success in one time. The last time we failed in killing number 1, we had huge losses. This time we cannot fail again, the black uniformed bald three-eyed man said. Also order the 13th team, which is closest to the Milky Way, to check up on number 9's home, Earth, the black uniformed bald three-eyed man ordered. Yes. The silver-uniformed underling replied respectfully. The quiet underground base regained its original calm state. The members of this mysterious organization were usually very quiet, barely speaking. As Luo Feng was taking his guard team in the Yun-Mo planet ship and traveling at 50 times light speed, there was a seemingly normal Seek-grade black disk-shaped ship that had already reached the dark universe region within the Milky Way. It was flying slowly. Captain, this space has been modified with space techniques by a powerful undying. It's blocking the coordinates. We are unable to proceed directly to Earth. A green-uniformed, tall and sturdy ape-man said respectfully. A piercing sound suddenly rang. The situation is as our information suggests. We are indeed unable to head towards Earth directly unless it's through a wormhole. However, that would still take close to 3 years of time to reach. The second is to get an undying from the organization to break the space technique. Another green-uniformed skinny lady said respectfully. There were a total of 8 green-uniformed men and women. Before them stood a silver-uniformed old man. The old man nodded. The first choice of the wormhole, flying 3 years in the actual universe, that's something the organization cannot accept, and breaking through the space technique requires an extremely powerful undying to come. Any undying concealed here in the 1008 universe countries of the humans is an incredibly valuable resource. This matter I have to consult the leader. Dark Universe. A blood-colored triangular ship was progressing at shocking speed, as Jade Dome Planet was close to 100 million light-years away from Earth, hence even with 50 times light speed, it would still take about 2 months to reach. All the guards were resting in their quarters. Within the main cabin, the walls were covered with vines that spread throughout. The green leaves shook about, making the entire spacious cabin look like a little forest. The nutrition cabin's door opened automatically suddenly. Hua hua. A naked body rose from the nutrition liquid. Haha, over a month's time, I've finally reached the pinnacle of Domain Lord. Level 9 Luo Feng smiled and stood up in the cabin. He stood there naked and looked around at the cabin covered in vines. Suddenly his eyes gleamed. With one glance, he could clearly count that there were a total of 216 vines in the room. Success, the cloud contact vine's evolution has ended. Luo Feng looked surprised at the vine. Hua. The countless vines rushed over, almost like an incredibly joyous child. Hugging its parent, it completely engulfed Luo Feng and swiftly shrunk and gathered very quickly. The originally huge 10+ meter diameter quarters, which was completely covered in vines, returned to its original state as it formed a body-hugging jade-green armor. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The armor's color kept changing, occasionally silver, sometimes jade-green. Sometimes fiery red and others pure black, it simultaneously sent out thoughts of glee and happiness as it sprouted out leaves and waved happily. Even though it could change color before, it wasn't so easy and simple. Sector Lord level is indeed the pinnacle evolution limit of the human body. Luo Feng complemented within. From Star Traveler level to Sector Lord level, the essence of a human body evolves greatly. Sector Lord to Undying, that was mostly a soul evolution. Hence during Sector Lord level, that was considered the human body's pinnacle. Evolution limit, of course, for other races of life forms there were slight differences. Evolving to 216 vines, pinnacle Sector Lord level cloud contact vine, it's much stronger than a normal cloud contact vine. Luo Feng was happy. The higher the level. Even though one was the same level, a normal warrior, compared to an exceptional one would have their gap get bigger and bigger. During the star level, the geniuses in the universe have very few that could comprehend the origin laws. The strong ones were not too much stronger at this time. The difference between a genius and a normal person wasn't too large. However, at the universe level, similar universe level 9s, those that were worthy of being called geniuses, most would have comprehended parts of the laws already. At this time, the power differences would be even bigger than before. At the Sector Lord level 9 level, law comprehension, internal world, self-created techniques, special encounters, etc., all these made the difference in power between a genius Sector Lord and normal one huge, so much so that in history, there were some super Sector Lords that were able to kill official level Undyings at their level. It could be seen that the exceptional Sector Lords, compared to the normal ones, had huge differences. The higher the level, the more drastic the difference. One theory. The golden horned beast and the cloud contact vine were the same. A beginning star level golden horned beast and cloud contact vine had quite stark difference in power levels compared to other races. As their powers rise, the exceptional ones get more and more shocking during Sector Lord level. The most perfect cloud contact vine could evolve to have 360 vines, the lowest with only 36. The difference was 10 times. The more perfect the vine's evolution, the harder it is to break through to Undying. Luo Feng rubbed the single leaf that had sprouted on his shoulder, saying softly, "My teacher Sector Lord Cloud Contact Vine had only 108 vines, and you have 216, however, I will definitely make you evolve to Undying." The leaf on his should immediately began to wave. You've already reached Sector Lord level. What you must do now is to quickly reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord. Luo Feng let go of the leaf and it waved slightly, after which it shrank swiftly into the armor and vanished. The cloud contact vine breaking through to Undying is already very hard. However, the golden horned beast breaking through to Undying is even harder. Much harder. Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the cabin and pondered. His bloodline inherited memories were vast and complex. Within it had warnings and examples of those that broke through to Undying. There were countless generations of golden horned beasts stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lord level. 99 of them didn't break through. Many of them at that level were as strong as Undyings. However, they remained stuck at Sector Lord level 9 and died after. This was also the fairness of the universe. The stronger a race was, the harder it was to break through to Undying. In contrast, for humans to break through to Undying, it was tens of thousands of times easier. Of course, the resources humans had when growing couldn't never compare to that of a golden horned beast. Ever since I left the primal region, I've never tried absorbing a blood river crystal. I'll try now. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he sat cross-legged. Internal world. The golden horned beast, which was like a huge black mountain range, rumbled as he got up. Since the demon node inheritance ended till now, it had been about 10 years, according to his rule, would attempt the absorption of the 100th crystal. However, it was out of his expectations. Absorbing the 100th crystal was incredibly difficult. Especially the killing aura, the condensed killing aura formed by the 100th crystal would go through a qualitative change compared to before, hence Luo Feng failed every time. Qi. The two large river-like eyes of the golden horned beast stared at its right claw. There was already a gash in its palm, fresh blood flowed out. Continuously, the blood river crystal floated above the blood rumble. The 100 crystals absorbed, before forming endless killing aura. A powerful willpower attacked, almost like a torrent, each wave stronger than before, rushing wave after wave, the previous wave acting like a step for the next, over and over. Luo Feng's willpower condensed and formed a solid ball. This time feels much better than before. I feel like I can withstand it. Withstand. I have to. After a while, Luo Feng felt muddle-headed, standing on the brink of losing his consciousness. However, his one belief kept him going. The killing aura had to reach another level of strength before it could make Luo Feng completely collapse. After a certain amount of time, the endless killing aura retracted swiftly, leaving behind a calm Luo Feng's willpower, which had reached an almost unconscious state, immediately regained consciousness. Damn, I successfully withstood the killing aura. Luo Feng was mad with glee within. After which, a terrifying intense pain hit Luo Feng's consciousness through the golden horned beast's body. Within the cabin, his earth body immediately knelt on the metal floor, his fingers strongly gripping the metal, leaving behind marks, gritting his teeth so hard blood flowed from his gums. Within his internal world, the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast were in intense pain. Especially the main body, the golden horned beast, which was absorbing the crystal. It flew and knocked into the metal mountains, slashing at the ground and roaring loudly. It would fly high into sky and smash straight into the ground. Pain. It had reached a point where its consciousness was ready to collapse. Hurry and pass. Pass. Luo Feng and the Masha clansman roared out. Wail. Hell. Painful cries resounded from the golden horned beast. Suddenly, its huge body, almost like a mountain, crashed into the ground. It lay there, sprawled out, like it was incredibly fatigued. This was the most painful experience of absorbing the crystal ever, and compared to the 99th crystal before, it was simply too much of a difference, so much so that it almost made him crumble. I've finally succeeded. The beast rumbled about, triggering the blood river crystal within its right claw. Immediately his right claw began to undergo change, its bones, muscles, scales and cells within all swiftly evolved from its very essence. This change made the scales on the surface become extremely tight, sturdier than before, and a gleaming gold. The entire right claw was pure gold now. Also, the blood-red engraving spread throughout, its blood color and the gold scales had completely merged together, forming a towering red and gold effect. And if one were to view the engraving of the claw and scales together, it formed a complete picture of the beast god head roaring. A complete beast god head roaring picture. How the golden horned beast gently stepped with its blood-red gold right claw, with a rumble, the entire ground shook and split apart. How terrifying. The Masha clansmen beside the golden horned beast and the golden horned beast itself both stared at the new blood-red gold right claw.